Boom! Dirt sprayed around, debris flying everywhere. The place where Yi Yuan was at had a huge pit blasted out directly by violent essence energy, kicking up enormous amounts of dust. Star Abyss and the others, they all turned their heads aside painfully, unable to bear looking at the appearance of Yi Yuan being blasted into residue. Under this blow of Zhao Tianin's, Yi Yuan absolutely did not have the possibility of surviving. This blow going down, the entire world seemingly restored its tranquility. There were only those flying sand and rolling pebbles still surging in the air. Many martial artists' faces all revealed looks of unable to bear it. Yi Yuan's actions touched that softest heart chord in the hearts of every martial artists present. No matter how stone-hearted martial artists were, their hearts were made out of flesh too. Ha ha ha. Foolish boy. A weak and irresolute guy like you actually dares to come and kill me. Really foolish to the max. Zhao Tianin let out a burst of roaring laughter. He was currently being pleased with himself and did not notice that there were quite a few martial artists shooting contemptuous gazes at him. What a shame. Such a formidable young genius actually fell just like this. Yeah, having such strength at a tender age, truly remarkable. More importantly, he's bold and forthright. Once he grows up in the future, he would absolutely be a mighty world-shaking figure, not even daring to have a direct confrontation with such an opponent who's worthy of respect, sigh. In the capital, there were quite a number of people commenting at length. Softly, Zhao Tianin was still that most exalted king. But a change silently occurred regarding his status in the hearts of his subject. Just as everyone all relaxed their efforts, an extremely wild energy. Undulations suddenly came from inside that enormous dust cloud. Zhao Tianin's expression changed drastically. A feeling of immense danger instantly enveloped his entire body. 8 desolate sky-fiend palm. In a flurry, Zhao Tianin directly mustered up a boundless realm's horrifying essence energy, blasting it over towards inside the dust cloud. Right at this time, a massive azure dragon tore open the dust cloud directly, bringing a dragon roar that resounded to the skies. It rumbled directly towards Zhao Tianin. This coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was far more than 100 times more powerful than when annihilating Shangguan Wenrui back then. The fierce gale world was a high-order small world. The degree of stableness of the space was much stronger compared to the endless world. And this blow of Yi Yuan's actually compressed space until cracks appeared. When Yi Yuan was at the Soul Sea realm, he was already infinitely close to Boundless realm when using the spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Now that he broke through a major boundary, the power of this move was naturally a level higher. The might of this palm already surpassed the limits that space could bear. The places it passed through, space was fragmented inch by inch. Zhao Tianin's attack had yet to be fully executed, and he was already struck by the azure dragon solidly already. Poo work! Zhao Tianin directly spouted out a mouthful of blood in the air, his body flying out like a kite with a broken string. A figure dashed out of the dust like lightning and actually caught up to Zhao Tianin with even swifter speed. Boom! The force of the one palm had not dissipated fully yet. That silhouette followed up with another punch. This punch is a hit for all life under the heaven. Thick killing intent leaked out from Yi Yuan's words, reverberating throughout the entire capital. Who else could this figure be but Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan's current physical body was incomparably formidable. This punch was also unleashed using the fist force of the flame movement true dragon carnage. The lethality was extremely strong, but would not be fatal too. The punch reaching flesh, Zhao Tianin spewed out a large mouthful of fresh blood again with a cough, his body flying out backward once more. Yi Yuan's figure moved once more, instantly arriving at Zhao Tianin in the air, and punched right in his abdomen with a rumble. Poo work! Zhao Tianin spat a mouthful of blood out. He was hit until his eyeballs protruded out. This punch is a hit for myself. Receive well. Zhao Tianin suffering this punch, his body dropped down with extreme speed. However, Yi Yuan's speed was even faster than his, arriving under him like teleporting. A hook punch hit Zhao Tianin's lumbar spine directly, hitting him up to the sky again. This punch is for my father. This punch is for my mother. This punch is for Star Abyss. This punch is for Sure Howren. The current Yi Yuan was like a rampaging wild beast. Each punch was filled with violent strength. Furthermore, each punch he struck out, Yi Yuan could say out a name. In the end, Yi Yuan practically said all the names of people that he could think of once. Even he himself could not remember clearly how many fists he punched either. The pent-up rage previously obtained a release in these punches after punches. Everyone started dumbfoundedly at this time, uncertain why the situation would reverse so quickly. Yi Yuan clearly did not have the strength to retaliate previously already. In a blink of an eye, he actually came back to life with full health. But Yi Yuan beating the king in their hearts until like this, not knowing why, they actually felt quite thrilled in their hearts. Maybe they were too disappointed with Zhao Tianin today, right? I have nothing more to say either. Finally, Yi Yuan seriously could not think of who he should hit for, so he smashed a punch onto Zhao Tianin's chest directly, hitting him down from the air. Zhao Tianin's body was like a cannonball, smashing heavily onto the ground, blasting out a huge pit in the ground. Some martial artists saw from far away that a peerless powerhouse of his generation was actually beaten until he did not have human form anymore. However, Zhao Tianin was a boundless realm powerhouse in the end. Being beaten until like this by Yi Yuan, he actually still had one breath hanging in there. Yi Yuan landed slowly from the air, landing beside Zhao Tianin. The cause of the bulk of Yi Yuan's wrath was due to his parents. Zhao Tianin, treating Yi Hang husband and wife like that previously, it made him unable to endure it. This round of beating, Yi Yuan did not pull his punches the slightest bit, unleashing all the strength in his body, and also venting a greater part of the rage in his heart. Earlier, Yi Yuan's actions were extremely swift. Everyone did not see clearly Yi Yuan's condition at all. Only with Yi Yuan standing still at this time did everyone discover that he did not come back to life with full health. Zhao Tianin's shamelessness from before still caused Yi Yuan tremendous damage. Yi Yuan was currently covered in wounds all over, his essence energy expended to the limit, looking very frail. It was very hard for everyone to imagine just how he achieved that sort of high-intensity attacks earlier. Why? Is it like this? Zhao Tianin hung onto one last breath. Until now, he still did not dare to believe everything that happened prior to this. Yi Yuan's wounds were absolutely not fake. That simply could not deceive his eyes at all. Moreover, the final explosion, Yi Yuan used all of his essence energy to protect Yi Hang husband and wife, and he himself forcefully suffered the explosive power of hundreds of Tier 5 pyroblast talismans. If it were others, they would already be deader than dead long ago. Yet, Yi Yuan actually still had the strength to retaliate under such severe injuries. Could it be that this fellow was a freak? Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Do you think that I have the need to tell you? A person like you is only fit to be a muddled ghost. Person like you, exploiting your subjects' loyalty to you, and you made them become other people's nutrients. Deplorable. A person like you plunging the people into an abyss of suffering for your own selfish desires. Selfish. Person like you, stopping at nothing for the sake of victory. Despicable. Therefore you're not fit at all to know why you would fail. I'm unfortunate." Zhao Tianin was already on his dying breath. But that desire to live on in his eyes was incomparably intense. Facing death, even if he was a high and mighty king, he could not achieve composure either. Yi Yuan had to thank Long Tongue for being able to strike back. The last time he helped to pummel the Dragon Lord brutally, Long Tongue became happy and taught Yi Yuan a dragon race cultivation method again. The name was Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art. This was a cultivation method which exerted the dragon race's physical body to the extreme. Yi Yuan cultivating this cultivation method could stimulate the dragon blood power in his body, making his physical body possess a powerful recovery ability. The present Yi Yuan still only had an initial glimpse of the door. Wait until he trained this cultivation method to the extreme, and it could virtually make his fleshy body reach the degree of undying and eternal. Of course, Long Tongue told Yi Yuan that unless one was able to reach the deity realm, otherwise it was simply impossible to train to that sort of level. This was the limitation of a bloodline. A divine beast's bloodline was two completely different concepts from ordinary dragon race bloodline. Even so, this move was also extremely formidable. When Yi Yuan was suffering the pyroblast talisman's explosions, he mustered up all the dragon blood power in his entire body, going all out to restore his body's wounds. Although the pyroblast talismans were powerful, they were only tier 5 talismans in the end. The injuries dealt to Yi Yuan from the explosive power. He finished recovering very quickly. Unresigned, huh? Then those people killed by you, which one of them were willing? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Although Zhao Tianin's injuries were extremely severe, he was conscious. At this time, the corners of his eyes actually had tears flowing down.
No idea.
If he was regretting deeply or mourning for himself either. But his tears did not obtain a single trace of pity. Yi Yuan was still revolving the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art at this time, restoring the injuries on his body continuously. I can give you a chance. Say out the person instigating behind you and I can consider giving you a way out. Yi Yuan suddenly changed his tune and said. In comparison to Zhao Tianin, Yi Yuan was actually more wary of the person or force behind him. Not that Yi Yuan was kind and soft-hearted. It was just that toward people like Zhao Tianin, if Yi Yuan did not give him something sweet, he absolutely would not be willing to say it out. Yi Yuan naturally very much wanted to kill Zhao Tianin too, but he was even more interested in the force behind Zhao Tianin. But Yi Yuan obviously would not do something like letting the tiger return to the mountains. Him not killing Zhao Tianin did not mean not turning him into a cripple. Indeed, when Zhao Tianin heard Yi Yuan's words, his gaze involuntarily turned intent. Clearly, he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually knew so much. But his expression became complicated very quickly. Evidently, he was struggling incessantly in his heart. You've done so much for them, but aren't you just a dog in their eyes? You, first-level boundless realm, being stagnant for such a long time. With their strength, they could have let you ascend to the divine realm long ago. But in the end, Yi Yuan said. The moment Zhao Tianin heard, his body involuntarily started to tremble. Slightly. Evidently, Yi Yuan's words touched the most painful place in his heart. Yi Yuan, seeing that he was loosening up, carried on and said, hence, stop having some unrealistic dreams already. Maybe in their eyes you're even less than a dog. Or do you really think that you're irreplaceable? As long as they are willing, they can swap other people to be this Wind Emperor anytime. When Yi Yuan was saying this, he clearly felt Zhao Tianin's body becoming stiff. Fine. Zhao Tianin barely squeezed out a word. Yi Yuan's heart stirred, and he asked, you say, I'll listen. Blood. Zhao Tianin only said one word, and a horrifying aura came from a distance. Yi Yuan had a sudden premonition, only to see a black stream of light arriving in front of him in a blink of an eye. This horrifying aura absolutely belonged to Boundless Realm. Yi Yuan was astonished in his heart, but did not have time to think too much, hurriedly dodging aside. The black stream of light had a force akin to 30,000 caddies. Its speed was unbelievably fast. Yi Yuan wanted to go and save Zhao Tianin, but it was essentially too late. Already, Poochie. The black flowing light stabbed into Zhao Tianin's body without deviating, instantly wrecking all chances of survival. And only at this time did the people realize that that black stream of light was actually a black-colored heavy spear, Black qi revolved around the black spear. Just by looking, it made people feel a chill deep in their hearts. Zhao Tianyin clenched his jaws tightly, both eyes protruding out, staring dead at that black figure in the air. Till death, he did not believe that this person would make a move to eradicate him. Yi Yuan's gaze also locked onto that silhouette, his expression darkening slightly. That person was swathed in black qi all around his body and could not make out his features at all. But Yi Yuan had a sensation of déjà vu. The feeling that this person gave him was exceedingly dangerous, even more dangerous than Zhao Tianyin. He never would have expected that the fierce Gale world was actually still hiding another boundless realm powerhouse. Under everyone's gazes, the person slowly landed from the air, landing beside Zhao Tianyin. Clank! He pulled the heavy spear straight out of Zhao Tianyin's body. Fresh blood sprayed right out. Zhao Tianyin's head slanted, already deader than dead. It was just that his eyes were still wide open at this time. Clearly he died, with injustice unredressed. Yi Yuan, you didn't expect this, right? We meet again. That person swung the long spear and said coldly. Black silhouette, long spear. Yi Yuan finally connected this image in front of him with a person. Zhao Chang'an. Heh. To think that you still remember me. Didn't expect it, right, that I could still stand in front of you one day and wash away my former disgrace. This person being surrounded by black qi was actually 7th Prince, Zhao Chang'an. His Highness, the 7th Prince. It's actually His Highness, the 7th Prince. Didn't he had his dantian crippled by Yi Yuan? What's going on here? 7th Prince's temperament changed drastically. He must have experienced something that we have no way of imagining. But looking at his aura now, he actually became a boundless realm powerhouse already. How is this possible? 7th Prince actually killed his own father with his own hands. This father and son pair, they are seriously all shut up for me. Starting from today onwards, I'm the new Wind Emperor. Zhao Tianyin's era has already completely become the past. Zhao Chang'an suddenly roared, saying to everyone in the capital. Those martial artists were originally discussing animatedly, but at this time, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Zhao Chang'an's imposing momentum was too powerful. They simply could not muster up the courage to resist. Hoo, you killed your own father in front of so many subjects. Could it be that you're hoping they would submit to a person like you? Yi Yuan swept a glance over, seeing that most people had an indignant expression but did not dare to speak up. He could not help laughing mockingly. But Zhao Chang'an did not become angry. He still said coldly, could it be that in this world only he is permitted to murder his children, while I'm not allowed to murder my father? Are you aware of how the royal descendants spent so many years? Starting from the moment we were born, we would engage in a cruel competition between us brothers. In the end, only the most outstanding person will be able to live on. Third elder brother was like so, I'm like that, too. Third elder brother was forsaken by him without any hesitation just because he offended Star Abyss. The last time being crippled by you, I'd already thought that I was certain to die. Who knew that God opened his eyes and made me have another fortuitous encounter? Ha. Let me ask you, should a father like that not be killed? Within Zhao Tianyin's words, his resentment soared to the heaven but gave people a feeling of pity. Born in a royal family, one had no free will. The mortal world was like so, let alone a monarch who was in control of a world. With Zhao Tianyin's character, it was naturally impossible to have any gentle measures. As his son, it was also considered a tragedy for Zhao Chang'an. But Yi Yuan did not have any sympathy for him. Zhao Chang'an here was a typical case of wallowing in degeneration, selling his soul for strength. Not worth sympathy at all. He deserves to be killed, but he shouldn't be killed by you. You want to be this Wind Emperor, but what can you convince the masses with? Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhao Tianyin said in a cold voice. With what? Of course, it's with my strength. I'm a boundless realm powerhouse now, whose strength is even more powerful than Zhao Tianyin's. They all. Who dares to not yield? As he said, Zhao Cheng'an swept a glance over everyone. Places that his gaze reached, those people all lowered their heads one after another.
Yeah. You saw that?
The martial artist world, only by possessing strength can one obtain respect. I'm the fierce Gale world's #1 person. Who dares to not submit? Zhao Cheng'an laughed sinisterly. Yi Yuan gave him a rather pitiful glance and said coolly, Respect? You're thinking too much. You don't understand the significance of this word at all. Forget it. Looking at your appearance, rambling about these with you is also useless. Looks like the support behind you all have already forsaken Zhao Tianyin but switched to choosing you. Since you killed Zhao Tianyin, then it will be up to you to tell me the identity of your master then. Zhao Cheng'an killing Zhao Tianyin with a spear was clearly in order to silence a man, in order to keep a secret, afraid that he would divulge the secret. But sadly, Zhao Tianyin only said a word, blood, and was killed with Zhao Cheng'an. The forces carrying the word blood in the divine realm were too many to enumerate. One word was simply unable to determine just which force it was. Jeje. Do you think that you can be arrogant in front of me by defeating Zhao Tianyin? Let me tell you, even if he was at his prime, me killing him is also as easy as flipping my hands. Zhao Cheng'an said with a cold laugh. The current Zhao Cheng'an was very different from Yi Yuan's impression back then. Could be said to be two entirely different people. Although the Zhao Cheng'an back then was overbearing, he had an aura of disdaining all under the heavens. But the present Zhao Cheng'an was ghastly, like a ghost, giving people a chill without even speaking a word. No one knew what kind of remolding he experienced these few years. Whether or not I have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of you, wouldn't you know after fighting? Yi Yuan said coolly. I had a full view of your battle with Zhao Tianyin. That palm was indeed incomparably daunting, but that should be your ace in the hole, right? However, just based on that one palm you can't win me. Zhao Cheng'an's voice had yet to fade, and his entire person already vanished. From where he was, blood, carnage, fiend, shadow, spear, a terrifying sanguine power spread out, instantly enveloping Yi Yuan inside. The black chi on the spear body also carried an exceedingly gloomy cold aura, charging towards Yi Yuan. Of course, the scariest thing was still that heavy spear, a straightforward spear, without the slightest trace of flashiness. But like Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, it made the space unable to withstand and fragment. It was just that the powerful restoration ability of the space patched up these cracks very quickly. So powerful. When did 7th Prince possess such formidable strength? 7th Prince's cultivation method and martial technique are all vastly different from before. This is akin to casting off his old self and being reborn. Yeah, his attack clearly isn't targeted at me, but I feel discomfort all over my body. However, his attack is really very strong. Absolutely not. Beneath that palm of Yi Yuan's. Could it be that such a person will be our king in the future? Then how will our days be after this? On this very day, all of the fierce Gale world's royal family's filthiness was all laid bare in front of the world. Looking at Zhao Cheng'an's character now, if he were to become the Wind Emperor, there probably would not be good days to live in the future either. Facing this spear comparable to the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, Yi Yuan did not dare to slight it either, directly utilizing the origin magnetism. Spirit wood, blocking the sanguine power completely outside his body. Coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Yi Yuan unleashed a palm without any hesitation. An azure and a black, two attacks, collided together fiercely, slamming out a massive shockwave directly. Rumble. The buildings in the vicinity of Yi Yuan and Zhao Cheng'an were directly shocked to dust by the aftershock. collapsing with a loud bang. Those martial artists were long prepared and already retreated very far away. But there were still quite a number of people being affected. Those whose strength were slightly weaker were even shocked to death. Immediately, the first round, evenly matched in strength. J.E. Didn't expect that my sanguine power actually can't influence you. Yi Yuan, your methods are truly quite a lot, Zhao Chenggan said with a strange laugh. The essence energy within Yi Yuan's body surged. It was very unpleasant under this blow. It was not that his strength was lacking, but the injuries he sustained previously were too severe. Even if he had consumed essence energy recovery, medicinal pills and the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art, it was also not possible to recover to his peak state in a short duration. And Zhao Chenggan attacking at this time was in his prime condition. He naturally held a very dominant position. It was also just Yi Yuan. If it were others, they would have no strength at all to battle again at this time. Facing such a peerlessly formidable blow, who could still have the strength to counterattack? But Zhao Chenggan's strength indeed could not be mentioned in the same breath anymore. Putting aside other things, just the might of this one spear was far, far more powerful compared to when he fought with Yi Yuan back then. If he cultivated normally to the boundless realm, there was absolutely no way to attain this kind of strength. Heretic and unorthodox path. Just this bit of means and you want to deal with me? The spear of Zhao Chenggan integrating together was absolutely formidable, to the extreme. But losing the threat of the sanguine power, its might would have to be greatly discounted. The effect of sanguine power on ordinary martial artists was huge. In a battle, it could even determine victory or defeat. But this move did not work on Yi Yuan, no matter how powerful it was useless too. Ah, truly shameless boasting. If I didn't guess it wrongly, that palm move earlier was already your limit, right? But that spear move just now, I can unleash it limitlessly. I want to see how many times you can use that level of palm force. Finished talking, Zhao Chenggan actually lifted his spear once again. It was still the exact same attack.
Ye Yuan's Brahmsfuroed.
He had no choice but to use the coiling dragon. Heaven devastating palm once more. The power of the spear of Zhao Chenggan's was extremely strong. Other martial techniques probably could not receive it at all. This fellow was forcing him to clash head-on with him. Relying on his condition being at the peak, he wanted to use the strongest martial technique to clash head-on with him. Powerful martial techniques were immensely taxing on the body. With Yi Yuan's current body condition, he was unable to hold up at all. This kind of confrontation way was a little too shameless. Boom! Another clash. The area in the vicinity of Yi Yuan and Zhao Chenggan were already fully rubble and rock fragments, becoming a wasteland. Receiving this blow, Yi Yuan tasted sweetness in his throat, and finally could not bear it and spat blood. Ha! Liberating. Again, Zhao Chenggan said with a big laugh. As he said, Zhao Chenggan held his spear and went forward again. One spear followed another. Zhao Chenggan's vigor was seemingly inexhaustible. If Yi Yuan was at his peak condition, there was naturally no harm in fighting it out with him. But this sort of situation right now already made him pile injury on top of injuries. Ha! Yi Yuan, why are you getting weaker and weaker? I regarded you as an adversary of a lifetime. Your performance disappoints me greatly, Zhao Chenggan said haughtily. Clashing 5 to 6 times in a row, Yi Yuan's body was already reaching its limits. It was true that the dragon race's physical body was powerful. But no matter how powerful, it had to have a limit as well. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was not considered high. It was too far away from the degree of undying and imperishable. The two people fought from land to the air. Each impact would make the entire capital tremble. These two people, their offensive power were seriously too formidable. Master, the situation is not good. If this continues, little junior brother is going to lose. Sure, Howren still called Yi Yuan little junior brother out of habit. Star Abyss's injuries had yet to heal at this time. He could only heave a sigh and say, "This degree of fighting is simply not what we are able to get involved in. Now that it came to this, we can only hope that Yi Yuan can have a miraculous move to win." Sure Howren could not help choking up when he heard that. Yeah. Boundless realm level great battle, he did not have the qualifications of joining in at all. If he got close, the aftershocks of the two people's battle were able to instantly kill him. Sure Howren looked at his little junior brother falling back repeatedly in the air, looking forward for a miracle to happen in his heart anxiously. Boom! Another clash. Yi Yuan was directly knocked back 10,000 feet away. Fresh blood spurting out crazily. TSK Yi Yuan, aren't you known as an unparalleled genius hard to come across in 10,000 years? Why do you only have this bit of strength? Became this manner today all for the sake of having a showdown with you once more? Can't you bring out a little of some special skill and let me witness the power and prestige of an unparalleled genius? Zhao Chang'an said with a smug look. Yi Yuan wiped the fresh blood at the corners of his mouth and suddenly said, with a smile, "Zhao Chang'an, you're equally as worthless as your old man. Even if you've fallen into depravity and forcefully increased your strength, you're a craven rat too." The moment Zhao Chang'an heard this, his entire person suddenly flew into a violent rage and said, "Don't put me in the same category as that fellow in front of me. He isn't even fit to carry my shoes." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is that so? You prayed on and won about how I'm your adversary of a lifetime, but you don't even have the courage to have a frontal battle. Isn't it that you still have some fear towards me in your heart? Looks like that battle last time still left an indelible shadow in your heart." Yi Yuan clearly made Zhao Chang'an lose his composure. "You shut your mouth for me. I'm a high and mighty boundless realm powerhouse. Whence the fear in my heart? Are you trying to use words to mess up my state of mind and seek an opportunity to exploit? Haha. Dream on." Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Merely a vanquished foe. Why do I need to upset your state of mind? Being at the boundless realm let you find this sort of illusionary sense of satisfaction. Really ignorant person like you is simply unable to understand what's called genuine might. However, it looks like your mental demon is planted deeply and you're simply unable to transcend the tribulation of ascension already. I asked you shut your mouth. Didn't you hear? After I kill you, I'll be able to transcend the tribulation of ascension all the same. Just the likes of you also wish to stop my path of ascension." Zhao Chang'an suddenly became berserk. Yi Yuan's mind stirred. Shianying's sword appeared in his hand. All of a sudden, there was a turn of events. Yi Yuan held the Shianying sword, looking at Zhao Chang'an from a distance, and said, "Zhao Chang'an, before you die, I'll give you a lesson. Being a dog, you will forever be unable to obtain powerful strength. Today I'll let you have a look at what's called a genuine powerhouse." Finished talking, Yi Yuan waved the longsword. A stirring and majestic aura spread out. Storms suddenly started raging in the originally calm and peaceful capital. Above the firmament, no idea where the dark clouds came from either. It actually blotted out the sky and obscured the sun. The sword intent on Yi Yuan's body surged towards the skies. His entire being seemed to have become the embodiment of heaven and earth. And within this stretch of heaven and earth, there were intangible sword intent wandering about everywhere. What a powerful aura. This is the sword intent? How can an individual's sword intent possibly be powerful to such an extent? This degree of sword intent probably far surpassed true intent already, right? Why do I have the feeling that what Zhao Chang'an is facing is the entire world of sword intent? Truly too terrifying. Is this a genuine powerhouse? A sovereign descending upon the world but not tyrannical, eclipsing this present age but not riding roughshod over others. This Yi Yuan actually made me have an impulse to prostrate in worship. Yeah, this is a true king. This is totally different from the feeling Zhao Chang'an gives people. Yi Yuan's sword move had yet to be released, but it already made the world change color because of it. The fierce Gale world martial artists were actually brought into submission by him. Yi Yuan's might made people give birth to the feeling of being unrivaled. No matter how powerful a person was, there was also no way to be more powerful than a world. But Yi Yuan right now became the incarnation of the entire world. When Zhao Chang'an saw this scene, his countenance could not help changing. Abruptly, he never could have dreamed that Yi Yuan actually still had strength left over to execute such a horrifying martial technique. Even though this move was not released yet, without needing to think, one would also know that this was bound to be an earth-shattering blow. Zhao Chang'an gnashed his teeth until it made grinding sounds. In a cold voice he said, "He who strikes first prevails. He who strikes late fails." The greatest drawback of this move is that the time to unleash it takes too long. Figuring out this link, Zhao Chang'an no longer hesitated. Sanguine power immediately erupted, blood flame billowing to the skies, spear of absolute tyrannism. At this instant, Zhao Chang'an seemingly became the incarnation of a fiend god. That bloody chi which surged to the skies all gathered onto the tip of the spear. He knew that sanguine power was completely useless to Yi Yuan. Hence he directly used it to amplify his martial technique. And this move, it was also the most powerful attack that he was able to unleash right now. If it were in normal times, this move of his would absolutely be earth-shaking. But at this time, in front of Yi Yuan, it was like a clown showing off. Zhao Chang'an's aura was simply unable to shake Yi Yuan the least bit, but Zhao Chang'an did not care at all. He wanted to kill Yi Yuan before Yi Yuan unleashed this move. A spear unleashing carried an aura which advanced with an indomitable spirit. The area it passed through, space fragmented inch by inch. Go to hell! Zhao Chang'an seemed to have fused into one body with the heavy spear. The might of this one spear could not be underestimated. He seemingly teleported, arriving directly in the place over 100 feet in front of Yi Yuan. Yet, this distance was also his limit. Arg! Zhao Chang'an's roared at the top of his voice, concentrating all the essence, energy and sanguine power in his body all onto the tip of the spear. However, his spear tip was actually no longer able to advance forward even in animo. The 100 feet radius around Yi Yuan actually had like a barrier activated. No matter how transcendent your means were, you were also unable to breach this barrier. Right then, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. Looking pitifully at the Zhao Chang'an who was giving it his all, he said indifferently, "One sword breaking heaven and earth. One thought shaking the firmament, azure dipper floating. Zero sword, rending the sky. One sword out, the entire world fell silent. No fancy usage of essence energy, no flashy actions. What it was just a simple and unadorned sword. What there was only sword intent condensed to the limit. The heavy spear in Zhao Chang'an's hand was a mid-grade profound artifact. Level weapon. Could be said to be indestructible. However, the instant Yi Yuan unleashed his sword, it actually split into two halves directly from the spearhead. Pucci. The place where Zhao Chang'an was at already did not have his figure. The place he stood at, space at that area had a massive spatial crack slashed up. This spatial crack was a full 1,000 feet long. What created this spatial crack was naturally that sword of Yi Yuan's. And Zhao Chang'an's entire person was already buried in oblivion by Yi Yuan's sword intent. This enormous spatial crack seemingly had an opening tore open by someone in the air. Inside was filled with violent spatial turbulent flow. Zhao Chang'an's long spear was devoured by the turbulent spatial flow. Directly, it was as if that violent spatial turbulent flow wanted to swallow all of the surroundings, sucking the surrounding things towards the limitless darkness. Yi Yuan was merely 100 over feet away from that spatial crack. But no matter how powerful that spatial turbulent flow's suction force was, he was completely unmoved like a pine tree. The recovery ability of the space was very formidable. Very soon that 1,000 feet-long massive gouge was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After several dozen breaths, the spatial crack was completely finished. Restoring. Everything returned to tranquility. And in this world, there was no longer Zhao Cheng'an, this person. The entire capital seemed to be an empty city at this time. Starting from just now, there had not been the slightest bit of sound. The shock that this one sword gave them was incomparably intense. So much so that after everything vanished into thin air, all of them still had not come back to their senses. This one sword gave them endless recollection of the aftertaste. This kind of sword intent which surpassed a small world was not what everyone had the opportunity to see. After this, who knows how many martial artists in the fierce Gale world attained the Tao because of this, their strength advancing greatly. Wind Emperor, Your Majesty. No idea how long passed. Finally, there was someone who came back to his senses, and his first reaction was to bow down towards Yi Yuan. With one person leading, there were others concurring. They all bowed down one after another and actually wanted to let Yi Yuan be their Wind Emperor. Yi Yuan put away the sword and stood there, overlooking all life. He did not do it deliberately, but he had the demeanor of a king. I won't become your Wind Emperor. You all don't need a Wind Emperor either. Martial artists believing in others will never ever become a powerhouse. Martial artists' faith can only be their own heart, a heart which leans towards the Tao. Tear down the central capital. This capital is your fierce Gale world. Martial artists' cage. Break it, and you guys will discover another world. The fierce Gale world's living conditions indeed cannot compare to the endless worlds. However, those raging Gale winds are actually a superb venue for cultivation. As long as one's heart which leans towards the Tao is firm, one day you'll surely be able to shatter the void and ascend to the divine realm. Yi Yuan's faint voice echoed throughout the entire capital's air. Enlightening. The benighted. Yi Yuan's statement was an entirely new concept to the fierce Gale world. Martial artists. No idea since when, they were already used to being ruled by the Wind Emperor. The old Wind Emperor died. There naturally needed to be a new Wind Emperor to succeed the throne. Zhao Cheng'an became a boundless realm powerhouse. Even though he did not enjoy popular support, if there weren't Yi Yuan's existence, they would still hail him as king and carry on living. Yi Yuan killed the Zhao Tianyin father and son. He was the fierce Gale world's strongest person. Therefore, it stood to reason that he should become the next Wind Emperor. Today's battle, Yi Yuan's character was plain for everybody to see. There was no one better than such a person becoming the Wind Emperor. But now Yi Yuan pointed out a brand new road for them. In truth, ever since after being ruled by the Wind Emperor, extremely few people in the fierce Gale world were able to ascend. These several thousand years, only Li Daohang, this one person, appeared. It was still breaking down the barrier and ascending with the power of alchemy Tao. With the Wind Emperor, this massive mountain spanning across in front, what they thought in their hearts were more of submitting themselves to the rule, and not ascension. Alright, that's all I have. Everyone, take care. Finished talking, Yi Yuan immediately vanished in front of everybody. In Qisha Mountain's Great Hall, Yi Yuan sat at the highest seat of honor, while Star Abyss brought the group of disciples and sat at the lower seats. Little junior brother, you? Senior apprentice brother Tang Ji was also used to calling him as his little junior brother and was unable to correct it for a moment too. The moment the words came out of his mouth, he immediately felt that it was not right and hurriedly shut his mouth and did not speak. The pressure which the current Yi Yuan gave them was seriously too great. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Senior brothers, don't need to be so reserved. You guys were Yi Yuan's senior brothers in the past. In the future, you'll likewise be my senior brothers. Senior brothers, just address me as your little junior brother, and that will do." Ha! Like I said, little junior brother isn't that kind of person, but you all just wouldn't listen. Oh right, little junior brother, that final sort of. Yours was truly too terrifying. I still have a lingering fear in my heart when, recalling it now, that one sword should have far surpassed true intent, right? Tang Ji had an alarmed appearance. Clearly, he was really frightened by it. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said smilingly, above true intent is supreme true intent. That sword was precisely unleashed with supreme true intent. For such a long time, although Yi Yuan had been using the scorching true intent and coiling dragon heaven devastating palm all along, he had not put down his comprehension towards sword intent for even a moment. His azure dipper floating zero sword was already approaching major accomplishment. Therefore, comprehension was increasingly slower. Even so, Yi Yuan still comprehended his strongest form to this date after breaking through to the divine traversing realm, rending the sky. It was just that the time needed to execute this move was too long. Plus Zhao Tianyin threatened with Yi Hang husband and wife, so he did not have the chance to exhibit this move at all. Actually, before Yi Yuan came, he did not think that he would use this move either. This was his true final trump card martial technique at present. Unless there were no other alternatives, he absolutely would not use it. But nobody could have thought that the current Zhao Qinggan would actually be so powerful, just based on that final spear of his, even if Yi Yuan used the spirit rank. Coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, it was also impossible to be his match. Rather, supreme true intent this term, it was still everyone's first time hearing it. They could not help inquiring about it from Yi Yuan very curiously. Towards this group of senior brothers, Yi Yuan was also on very intimate terms with. He naturally did not hold much back from them either. When they understood how hard it was to comprehend supreme true intents, their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan become extremely odd. Yi Yuan was long used to these sort of eyes. He just smiled faintly and did not mind it. When Yi Yuan finished dealing with the group of senior brothers, Star Abyss made them withdraw. There were only two of them left in the Great Hall. Some words were hard to say in front of their faces. Star Abyss, looks like your cultivation recently had results and already broke through to late-stage alchemy sovereign, Yi Yuan said with Star Abyss. With a smile, Star Abyss sweated profusely. He only broke through a minor boundary, but Yi Yuan already crossed several major cultivation realms. He even finished off the boundless realm Zhao Qinggan with one sword. All of this still made him have a feeling that he was dreaming. In the central capital's royal family, a ghostly black shadow stood in the depths of the dark void. Thick sanguine qi pervaded all around him, giving people a kind of extremely bizarre sensation. Even though the sanguine power in Zhao Qinggan's body was thick, compared to this, it paled in comparison. Those sanguine qi all flowed out from one small flask after another, converging onto that black shadow's hand. Looking over closely, that black shadow's hand was actually holding a clear bead. And that bead, because large quantities of sanguine power came together, it gradually became a dark red color. After a long while, that bead became a blood bead. While those sanguine power inside each one of those small bottles were already absorbed clean. Those small bottles were precisely that kind which Yi Yuan saw outside of
Crimson Light City.
It was just that the small flasks around the dark shadow had a full 10,000 of them. Could be seen how much sanguine power was stored inside. As the blood soul bead is finally refined successfully. In order to refine this one blood soul bead, it was really troublesome. The black shadow looked at the blood-colored bead in his hand and said with a strange laugh, that Zhao Tianyin father and son truly two fools, to not even able to manage this small matter well, but that brat indeed has some skill. At a young age, he could actually comprehend a supreme true intent to such a boundary. Most likely it also belongs to the apex in the divine realm, right? It's a shame that those few old fellows are keeping an eye too closely. I could only have a clone come down. Otherwise, I'll definitely erase that brat first. But with master's strength, Even if this brat was any more heaven-defying, it's impossible to be his match either. Just let him live a few more years then. Wait until Master's grand matter has succeeded, then coming to eliminate this brat wouldn't be late either. The Black Shadow clearly knew everything that happened in the central capital, like the palm of his own hand. It was just that, limited to certain circumstances, he was unable to take action and let Zhao Tianyin father and son take action. Except, he never thought that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so formidable. The might of that final sword, even he admired it very much as well. That was completely the overwhelming of concepts. It was unrelated to cultivation realm. Those able to achieve this could be counted on one's fingers in the divine realm too. The most important thing was that Yi Yuan was still an aboriginal. To be able to achieve this point was even more praiseworthy of his amazing skill. Forget it. Bringing the blood soul bead back to report completion of the task is the urgent matter on hand. That boy's affairs, just put it aside to think about it in the future. Finish talking. That Black Shadow's figure moved, merging into the darkness. Immediately, inside Chisha Mountain's great hall, Star Abyss was sweating profusely. Senior must be joking. If not for Senior's guidance, Star Abyss's achievements in this lifetime would probably end here too. Star Abyss said in trepidation. When Yi Yuan was staying at Chisha Mountain, he had indeed given Star Abyss pointers a few times. Even though the number of times was not many, Star Abyss had gleaned considerable benefits. For Star Abyss to be able to reach middle stage sovereign level under such an environment like the fierce Gale world, he himself was this world's pinnacle figure. With his comprehension ability plus Yi Yuan's pointers, which came from a strategically advantageous position, breaking through was obviously also something which happened naturally without extra effort. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Your talent isn't bad, but it's still a little inferior compared to Li Daohong's. But with me around, what difficulty is there in you surpassing Li Daohong in the future?" Star Abyss sweated heavily and hurriedly said, "Master, he is highly gifted. How can Junior dare have extravagant hopes of surpassing his elderly self?" Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "Bullshit. Highly gifted. His talent is also just ordinary when placed in the divine realm. Only putting a pretense in front of you all. Forget it, don't talk about him anymore. That day I promised you to help you refine the soul meld pill. Are the spirit medicines prepared?" Star Abyss's entire body trembled when he heard that and said agitatedly, "The spirit medicines were prepared long ago. When is Senior going to start work to refine the pill?" The soul meld pill was a transcendent divine medicine to Star Abyss. Whether or not he could break through to the alchemy ancestor realm would be up to the
soul meld pill.
It was just that, if Yi Yuan did not take the initiative to mention it, Star Abyss did not dare to ask either. The current Yi Yuan was no longer that brat at his mercy back then. He already grew into a genuine powerhouse. Now, Yi Yuan taking the initiative to mention it, Star Abyss was naturally beside himself with excitement. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly when he heard that, "Any time works. Right now then, just command people to deliver the spirit medicines over will do." Star Abyss was stunned. Right here?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, Just right here. You just care about sending the spirit medicines over will do. Don't need to bother about other things." Star Abyss was helpless and could only order people to deliver the spirit medicines prepared beforehand over. Yi Yuan did not avoid either finish the soul meld pill in front of Star Abyss. From start to end, it did not expend much time either. The pill refinement finishing, Star Abyss by the side was long enthralled from watching already. Back then when Yi Yuan helped the Shao family battle in alchemy, what he refined was still only quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. It was impressive, but compared to tier 5 medicinal pills, the difference was like heaven and earth. However, Yi Yuan refined a high-level tier 5 medicinal pill in front of him. Right now, This was truly a marvelous work of art. Is this the strength of an alchemy emperor? Star Abyss muttered to himself under his breath. But Yi Yuan laughed when he heard that and said, "Stop guessing on your own. The boundary of Alchemy Emperor is simply not what the current you are able to imagine. The refinement just now was merely just the tip of the iceberg of an Alchemy Emperor's strength." Star Abyss came back to his senses. His face could not help looking embarrassed. His boundary from Alchemy Emperor had a difference of quite a few major boundaries. These words of Yi Yuan was already giving consideration of his face. The strength of Alchemy Emperor realm, he had no way of imagining at all. But when he saw the soul meld pill that Yi Yuan handed over, he lost composure. Once again, Transcendent grade. Star Abyss's hand trembled, and he nearly dropped the medicinal pill on the floor. A transcendent grade soul meld pill was absolutely able to ensure him breaking through to the Alchemy Ancestor realm. This casual refinement of Yi Yuan's practically guaranteed his advancement to Alchemy Ancestor. This kind of strength was simply inconceivable. The spirit medicines that you prepared were still comparatively abundant, so I refined another 2 more. In the future, after you ascend to the divine realm, pass those 2 transcendent grade soul meld pills to Shurhauer and they all, Yi Yuan said coolly. Star Abyss was still a bit more cautious when doing things. Even though he knew that Yi Yuan's strength was unfathomable, refining pills always had the issue of percentage of error. Hence, when he got people to prepare, he prepared 2 more sets of spirit medicines. It was just that Star Abyss never expected that Yi Yuan actually cooked it all in one pot directly. Furthermore, he refined out 3 transcendent grade soul meld pills. Many thanks to Senior for bestowing the pills, Star Abyss said with his heart full of gratitude. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "On that day, if not for you guys, Master and disciples, protecting my safety, I might have been killed by Zhao Tianyin long ago. Just a few medicinal pills. It isn't considered much to me. Just take it, as repaying you all the grace of caring. Moreover, you're Li Daohong's disciple. You're also considered my progeny disciple." Star Abyss nodded his head and already threw himself down at Yi Yuan's feet in admiration. He was an apex-like figure in the fierce Gale world. But in front of Yi Yuan, he was not even fit to carry his shoes. Now that the Zhao family father and son are removed, I wonder what plans Senior has in the future, Star Abyss asked. Yi Yuan said, "I'll stay for a few days in the capital and guide you guys, master and disciples, for training. After a few days I'll return to the endless world and prepare to ascend to the divine realm." "And my lord, you aren't joking, right?" The Grand Yen True sect exhausted their entire sect's power before barely managing to seal the realm passageway. Ning Yixian could not help turning pale with fright when he heard Yi Yuan's words. Half a month ago, Yi Yuan surprisingly came back to the endless world. After that, everyone all knew the boundless realm powerhouse in the fierce Gale world already succumbed under Yi Yuan's sword. For some time, the entire Wu Fang city fell into jubilation. These few years they had lived too stiflingly. Especially after Wu Fang city was breached, they could be said to be living in dire suffering. Including Ning Yixian, these peerless powerhouses nearly suffered an annihilation level of calamity, even with Yi Yuan overturning the raging tides alone and recapturing the endless world. That boundless realm powerhouse who had never shown his face also brought tremendous psychological pressure on them. However, Yi Yuan relied on his divine traversing realm cultivation and cut down that boundless realm powerhouse. He forcefully destroyed this great mountain with his strength alone. How valiant of an achievement was this? Yi Yuan did not give much explanation. What he killed was not just one boundless realm powerhouse. There was even a Zhao Chang'an who was even stronger than Zhao Tianyin. But this did not hamper the endless world martial artist's idolization towards Yi Yuan. This sort of thing did not require much propaganda. It spread throughout the entire endless world very quickly. For some time, Yi Yuan's status in the endless world was akin to a divinity. Ning Yixian and the others, their attitude towards Yi Yuan underwent a transformation once more. Ever since Yi Yuan rescued them, they harbored feelings of reverence towards
Ye Yuan.
But now, they admired Yi Yuan from the bottom of their hearts, even worshipped. However, Ning Yixian did not expect that after a time interval of half a month, Yi Yuan actually called him over suddenly, saying that he wanted to seal the realm passageway. This gave him a fright. Not that he did not trust Yi Yuan's ability, but the price that the Grand Yen True sect expended in order to seal the realm passageway was seriously too great. If it were him, he was probably also unable to do this sort of sacrificing one's interests for the sake of others thing. The Grand Yen True Sect's sect master was absolutely a noble king of great talent and bold vision. Did Yi Yuan also have to expend such a huge price to seal the realm passageway? Did he require peak divine traversing realm powerhouses to be sacrificed too? These were all things that Ning Yixian was concerned about. But Yi Yuan did not pay attention to Ning Yixian's panic. He nodded his head and said, "You send out a notice to the entire endless world. All fierce Gale world martial artists must return to their homeland within a month. Otherwise, they will never ever be able to return. Additionally, the 6 extreme seals Grand Array's expenditure is massive. These few days you have to gather sufficient quantities of high-grade essence crystals for me." Yi Yuan said these words with a commanding tone. He was naturally aware of Ning Yixian's concerns, but he would not explain much either. Seeing Yi Yuan say it solemnly, Ning Yixian did not dare to ask any question. He acknowledged Yi Yuan's words and withdrew. A month later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion and brought a mighty army of experts to the Grand Yen True Sect's ruins, the Eternal Splendor Palace. "You guys make the preparations outside. I'll be right back." Yi Yuan gave a command simply, then headed straight for the Eternal Splendor Palace's 3rd level. This array formation to enter the 3rd level was too profound. Even though the fierce Gale world occupied this passageway for such a long time, they were unable to crack the method to enter the 3rd level at all. A light flashing, Yi Yuan appeared in the Grand Yen space once more. "Old Wei." Seeing Wei Xiao once again, Yi Yuan still gave him a bow. This old man guarded the Grand Yen space bitterly for thousands of years. He was worthy of Yi Yuan respecting him. Except, seeing Wei Xiao this time, his body became even more transparent, seemingly about to dissipate gradually already. When Wei Xiao saw that someone actually arrived in the Grand Yen space again, he could not help revealing an amazed look. But seeing that familiar face, Wei Xiao's expression became fascinating. You actually came to the Grand Yen space again. Is it possible?" Wei Xiao said in surprise. Through the exchange with Yi Yuan last time, Wei Xiao knew that this Eternal Splendor Palace was already seized by the fierce Gale world. But Yi Yuan appearing here now, the matter clearly took a turn for the better. It was also no wonder that he was so excited. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile as he said, "Old Wei guessed correctly. The fierce Gale world has already been driven back by us. Our endless world has occupied this realm passageway anew. Ha ha ha. That's great. Heaven rewards the faithful. We finally still won." Hearing the news Yi Yuan brought, Wei Xiao was in high spirits. As he said, tears actually coursed down Wei Xiao's face. With a thud, he knelt down towards the consecration of the Grand Yen True Sect's sect master in the hall. "Sect master, did you hear that? The heaven didn't fail our endless world in the end. To think that these youngsters in the later generations actually had such strength, defeating a high-order small world." As he said, Wei Xiao seemed to have discovered something amiss. Turning his head around suddenly, he asked Yi Yuan, "Brat, you aren't lying to me, right? The fierce Gale world has a boundless realm powerhouse. How can you all possibly win?" Yi Yuan smiled as he briefly recounted the events of these 2 years, leaving Wei Xiao unbelievably shocked. "You're saying that you came to seal the realm passageway?" Wei Xiao exclaimed. In shock, Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. The fierce Gale world is the high order. Small world in the end. If I don't seal the realm passageway, it's hard to guarantee that another Zhao Tianyin won't appear in the fierce Gale world again. But you're alone. How can you possibly achieve it?" Wei Xiao clearly still did not quite believe the words Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Rest assured, old Wei, Yi Yuan has already grasped the Grand Yen True Lord True Inheritance fully since coming out from inside the stone books. Just a measly little 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. Still can't stump Junior." Wei Xiao was speechless when he heard a measly little 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. If it was measly little, would they need to sacrifice the entire sex strength back then? But Yi Yuan's words still had some trustworthiness. After all, he also used an inconceivable speed to comprehend the array formations 3 volumes back then. Moreover, although Yi Yuan said it reservedly, he could also discern that the reason why the Endless World was able to repel the fierce Gale world's invasion was definitely because Yi Yuan exerted immense effort in it. At least, Yi Yuan's current strength likely would not be weaker than sect masters back then. Yi Yuan smiled faintly when he saw Wei Zhao's appearance of still not daring to believe and said, "Old Wei, I've already ordered people to gather some materials and can refine a body for you, although it's not able to let you recover to your peak condition. Seeing the light of day once more is still achievable. If Old Wei doesn't believe Yi Yuan's words, you can very well go out yourself to take a look." Wei Zhao's entire body involuntarily shuddered when he heard these words. His face revealed a look of wild elation. He guarded here bitterly for several thousand years and naturally had a deep longing for the outside world. Now that he heard that there was actually an opportunity to go out, how could he not be agitated? Yet, after the agitation, Wei Xiao calmed down very quickly. He looked at Yi Yuan, shook his head and said, "Boy, I know that you have good intentions, but I still won't be going out. Now that the fierce Gale world has retreated and you also want to seal the realm passageway, my mission is also considered completed. Actually, I was already a dead man long ago. Now that my wish has been fulfilled, I can also go and meet sect master." They all wearing a smile. Rumble. Beneath the Eternal Splendor Palace where the realm passageway was, there were 6 colors of light interweaved together, looking extremely vibrant and gorgeous. That very large hole originally expanded by the fierce Gale world's array masters was actually gradually healing. Very soon, the iridescent rays of light thoroughly plugged up that enormous hole. After a time interval of several years, Yi Yuan sealed the realm passageway once more with his own power. However, the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array which Yi Yuan laid down anew was even sturdier than the Grand Array set up by the Grand Yen True Sect, sacrificing the entire sect's power back then. The Grand Yen True Sect did not fully comprehend the array formation's 3 volumes, but Yi Yuan already grasped all of the contents in the stone books fully. This 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array was exceedingly profound and abstruse to others, but it did not have much difficulty to him. Seeing the realm passageway being sealed shut once more, Qi Hai, Ning Yixian, and the rest were all incredibly agitated. With this, it was considered severing future troubles forever. Qi Hai's strength was the closest to the boundless realm. He was able to sense the staggering energy coming from the Grand Array, so he was also groveling at Yi Yuan's feet in admiration too. "Yi Yuan, your valiant and heroic deeds are unparalleled in history and never to be surpassed. If not for you, the entire endless world would probably have to be reduced to a bloody, savage battlefield. I know that I, this realm lord, am a little unworthy of the title, but I still have to express my thanks to you on behalf of all the martial artists in the endless world," Qi Hai said, with endless vicissitude of emotions. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Old Hai, don't need to blame yourself. This was originally a war with a mismatch in strength. Furthermore, Zhao Tianyin, they all had plotted for a long time. The endless world being routed was also something within reason. Alright, this matter has concluded. We should return. Chi-Hai hesitated for a moment, then asked, Yi Yuan, your combat strength has already far surpassed the limits of the endless world, and you already have adequate strength to ascend. I wonder, when do you plan on ascending? Wait a while more. I've already arranged for white light to enter seclusion and cultivate hard. I plan on waiting for him to cultivate to peak Tier 5 and ascend to the divine realm together with him. It's just right. Can make use of this period of time to accompany my parents well. I've always been drifting around outside these few years and lacked many opportunities to show my filial piety, Yi Yuan said. Half a year's time passed in a flash. In this half a year, Yi Yuan rarely cultivated diligently but spent more time on accompanying his parents. Ever since he reincarnated, he really did not spend much time to accompany Yi Hang and Ren Hongling. Instead, he had let them suffer considerable hardships. Spending half a year's time to accompany them was also considered carrying out filial piety for his predecessor. In this half a year, the endless world situation also underwent titanic changes. A sect called the Tranquil Cloud Sect became the sect with the highest position in the northern domain. Its fame even overshadowed the three great sects. And this Tranquil Cloud Sect actually did not have many experts. But their sect master was a figure standing at the pinnacle of this small world. That person was Yi Yuan. The Tranquil Cloud Sect re-established their sect anew at their former site in the northern domain. 1. This action fulfilled the long-cherished wish of all the Tranquil Cloud Sect members, except in this war between two worlds, Luo Qingfeng and all of the Tranquil Cloud Sect's upper echelons died in battle in order to protect the sect's effective strength. Later, only after Yi Yuan quelled the war between two worlds did Tianyu T. Wujiu, these pinnacle geniuses of the sect, dare to come out and join Yi Yuan. Under such circumstances, it was not surprising that Yi Yuan became the Tranquil Cloud Sect's new sect master. Therefore, this sect, which only had one divine traversing realm martial artist, became the endless world's #1 sect. Yi Yuan set up a quasi-tier 6 grand array for the new Tranquil Cloud Sect. Power reigned supreme throughout the entire endless world. Even with Chi-Hai's strength, it was impossible to breach this grand array too. This grand array naturally became the capital for the Tranquil Cloud Sect to be established. Afterward, Yi Yuan even fully duplicated the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword art, finally completing the Tranquil Cloud Sect's ultimate skill. Yi Yuan also carved another row of sword characters on the mountaintop. Was just that this time, there were only 7 characters, and each word was incomparably profound. These 7 sword characters were the Azure Dipper Floating Zero Swords. Sword intent. Yi Yuan left behind the command that if anyone fully comprehended the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword art, they could come to this mountain peak to comprehend the 7 sword intents. Later on, this mountain peak became the holy land which all the endless world people yearned for, because being able to comprehend one of the sword intent among these 7 sword intents, one could sweep across the present age. 100 years later, a brilliant genius appeared in the Tranquil Cloud Sect. He actually comprehended 5 of the sword intents Yi Yuan left behind and truly made the Tranquil Cloud Sect become the #1 powerful sect in the current era. The Tranquil Cloud Sect finally truly became the #1 sect. In name as well as in reality, the latter Tranquil Cloud Sect was even stronger than the Grand Yen True Sect. Back then, and along with the Tranquil Cloud Sect's rise, the endless world entered a glorious era anew as well. Countless powerhouses rose up in that era. Apart from this, Yi Yuan answered all of the questions on the 1000 query Wall's 7th level and opened it to the public. Wufang City also became the Alchemy Path's #1 Holy Land in name as well as in reality. 8 years later, Yihang became a peak alchemy sovereign powerhouse, and he inherited Ran Xingchuan's mantle, becoming Wufang City's city lord. the Tranquil Cloud Sect and Wufang City, one south and one north, one alchemy, and one martial cooperated with each other across a great distance. Half a year later, White Light finally cultivated to peak Tier 5. Heh. Big brother, I've kept you waiting. They were about to ascend to the divine realm. It was no wonder White Light was very excited. Hoo, you didn't really kept me waiting. This half a year's time was a kind of spiritual sublimation to me. Since I rose up in the state of Qin along the way, my cultivation speed was too fast. Even though I already tried my best to suppress it, there were still quite a lot of hidden dangers. This half a year, no fighting, no cultivation, frequently accompanying by my parents' side. There wasn't much different from being an ordinary son. But in this half a year, it had a critically important effect on my cultivation road after. Today, Yi Yuan said smilingly, the best path of cultivation was not advancing leaps and bounds all the way. At times, settling down and recuperating for a while could instead let the path to walk hereafter be even more solid. This half a year, Yi Yuan had practically given up on cultivation. But his comprehension towards cultivation realms became even more solid and steady. Instead, big brother, what you said is so abstruse. I didn't understand a word. However, shouldn't we be ascending? White Light said excitedly. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, You prepare for a bit first. This ascension tribulation isn't that easy to ascend. Only half a month later did White Light know what Yi Yuan meant by it was not easy to ascend. He was actually going to bring Rendong, Xiao Ruyan, and Luer to transcend the tribulation together. The three of them all did not have the qualifications to transcend the tribulation. Bringing the three of them along to transcend the tribulation, the heavenly tribulation would be much more powerful compared to ordinary tribulations of ascension. The difficulty in this soared by multiple times. Adding in White Light, the might of this heavenly tribulation was sufficient to destroy the world. Big brother, are you joking? This is a deadly deal. White Light swallowed his saliva and said, even with his arrogance, he also felt that Yi Yuan's way of doing things was too presumptuous. The tribulation of ascension was an entirely different concept from the heavenly tribulation of breaking through cultivation realms. In terms of power, the power of ascension tribulation was a level higher. Qi Hai kept on not daring to take this step was because he did not dare to face the tribulation of ascension. Since time immemorial, there were numerous similar cases of martial artists falling in the ascension tribulations. Of course, with Yi Yuan's strength, transcending this tribulation of ascension was not something hard. But if he brought three people along, then it was completely different. Once the three of them were at the center where Yi Yuan was transcending the tribulation, the heavenly tribulation would think that these people had the intention of ascending to the divine realm. At that time, the might of the heavenly tribulation would be over a dozen times more powerful than under normal circumstances. This degree of heavenly tribulation, even with White Light's strength, just thinking about it made his scalp somewhat tingle too. Hoo, there is naturally me to withstand the heavenly tribulation. You just need to take care of yourself, Yi Yuan said coolly. White Light was speechless for a while when he heard that. But since Yi Yuan insisted on it, he would also go along even if he had to offer up his life. The friendship between White Light and Yi Yuan had long surpassed life and death already. Young master, why not? I don't transcend the tribulation, just let Luer cultivate in the endless world. I believe that before long, I'll be able to ascend too. Luer was rather worried and also quite unwilling to part as she said. To make her and Yi Yuan separate, she was naturally full of unwillingness. But her existence greatly increased Yi Yuan's danger. Luer's thinking was very simple. It was fine if she died under the heavenly tribulation, but if it implicated Yi Yuan because of this, then she would not forgive herself even if she died. Furthermore, Luer was not boasting. She only used half a year and she already broke through to the sea transformation realm. Ever since after she could cultivate, Luer's cultivation speed could be described using terrifying. Even Yi Yuan's cultivation speed paled in comparison to her too. At the rate of her cultivation speed, it did not need more than a few years. Time to reach peak divine traversing realm either. Yeah, master. How about you ascend by yourself first? Xiao Ruyan also urged. Rendong wanted to speak too, but Yi Yuan pulled a long face and said, following your opinions or listening to mine? You guys just have to follow me. When the time comes, I naturally have ways to transcend the heavenly tribulation. The moment Yi Yuan flared up, the three people all did not dare to make a sound. Actually, they were all worried for Yi Yuan. To really make them leave Yi Yuan, they could not bear to part in their hearts either. The five people's deliberation was settled. It was naturally up to Yi Yuan's call. Yi Yuan's location to transcend the tribulation was ultimately chosen at an enormous basin 10,000 miles away from the new tranquil cloud sect. On this day, countless endless world martial artists gathered around the basin. They were all here to attend the event. Transcending tribulation and ascending. This was a scene hard to come across. In 1,000 years in the endless world, many martial artists might not be able to see such a spectacle once in their entire lives. How could they miss such a grand occasion? Of course, the ones who were concerned with transcending the tribulation were those late-stage divine traversing realm martial artists. There were still some people among them with hopes of transcending their tribulation in the future, coming forward to observe the rites they could. Watch the might of the heavenly tribulation at close quarters. At least they would also have a benchmark in their hearts. Hence, Yi Yuan transcending the tribulation this time virtually attracted all the powerhouses in the endless world over. The transcending of tribulation had yet to begin, and the surroundings were already densely packed with countless martial artists. Yi Yuan knew the other martial artists' reverence and desire toward heavenly tribulation. He was not someone unreasonable and did not curb such a situation. Father, mother, Yuaner's tribulation crossing is near at hand. After today, we'll be separated by two worlds. Meeting again would hardly be easy. These medicinal pills are prepared for younger sister by me. Mother, take one every day during the last 3 months before giving birth. Not only can it ensure young sister to be safe and sound, but it's also highly beneficial to her future cultivation, said Yi Yuan, who passed a bottle of medicinal pills to Yi Hang's hand. Yi Hang and Ren Hongling were at the prime of their lives. In the past, because they needed to take care of Yi Yuan wholeheartedly, so they did not have time to spare for other things. Some time ago, under Yi Yuan's egging on, Ren Hongling finally became pregnant. Like this, his parents would also have someone to keep them company. After Yi Yuan ascended, Yi Yuan had long felt Ren Hongling's pulse before. This pregnancy was a girl. That was why Yi Yuan addressed the yet-to-be-born baby as his younger sister. Yi Hang received the medicinal pills but still said worriedly, Yuan, are you bringing lure they all to transcend the tribulation will be very dangerous. How about you reconsider a bit? Yi Yuan said smilingly, rest assured, father. Yuaner knows what to do. Yi Hang bemoaned when he heard that. You're already an unrivaled powerhouse. Now, father naturally won't control you strictly. It's just that after you ascend to the divine realm, you still have to be more careful in all matters. Presumably, that divine realm's powerhouses are as many as clouds. Some things shouldn't be done without qualms and as you wish. Yi Yuan nodded and said, many thanks for father's reminder. Yuaner is going. Yi Hang's heart could not help quivering when he heard that. His eyes were already wet since who knows when. Recalling the encounters these few years, Yi Hang still somewhat felt like he was dreaming. But this remarkable youth before his eyes was undoubtedly his son. His son was the entire endless world's legend. Yi Yuan's group of people floated down, arriving at the center of the basin. Ruyan, Little Dong, Luer, in a while the three of you have to stand within the 30 feet around me. Make sure not to move by yourself. Do you understand?
Ye Yuan instructed solemnly.
The three people nodded their heads when they heard that. Yes. Yi Yuan turned to White Light again and said smilingly, White Light. Scared. White Light was already done with preparations long ago. Hearing Yi Yuan asking, he immediately said, Scared my asteriscus, if the heaven wants to exterminate me, then I'll destroy the heaven, just a lousy heavenly tribulation. I don't believe that this divine beast progeny can't even pass through this hurdle. Yi Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Good! Today us brothers will stir up this heaven. Finished talking. A streak of sword chi rose from ground level and surged straight to the clouds. Even if those martial artists were hundreds of thousands of feet away, they still felt that the sword chi was oppressive. Rumble. The heavens seemed to feel that it was being provoked. In an instant the winds changed, and dark clouds covered the skies above the basic densely. I'm almost suffocating. Is this really the ascension heavenly tribulation? Why do I feel like it's going to be the apocalypse? This heavenly tribulation practically formed instantly. Even though it hasn't descended yet, it's absolutely powerful until it makes people feel smothered. Too scary. Such a level of heavenly tribulation, even half-step boundless. Realms would face certain death too, right? Lord Yi Yuan. How on earth is he going to transcend the tribulation? The powerful pressure in the sky made these martial artists have a feeling of an apocalyptic calamity. They had never seen before that heavenly tribulations could actually be daunting to such an extent. Crack. An incomparably thick white lightning descended without any signs, giving everybody a fright. This heavenly tribulation was too abnormal. It did not give Yi Yuan any time to prepare at all. Yet right at this time Yi Yuan's sword finger pointed out. A streak of sword chi even more powerful than before opposed the momentum and surged up, colliding together with the heavenly tribulation directly. Heavenly tribulation annihilated. This finger of Yi Yuan's was as if dripping a drop of water into a pot of boiling oil, exploding all at once. Over a dozen bolts of lightning fell down savagely and unreasonably, without giving people the slightest opportunity to catch their breaths at all. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he raised his head to the sky and howled. Came right on time. For a moment, sword chi crisscrossed, slicing the entire space into pieces of shards. Those dozen over bolts of lightning, not a single one was actually able to pass through Yi Yuan's sword chi. Those martial artists watching the rites were all besotted from watching. Already, such a deeply shocking scene it would probably be hard for them to see it again in this lifetime. That level of lightning, forget about a dozen over bolts, even if one bolt came down, it was also plenty enough to instantly kill everyone present. But in front of Yi Yuan, they appeared so small and weak. Another few dozen bolts of lightning rained down at the same time. However, Yi Yuan's sword chi became even wilder. Ha ha ha! Big brother, you're really too strong. Awesome! White Light burst into laughter when he saw this scene. Also, no idea how long had passed and uncertain how many heavenly tribulations had rained down too. The tribulation clouds in the sky seemed to have finally been worn out, because it discovered that no matter what, it could not break through Yi Yuan's sword chi. Finally, the heavenly tribulation gradually dispersed. Right then, a pale yellow light pillar descended from the sky, directly enveloping Yi Yuan's group of 5 inside. After that, they saw Yi Yuan's group of 5 slowly rise up, enter straight into the clouds, and gradually vanished from sight. Take care, Yuaner. Seeing this scene, Yi Hang and Ren Hongling shouted with tears covering their faces. The vast divine realm, boundless and limitless. Even if one was a divine king boundary powerhouse, they were unable to glean a complete picture of the divine realm too. The composition of space here was exceedingly stable, and essence energy was exceptionally abundant. It was a paradise for martial artists to cultivate. The divine realm's territory was exceedingly vast. Just the regions that humans lived in was divided up to 1,000 regions of all sizes. And among them, the boundary of the smallest territory was also larger than 100,000 endless worlds. Therefore, in the divine realm, the vast majority of martial artists could only stay in one region for all their lives. The divine realm was too huge. Hence, all sorts of forces were also messy and convoluted. But in the divine realm, there were universally acknowledged 8 great super-holy lands. The areas which the 8 great super-holy lands had jurisdiction over spanned across several major regions. And those with the qualifications to become a super-holy land, at the minimum, needed to possess over 10 Divine King Realm powerhouses as well. Divine King Realm was not a cultivation realm, but it was a form of address. After the Boundless Realm, the upper 3 realms were namely Heaven, Enlightenment Realm, Phaseless Realm, and Tao Profound Realm. The so-called Divine King Realm was referring to 9th level Tao Profound Realm powerhouses in particular. Only by reaching such a boundary could one truly become a pinnacle existence. In the divine realm, and martial artists who reached the Tao Profound Realm had the qualifications to establish a holy land in the divine realm, lording over a region. Except the divine realm's territory was overly vast. Even the 8 great, super-holy lands could not possibly extend their hands to every corner of the divine realm too. The 8 great holy lands pretty much occupied close to half of the divine realm's territory. There was still the other half of the territory which had various forces all mixed up intricately, with tangled fighting ceaselessly. Between Holy Land and Holy Land, between forces and forces, wars would frequently erupt too. At this time, in ancient opulent city subordinate to the Crimson Afterglow, Holy Land in the White Valiant region, 2 middle-aged men in neat suits of armor were currently conversing. Today is really strange. The Ascension Pool normally doesn't have much activities in a month. Today there are actually 3 batches ascending all at once. Isn't it good that there are many? Us brothers taking on this hard and unprofitable job, guarding this Ascension Pool daily, we don't get any bit of benefits throughout the year. If there aren't a few ascenders, us brothers will have to live on air. Haha, what Big Brother said is right. Many are good. Many are good. It's just that these bunch who just ascended are all a bunch of paupers. They don't have any good stuff on them at all. Sigh, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's meat too. Better than not having. Us brothers will only have this bit of accomplishments in our lives by relying on that bit of salary. In front of them was a pool 100 feet in circumference. Beside the pool was a platform. Over there stood an elderly man and a young 2 people. The 2 people's expressions were both not very good. Clearly, they were already fleeced and extorted by those 2 middle-aged soldier-looking people. Right then, the light inside the Ascension Pool gradually became bright. Not long after, the light faded away. 2 figures appeared in front of everybody. Haha! This place is the Divine Realm? Indeed impressive. The essence energy here is too rich. Me cultivating here, the speed is at least 5 times of the endless worlds. The moment a dignified and strong-looking youth appeared, he said those words with an excited look. This dignified and strong-looking youth was naturally White Light who ascended from the endless world, and the other person was naturally Yi Yuan. White Light's figure had just steadied himself, and he already felt that the rich essence energy was practically going to drill into his body. Virtually, every pore on his body opened up. This sort of sensation made him indescribable comfortable. Yi, Big Brother. White Light looked all around in a moment of delight. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not react, he could not resist turning his head around. With this look, White Light could not help jumping in fright. Yi Yuan already exited the Ascension Pool since goodness knows when and started meditating at one side. Those 2 middle-aged people exchanged a glance. They were rather shocked in their hearts. Looking at this youth who just ascended was actually going to break through on the spot. This boy. Quite interesting. Changjiang, us brothers have already guarded the Ascension Pool for quite a number of years already, right? This is still the first time seeing a lower realms martial artist who just ascended actually break through cultivation realms directly, said the soldier whose age was slightly older. Yeah, this is really a rare event. This boy is just first-level divine. Traversing. He probably ascended from some low-order small world, right? But breaking through right after ascending, what's the deal? Changjiang had a baffled expression on his face. Actually, they could not be blamed for being astonished either. It was truly that Yi Yuan was overly freakish. Other martial artists ascending to the divine realm, they had basically all just broken through a major bottleneck. It was impossible to choose to break through right after arriving at the divine realm. But Yi Yuan was different from others. His cultivation realm had not reached the limits of the endless world at all. It was still a long way off. Yi Yuan ascending was him taking the initiative to release energy exceeding the endless world's limits, triggering the heavenly tribulation from there. Speaking of which, this sort of method only a freak like Yi Yuan dared to do. So, other people doing this was no different from courting death. Having the ability to trigger the heavenly tribulation, one had to have the ability to transcend the heavenly tribulation too. In this recent half a year's time, Yi Yuan did not take the initiative to go and cultivate, but his heart realm rose a lot unknowingly. His cultivation realm also arrived at peak first-level divine, traversing unconsciously. Breaking through at this time now was being impacted by the divine realms. Thick essence energy. It was akin to water spilling over by itself when it was full. The breakthrough process did not persist for a long time. The divine realms' abundant essence energy let him clear the second-level divine traversing's bottleneck very quickly. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. Only then did he size up the divine realm anew. At this present moment, Yi Yuan was also rather agitated in his heart. After reincarnated, Yi Yuan went from a measly little essence chi realm, cultivating all the way till he ascended to the divine realm. He experienced countless hardships and dangers through this, different from the previous life's ease and comfort. His path of rising up in this life was filled with slaughter and upheaval. There were even quite a few times where he fell into a desperate situation, but he made it through all of them. Now that he ascended to the divine realm, his path of vengeance had also been taking step by step very solidly. This familiar essence energy undulation, this familiar composition of space, it was still that divine realm. It was just that Yi Yuan arriving at the divine realm again now, his mental state was greatly different. Boy, stop looking. Treating us brothers as air. Changjiang saw that Yi Yuan finished breaking though, but said crossly. Yi Yuan's thoughts were interrupted by Changjiang, but he said with a smile, I wonder what advice this brother has? Brother? Heh. Boy, you have to call your excellency. A boy who just ascended, really unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. Changjiang said with a cold sneer, Your excellency? Your esteemed self is merely a first-level boundless realm martial artist. Can you live up to your excellency? These two words.
Ye Yuan
Could not help laughing as he said, merely a first-level boundless realm? What high-sounding sentiments. Punks who ascended up are indeed more ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth one after another. You go and ask those two over there whether they are willing to obediently call me your excellency or not. Changjiang seemed to have long gotten used to Yi Yuan's conduct, saying with a cold smile. The moment that one elderly, one youth, two people heard these words, their expressions because ugly. They were already lectured prior to this. Moreover, the treasures on their body also had quite a bit plundered away. Hearing Changjiang asked him, the youth had no choice but to nod his head. He said, This brother better put away the wild arrogance from the lower realms. This place. It isn't appropriate. Hear that or not? I know that you guys are all first-rate geniuses in the lower realms with your own pride. However, Cheng Jiang deliberately dragged it out and said with a solemn face, "Your pride isn't worth a penny in the divine realm." Yi Yuan looked at Cheng Jiang and could not help laughing as he said, "Perhaps, I really don't have the capital to be arrogant in front of a genuine expert. But in front of you," Yi Yuan did not finish talking, but the meaning of his words was already very clear. Yi Yuan was proud as when he was in the lower realms. When Cheng Jiang heard Yi Yuan's words but did not show an enraged expression, their objective of being here was in order to make those ascenders be obedient, let them know that after ascending they had to tuck their tails between their legs and behave. Otherwise, if these ascenders were all arrogant to the extreme, how would they manage? Yi Yuan's behavior was also within Cheng Jiang's expectations. Or should he say every ascender's attitude was about the same as Yi Yuan's? Those two previously were like that too. Now weren't they still docile and obedient? Ha! Is that so? Then I'll have to take a look at your pride. Cheng Jiang's voice had yet to fade when a surge of powerful essence energy instantly crashed over towards Yi Yuan, directly enveloping Yi Yuan inside. The elder and youth other there could not quite bear to look steadily at it. They knelt down to this move of Cheng Jiang's earlier and did not even have strength left over to retaliate. What was exasperating was that the two of them were both boundless realm experts. First-level boundless realm versus first-level boundless realm, and they actually did not even have strength left over to counterattack. They only struggled a little before conceding dejectedly. That scene earlier even made them somewhat doubtful about life. Could it be that these years of cultivation were all cultivated into a dog's stomach? Or were the divine realm's martial artists all-powerful to this sort of degree? They ended up like this even though they were boundless realm. Wouldn't Yi Yuan, a freshly broken through second-level divine traversing brat, be crushed until half-dead? "Hey, old Huang, it looks odd," that youth suddenly said to the elderly man. Old Huang looked over at Yi Yuan there. His expression involuntarily changed. Why is he totally fine? This isn't right," Old Huang said. In amazement, over there Yi Yuan was being pressured by Cheng Jiang's aura, but he was perfectly calm and collected. It was as if Cheng Jiang did not do anything at all. Yet, the violent essence energy undulation around Yi Yuan clearly told everyone that Cheng Jiang was really putting pressure on Yi Yuan. Hoo, essence energy suppression, is it? This is your opening gambit? Doesn't look like much to me, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Cheng Jiang's expression was ugly as he said, How is this possible? You, an ascender, moreover only second-level divine traversing, are actually able to withstand my essence energy suppression. I don't believe it." Cheng Jiang clearly could not accept this truth. Hence he mustered up all the essence energy in his body. The coercion of a boundless realm crushed over towards Yi Yuan overwhelmingly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Thick head." The next instant, Yi Yuan's aura was fully released. The violent essence energy abruptly burst out, forcing back Cheng Jiang's suppression immediately. Cheng Jiang did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had strength left over to counterattack. Caught off guard all at once, he was forced back by Yi Yuan, until his bottom plopped onto the ground directly. Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart incessantly. Cheng Jiang's methods, he was all too clear, merely taking advantage of his cultivation time in the divine realm being long. To really talk about comprehension towards cultivation realm, he might not even be stronger than an ascender. The so-called essence energy suppression was actually because the divine realm's essence energy was not only thicker compared to the lower realms, it was purer compared to the lower realm's essence energy too. Therefore, the martial artists cultivating in the divine realm, the essence energy within their bodies were many times purer compared to lower realms. Martial artists. Similarly, first-level boundless realm, the essence energy within Cheng Jiang's body was much purer than old Huang's, But how could Chang Jiang have thought that what Yi Yuan cultivated was the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art that caused a stir in the entire divine realm? Even if Yi Yuan was cultivating in the lower realms, the essence energy he absorbed into his body was also refined and extracted through the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. Compared to Chang Jiang, Yi Yuan's essence energy was God knows how many times purer. Therefore, him wanting to use essence energy to suppress and deal with Yi Yuan was simply a joke. Yi Yuan arriving at the divine realm, although he was unable to jump realms and battle by a large margin like in the lower realms, dealing with a bottom-level soldier like Chang Jiang was still achievable. No way, right? This brat is so strong. On the platform, old Huang exclaimed in shock. Even though the youth did not speak, the expression on his face was exactly the same as old Huang's. When Chang Jiang's big brother saw this scene, his face could not help revealing a look of astonishment. These few years, Chang Jiang had never dropped the ball before when taking action to deal with the lower realms ascenders. Didn't expect that today he failed miserably in a very simple task. Boy, you're courting death. Chang Jiang did not expect to actually have his face swept away by an ascender. He flew into a violent rage all at once and was about to step forward and make a move. But he had yet to move and was stopped by Big Brother. Chang Jiang, don't be rash. As he said, he came in front of Yi Yuan and bowed with his hands folded in front as he said, "Little brother has such pure essence energy. This one is you, Ming. I wonder what's little brother's name." Yi Yuan was not some impetuous person who just ascended. He knew the divine realms matters like the palm of his own hand. These two people were merely soldiers here to guard the ascension pool. They still had a powerful force behind them and could not be offended at all. In the end, Yi Yuan was only an ascender now as well. His strength was too weak. Earlier, making a move to deal with Chang Jiang was also just taking him down a notch and make them not casually need him. Since this Yu Ming had the intentions of getting friendly now, Yi Yuan was naturally happy to oblige. "You flatter me. This one is Yi Yuan. So it's little brother Yi. This brother of mine is too reckless when doing things. Just now he offended you. But restraining ascenders is also where our brother's duties lie. Little brother Yi, please don't take offense." Yi Yuan said with a smile. "Big brother Yu is overly sensitive. This small matter, this Yi will not go to the extent of taking it to heart." Yu Ming originally thought that since Yi Yuan was young and his strength was formidable too, he probably would not be too easygoing. Didn't expect that he was so astute. Except because of this, Yu Ming regarded Yi Yuan even more higher. This boy was bound to be a major figure in the future. At least, he would be an existence that them brothers needed to look up to. Such a person, one either had to exterminate him immediately now or get on friendly terms in advance. At least one could not offend too much. "Haha. Then that's good. Then that's good. Little brother Ye's essence energy is so pure. It's really not like a newly ascended martial artist," Yu Ming said with a laugh. "Big brother Yu is too kind. It's just that the cultivation method that this he cultivates in is a little special. To really come to blows, I probably won't be Big brother Yu's match," Yi Yuan said smilingly. This Yu Ming's shrewdness was very deep, wanting to test Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan yielded cleverly, lightly skating over this topic. Furthermore, Yi Yuan only said that he was not Yu Ming's match, but he did not say that he was not Chang Jiang's match. Yu Ming was slightly apprehensive in his heart and also put away the thought of probing. With a big laugh he said, "Little brother Yi is too modest. In comparison to the lower realms, the divine realm space was more stable. The heavenly Tao it contained was also more stacked and comprehensive. Martial artists comprehending heavenly Tao and concepts were a little easier, relative to doing so in the lower realms. Plus, the essence energy thickness was exceedingly high. Therefore, martial artists' overall strength was more than a level stronger than the lower realms. Especially to martial artists who had just ascended, the divine realms. Martial artists at the same rank would basically crush them. But this sort of disparity would slowly become small along with the passing of time. So much so that the lower realms ascenders had even greater potential, compared to the divine realms' native martial artists, to be able to achieve the conditions for ascension under the lower realms. Limitation. Their talent in itself was absolutely a heaven-defying existence. After they arrived at the divine realm, once they get accustomed to it, regardless whether it was cultivation realm or concepts, a blowout style eruption would occur. It was just that this sort of situation was in the minority. This is because, after they arrived at the divine realm, they would not have the qualifications to go and cultivate at all. To the vast majority of ascenders, the reality that they had to consider was still survival. Little brother Ye's talent surpasses others. However, since you're an ascender, what should be said, big brother, you still have to make it clear for you. Yu Ming said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, big brother, you just go ahead and say. Yi Yuan naturally knew that whichever force the lower realm belonged to, they would have to serve that force after ascending. The two of us brothers are serving Ancient Opulence City. Ancient Opulence City belongs to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. According to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's rules, ascenders must serve the Holy Land for 50 years. After ascending up from the lower realms, or save up sufficient merit points, and you can obtain freedom. Since little brother Yi ascended to my Ancient Opulence City, you'll naturally have to serve my Ancient Opulence City. Of course, if little brother Ye's performance in Ancient Opulence City is outstanding and strike the Holy Land's fancy, it will be another opportunity. At that time, even elder brother I will have to look to little brother for support. When Yu Ming was talking, he observed Yi Yuan's expression from time to time. According to his thinking, with Yi Yuan's pride, he would definitely blow his top when he heard this news. But who knew that Yi Yuan's face only revealed a ruminating expression, and he did not seem to be surprised about this situation. Yi Yuan finished listening and said to Yu Ming with clasped hands, it's little brother's first day here. In the future, I still need big brother you to give more help. Yu Ming hurriedly said that he dare not. Big brother, I have also stayed for a few years in this Ancient Opulence City. Even though I'm not considered very formidable, I still have some connections in the city. If there are areas where I can come in handy for little brother Yi, feel free to open your mouth. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble big brother you. Yu Ming led Yi Yuan's group of 4 to a vast great hall in the city. Manager-looking elder received them. Steward Lu, these few have just ascended. We'll have to trouble you to arrange identity tokens for them, Yu Ming said. Steward Lu swept a glance over Yi Yuan and company. A hint of disdain was revealed in his eyes, but he looked at Yu Ming again and said, Heh, for ascenders, came at once. This boy must have hauled considerable good stuff again. This time, right? But Yu Ming was not embarrassed. Pulling Steward Lu to one side, he secretly shoved him something. How can I forget Steward Lu when there's good stuff? This thing you keep well, Yu Ming said smilingly. That Steward Lu had sharp eyes. With one look, he discerned the good and bad of the stuff, and he was fully satisfied with this matter. Patting Yu Ming's shoulder, he said, It's still you, this boy, who are sensible. If there are any good errands in the future, I won't forget about you. But Yu Ming smiled and said, Since that's the case, then I'll have to thank Steward Lu very much. The two people exchanged glances and smiled. Everything was conveyed without words. This sort of thing, like presenting Buddha with borrowed flowers, Yu Ming was never stingy. Steward Lu had close relations with City Lord Manor, and his authority was exceptionally great. Yu Ming naturally had to build good relations with him. Each time he sent ascenders here to collect identity tokens, he would always gift some small things to Steward Lu. Otherwise, the job of guarding the ascension pool also would not fall onto their heads. Don't look at Chung Jiang grumbling back then. This job of guarding the ascension pool was really a cushy job. It was just a little dreary. Not only were they able to extort ascenders a little, they even did not have risks to their lives and also had large amounts of time to cultivate. Such a job was not what everyone could get. Steward Lu returned, directly throwing 4 identity tokens to Yi Yuan's group of 4 and said rather impatiently, "Take the tokens and drip blood to let it. Acknowledge a master. This token, you guys safeguard it yourselves. If you lose it, it will be equivalent to losing your little lives. Take the tokens. You guys can go to the north of the city yourselves and report. There will be people arranging for you guys to mine ores." Talking until here, Steward Lu immediately shut his mouth and did not speak, as if finding it tiring to even say a word more. But that old Huang could not take it lying down when he heard. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Mine ores? Are you kidding?" Steward Lu was the same as Yu Ming they all and was long used to this sort of attitude from the Ascenders. He just said coolly, "I'm doing this for your own good. It's fine if you don't go too. Don't blame me for not warning you. As long as the merit points inside your identity token persist in the state of 0 for 10 days, there will naturally be people coming to erase you. My ancient opulent city doesn't rear idle people." Old Huang's expression changed when he heard that. Clearly, he did not think that there was still such a thing. He was a first-rate powerhouse in the lower realms, revered by all. But arriving at the divine realm, he actually needed to do mining for ores, this sort of thing. Old Huang thought it over and over again and was also unable to accept it. Except, he also knew that he could not even beat 2 soldiers, let alone others. Not mining for ores. There was only the path of awaiting death. Steward Lu sneered coldly when he saw Old Huang's expression and said, "Good. That you can weigh the consequences. Don't think of escaping. You'll wish you were dead. If you don't believe, you can very well give it a try." "May I ask Steward Lu, how many merit points are we able to obtain by going to dig a day's ores? And how many merit points do we need if we wish to obtain freedom?" The youth who was silent the entire time suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Along the way, Old Huang and the youth also chatted a couple of sentences with Yi Yuan. Everyone was already familiar with each other. This youth's name was Su Cheng, age merely 50. Old Huang's full name was Huang Tao, but was already 200 years old. To be able to cultivate to the boundless realm using 50 years in the lower realms, this Su Cheng was also absolutely a gifted talent. It was just that such a genius still could not escape the fate of mining ores. Steward Lu shot Su Cheng a ruminating glance and said with a smile, "According to your productivity when mining ores, it varies from 1 to 5 merit points every day. To want to obtain freedom, the merit points required is 100,000. Su Cheng and Huang Tao could not help drawing a cold breath when they heard that digging a day's ores could only obtain 5 merit points at most. Even if they calculated according to 5 merit points for them to want to save up 100,000 merit points, 50 years was not enough at all. It could not be to the extent where they had to dig 50 years of ores, right? Su Cheng had an impulse to cleave Steward Lu in half. He only used 50 over years' time to cultivate to ascension in the lower realms. The moment he arrived at the divine realm, he had to dig 50 years of ores. Immediately, who did he provoke? But he could not fathom this Steward Lu's cultivation at all. At least he could confirm that the other party was way more powerful than him. If he made a move, it was equivalent to seeking death. There weren't so many principles to be said under the heaven. The martial artist world was cruel to begin with. This point was not abetted in the divine realm but strengthened. The lower realm's martial artists did not belong to any force at all, and their strengths were comparatively on the weaker side too. They were naturally easy targets to be exploited. To ascenders who did not know the inside story, they were filled with yearning towards the divine realm, thinking that this place was a beautiful world. Martial artists' paradise. But only after they ascended did they discover that this was completely not the case. Even the divine realm's native martial artists were also exploited by high-level martial artists. To want to carve out a road, how could it be easy? Martial artists able to cultivate to the peak in the divine realm needed greater willpower and even more outstanding talent. Otherwise, they could only fade into the crowd. Could it be that apart from mining ores, there aren't other ways of obtaining merit points? Huang Tao could not refrain from asking. There are, of course there are. But do you think that you have the ability to get it? Steward Lu said with a contemptuous look. On this day today, Huang Tao was already beaten down countless times. But he still could not resist asking, Steward Lu, pray tell. Steward Lu waved his hand and said, Little you, these things you tell them. This old man introduces these things all day long. So bothersome to death. Yu Ming acknowledged and said to Huang Tao, Your statuses now are just the ancient opulent city's temporary residence. Only after you guys saved up 1,000 merit points will you have the qualifications to become the ancient opulent city's official residence. At that time you all can get to be like us, becoming ancient opulent city's guards. Of course you guys can still find other occupations. These occupations all have merit points as remuneration. They are naturally much better off than mining ores. If you guys wish to obtain merit points right now, then you can only take on missions. But I'm telling you, the mortality rate of missions is extremely high. Even we don't dare to easily take on missions. If it's you guys. The meaning of his words was that you all were too weak. Little you, why are you speaking so implicitly? Martial artists like you guys who just ascended, I've never seen those who take on missions come back before. Steward Lu added a sentence by the side untimely. When everyone heard, their hearts tightened. Wasn't this mortality rate a little too high? Huang Tao's temper deflated with this. Missions with 100% mortality, did he dare to receive? Better mine ores obediently. Steward Lu, I wonder if there are missions that alchemists can take on? Yi Yuan, who did not speak all along, suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Towards the ancient opulent city's way of management, Yi Yuan was not surprised. For a force to want to develop, they inevitably had to exploit the interests of the bottom-level martial artists, letting the strong become stronger from there. But Yi Yuan also knew that statuses of alchemists in the divine realm were generally all very high. Since that was the case, why doesn't he appear with an alchemist's identity? Steward Lu gave Yi Yuan a look rather surprisedly and said, You're an alchemist. That's right. Steward Lu shook his head slightly and said, It's no use. You're only divine. Traversing realm and can't refine tier 6 medicinal pills too. Missions under tier 6 all don't have merit points. Yi Yuan said with a smile. No worries. Even if I can't refine out tier 6 medicinal pills, I still have the ability to save people. Can I trouble Steward Lu to help me check a bit? This humble gift, just take it as an introductory gift that I'm giving Steward Lu. Yi Yuan casually took out a tier 6 spirit medicine, passing it in front of Steward Lu. Steward Lu received the spirit medicine and said in surprise, Even though tier 6 spirit medicines aren't considered much in the divine realm, they are rare stuff in the lower realms. Yi Yuan said smilingly. Junior also ran into one stock by chance, thinking that I can't use it on myself for the time being either, might as well gift it to Senior as a favor. This spirit medicine was not an Endless Worlds item but extorted by Yi Yuan in the God-prohibited demon region. Actually, he still had many spirit medicines on hand, but he obviously could not take them out. The logic of an innocent man getting into trouble because of his wealth, he still understood that. In truth, Yi Yuan was able to refine tier 6 medicinal pills now. But after entering the divine realm, Yi Yuan did not wish to overly expose himself. Before his wings were plumped up, overly exposing himself would only draw a fatal disaster. Although the divine realm's territory was vast, the Medicine King Hall was one of the 8 great super holy lands. His power was immense. How powerful the strength of a super holy land was ordinary martial artists were simply unable to comprehend. If any rumors leaked into Ji Kanglin's ears, then the losses outweigh the gains. Even in the divine realm, those able to jump realms and refine medicinal pills were exceedingly rare too. If he established his reputation up and aroused the attention of observant and conscientious people, that would not be good. Ji Kanglin was too familiar with him. If he let him see the medicinal pills he refined himself, he would definitely recognize it with a single glance. One could say that after arriving at the divine realm, danger was all around. This steward Lu was not polite either, keeping the spirit medicine. Immediately, "Hey you, this boy, have discerning eyes. Forget it, I know that you're not reconciled to mining ores. Alchemists' missions there naturally are. But if you can't complete them, don't blame this old man," Steward Lu said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you very much, Steward Lu." Regardless where one walked to, wounded people and sick people were ever present. The ability of alchemists, which was the most deeply rooted in people's hearts, was refining pills. But refining pills could not fully encompass in alchemists everything. As long as one was proficient in medicinal theory, low-level alchemists could similarly treat high-level martial artists. If Yi Yuan, an exalted alchemy emperor, was reduced to digging ores, then he could really go hit his head and die. Steward Lu took out a jade tablet and threw it to Yi Yuan, saying, "Boy, these are alchemist missions. The minimum is tier 6. You have to look well. Don't blame for me not warning you. Reaching beyond your grasp in the divine realm may lose you your life." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you very much for Steward Lu's reminder. Junior got it." As he said, Yi Yuan received the jade tablet and inserted his divine sense inside. A large bunch of missions imprinted inside Yi Yuan's brain. Just as Steward Lu said, the vast majority of alchemist missions were all seeking pills. However, there were always some difficult and peculiar diseases, which were not easy to treat and needed to seek out alchemists. Yi Yuan swept over the missions, then returned the jade tablet to Steward Lu, and said, "I've made a mark on the missions I want to take on. I'll have to trouble Steward Lu to help me take on the missions." When Steward Lu heard Yi Yuan's word, he could not help being rather suspicious. The meaning in Yi Yuan's words seemed like he took on more than one mission. When he sunk his divine sense inside the jade tablet, his hands involuntarily trembled and he nearly threw the jade tablet out. Are you courting death? Taking on so many missions in one go?" Steward Lu looked at Yi Yuan like he saw a ghost. Is there anything inappropriate?" Yi Yuan said doubtfully. Why you really are infuriating this old man to death. If not on account of the spirit medicine, this old man wouldn't even be bothered to care about you. Each time you take on a mission, City Lord Manor has to deduct 20% of the merit points. You took on so many missions in one go, but if you can't complete them, you will be directly obliterated by City Lord Manor. Steward Lu had a manner like he expected better from him. Only then did Yi Yuan came to a sudden realization. But he smiled and said, "Many thanks for Steward Lu's warning. However, these few missions are very simple. There's no harm." "Simple? Boy, you're too naive. These few missions that you chose, there were already quite a number of high-rank alchemy ancestors who received them before in the city. But they all failed. Do you, a snotty brat who just ascended, really think that you're remarkable?" Steward Lu said huffily. This boy's eyes were high above his head. Later, when he suffered a huge loss, wanting to regret would be too late. If he could not complete the missions within 10 days, with Yi Yuan's current 0 merit point state, he would have to be wiped out. Alchemy ancestors, is it? Alchemy ancestors were nothing in Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan had an appearance like he had nothing to say. Steward Lu saw that this boy had clearly resolved his heart. He suddenly put away his expression and said with a smile, "Heh, this old man. only reminded you on account of the spirit medicine. Since you're seeking death yourself, then that's also up to you. Yi Yuan said smilingly. Thank you very much, Senior. Steward Lu's expression darkened, and he snorted coldly. Yu Ming did not speak all along by the side but took this scene fully into his eyes. Originally, he thought that Yi Yuan was a martial path genius. Did not expect that he was actually still an alchemist. Looking at Yi Yuan's brimming with confidence appearance, he at least had alchemy sovereign realm strength too. Just how did this boy cultivate? Yu Ming's personality was more of having his bread buttered on both sides. He was very popular in this ancient opulent city and made quite a number of good friends. Even the steward Lu regarded him with special attention too. It was just that even though Yi Yuan was formidable, he was still an ascender. According to Yu Ming's thinking previously, Yi Yuan at least had to dig a few years of ores in the caves too. Whether a worm or a dragon, it would be discernible after a period of time. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not deign to dig ores at all and actually wanted to take on alchemist missions right away? Yu Ming knew that not only did alchemist missions have low risk, but the rewards were also high, compared to those missions that risked one's life for martial artists. Alchemist missions practically did not have any risks. At most, it was just having some merit points deducted by City Lord Manor. Alchemists with ability all did not lack this bit of merit points. But Yi Yuan was different. He was a complete and utter newbie who did not have any merit points at all. Moreover, Yi Yuan was at the very most just an alchemy sovereign. How would he complete Tier 6 and above missions? If Yi Yuan was really seeking his own ruin, then forget it too. But if Yi Yuan really had this capability, then he would really have to make friends properly. Little brother Yi, you've just arrived and don't know much about the situation in the city either. How about this you be your guide? Yu Ming came forward of his own accord to proffer. But Yu Ming's words made Steward Lu reveal a surprised look. Yu Ming's character, he was naturally aware. He was actually willing to be this punk's guide. Could it be that this boy really had some skills? However, he thought through the link in this very quickly. Yu Ming definitely saw that this boy was insanely wild, so he wanted to stake on him. Hence, he darted Yi Yuan a disdainful glance. Let them toss about with it then. Either way, what should be said was already all said. Regarding Yu Ming's volunteering of his services, Yi Yuan naturally would not refuse. He was really oblivious to the situation in this ancient opulence city. Having a local snake as a guide was still pretty decent. Then I'll have to trouble big brother you, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Haha. Us brothers feel like old friends at the first meeting. What does this little bit of thing count as? Cheng Jiang, you return to the ascension pool. First, I'll accompany little brother Yi to walk one round. Yu Ming instructed. Along the way, Cheng Jiang was very dubious regarding Yu Ming's actions. Moreover, he did not believe that Yi Yuan was able to complete these alchemist missions at all. What a joke. Could an alchemist who did not even have a badge be trusted? But between him and Yu Ming, it was always Yu Ming leading. Seeing Yu Ming instructed him, he took the initiative to leave as well. As for Huang Tao and Su Cheng, they were naturally very curious too. But they did not have the time to idle away here. They could only resign themselves to fate and report to the mines. Gu family, one of ancient opulent city's 3 great aristocratic families. Among the missions Yi Yuan took on, there was one issued by the Gu family. This mission's merit points was the highest among all of the missions. It was a full 500 merit points. If it were digging ores, one would have to dig for a full 100 days. Merit points were extremely precious in ancient opulent city. Even one merit point was also not that easy to obtain. Along the way, Yi Yuan listened to Yu Ming's explanation, and he also had some sort of benchmark in his heart. One should not think that mining ores were simple labor. Wanting to get 5 merit points every day, that was virtually something impossible. Unless one's luck was heaven-defying and dug up very high-quality earth. essence crystals, only then could one obtain 5 points. Under majority of the circumstances, there were only 2 to 3 merit points. To martial artists who had just ascended, mining ores were practically the only method to obtain merit points. 500 merit points, even to a local snake like Yu Ming, it was a huge sum of wealth too. Due to the divine realm's essence energy being thick, the quality of essence crystals was much higher compared to the lower realm's high-grade essence crystals. 1 piece of earth essence crystal was equivalent to 1,000 pieces of high-grade essence crystals. Ordinary essence crystals were mere trash in the divine realm. Isn't this younger brother you? Why are you free today to come and find elder brother me to drink wine? Yi Yuan and Yu Ming had just arrived outside the Gu family's entrance when a manager-looking middle-aged man walked out and started greeting Yu Ming. Immediately, "Heh, where's big brother Gu Hong going?" Yu Ming greeted with a smile, looking very close to the other party. "Sigh, younger brother, if you came to find elder brother to drink wine, it would have to change to another day. Family head made me go to Steward Lu there to cancel that mission issued there previously. Recently there are always some ragtag alchemists overestimating their own ability and taking on the Gu family's missions. In the end, they all did not live up to their name. Infuriating family head badly," Gu Hong said powerlessly. When Yu Ming heard, his expression could not help becoming awkward, as if Gu Hong was talking about him. Gu Hong was a sharp person as well. As soon as he saw Yu Ming's expression, he could not help inquiring curiously, "What? Looking at your appearance, could it be that you're here for this mission? Since when did younger brother your capability grows to actually become an alchemist?" But as he was talking, Gu Hong's countenance changed. Yu Ming knew that he could not conceal it and could only say, "Not that this little brother took it on, but this little brother Yi received it. But I feel that little brother Yi has some capability. Why not? Let him give a try." Actually, Yu Ming did not have any confidence in his heart too. After all, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was placed there. He also did not expect that the Gu family's current attitude towards the people who took on these missions was actually like this. If he knew it long ago, he would not have intentionally gotten involved in a messy situation. The Gu family was one of ancient opulent city's 3 great aristocratic families. It was an existence whose strength was second only to city lord manor. If he offended the Gu family, they could pinch a nobody like him to death with one hand. One should not look at him addressing this Gu Hong as brothers. Guong's status was God knows how many times higher than him. To be able to climb up Gu Hong this line, Yu Ming expended a very high price, too. But if Yu Ming offended the Gu family, Gu Hong would definitely deal with him without any courtesy. A large family clan's face tolerated no profaning. Originally thinking that Gu Hong would give him some meager consideration for his face, who knew that the moment he heard, his expression immediately fell. "Younger brother Yu, you're making it hard for me here. This mission of our family, aren't you still clear?" Several high-rank alchemy ancestors in the city were all at their wits' end. Even if those who took on the mission were rookies, they were at least alchemy ancestor powerhouses too. This brat doesn't even have a badge. Here to fish in muddied waters at a glance, right? Gu Hong's words were not the least bit courteous, not giving Yi Yuan any face at all in the slightest. Saying such words in front of others was not just beating down on people, it was also very disrespectful of people. Except Gu Hong, as the Gu family's head steward, he had the strength and power to not respect people. Just a puny little divine traversing realm. He did not regard him with any importance at all. This, Yu Ming was put on a spot there, very awkward. "Younger brother Yu, don't blame elder brother for not giving you face. It's seriously that this boy is too unreliable. You didn't think about it thoroughly. Can a divine traversing realm brat treat eldest Mrs. Illness? Still easy for things to be settled through discussion with me, but if you were to get on family head's nerves, you know the consequences. Gu Hong said, without sparing any consideration for his face. Yu Ming could not help being startled when he heard that. It was just taking on a mission. He also did not think that it would actually be like this. He looked at Gu Hong and glanced at Yi Yuan again, and noticed that Yi Yuan had an indifferent appearance, as if he thought nothing of Gu Hong's attitude. Could it be that Yi Yuan really had the confidence to succeed? Yu Ming could not help recalling Yi Yuan's appearance when he had just ascended. Seemed like it was this expression as well. At that time, Yu Ming also thought that Yi Yuan would crumble with one hit. Who knew that Cheng Jiang himself was forced to submit? If Yi Yuan's alchemy skills were really so incredible, he was bound to be able to become a major figure that would cause a sensation in ancient opulent city. In the future, it was just that the Gu family's eldest Mrs. Illness, Yu Ming was aware about it. So many alchemy ancestor powerhouses were all at a loss on what to do. Could Yi Yuan do it? If he enraged the Gu family's family head, this consequence. To gamble or not? Elder brother. Let him try it. This little brother of mine is an alchemy path. Divine physician. Perhaps he can really do it? If there's any problem, this you will shoulder it. Yu Ming said this sentence at the behest of supernatural powers. Yi Yuan gave Yu Ming a glance rather surprisedly, but still did not make a sound. Haha. You shoulder it? Can you shoulder it? Oh, little you, I didn't think that you can be very cocky just because of me normally calling you as my younger brother. Once family head is enraged, even I can't bear it. On what basis can you shoulder it? A snotty brat who doesn't even have an alchemist badge. Still alchemy path divine physician. Drop it. Gu Hong beat down, without any consideration for feelings. You, elder brother's words are a bit too insulting. Yu Ming was angered, until his face turned green. Normally, he did not show a lack of filial piety to Gu Hong, who knew that this fellow was actually an ingrate. Not only was he of no use in a pinch, the words he said were even so infuriating. Heh! This is insulting? Oh, little you, normally I see that you're quite an astute guy. Why are you pretending to be muddle-headed today? Calling you as my younger brother is on account of you being sensible. Do you really think that you're on equal footing with me? Gu Hong's tone gradually became cold, shocking Yu Ming. Although Gu Hong was a servant, he was the Gu family's head steward. His authority was extremely great. To really deal with a nobody like Yu Ming, that was too easy. Right at this time, he suddenly felt someone pat his shoulder twice from behind. Turning his head around, it was actually Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, "Big brother you, let's go. The humiliation that he gave you today, you'll return to him tenfold another day." Gu Hong had never looked Yi Yuan right in the eye all along. Hearing Yi Yuan talk wild drivel at this time, he burst into laughter and said, "Punk, not scared of the wind spraining your tongue when talking big. In this ancient, opulent city, people able to humiliate me. Gu Hong, there really are. However, that person definitely isn't you. Not me. It's him." Yi Yuan used his finger to point at Yu Ming. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned right around and left. Yu Ming's expression flickered incessantly, gritted his teeth, and left with Yi Yuan. While Gu Hong looked at Yi Yuan's back view with a somber face and said with a cold sneer, "Heh, a punk who came from who knows where. Absurdly arrogant. To dare talk this way to this old man. Really tired of living. Brother Yi, what should we do now?" Yu Ming caught up to Yi Yuan and asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Looks like I thought too simply of the matter. Since the Gu family has this attitude, then let's start from simple missions." Which mission is simpler? Yu Ming knew that Yi Yuan took on 7 to 8 missions in one breath. He already knew the contents of these missions. In his view, it seemed like not a single one was completed. There were many alchemist missions, but there were quite a number of alchemy ancestors in the city. So missions that could be completed were definitely all completed already. The remainder were basically all missions that these alchemy ancestors were unable to complete. Missions like this, which one was easy? Yi Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "This one." Yu Ming brought Yi Yuan to a residence east of the city, anxious and doubtfully. The residence was not large, but it was very exquisite. In ancient opulent city, to be able to own such a residence, their strength
Absolutely brukt no slating.
May I ask if Lord Jun Tianyu is there? We're here for the mission that you issued. Yu Ming felt that his throat was somewhat parched, because this Jun Tianyu was ancient opulent city's #1 swordsman, a heaven enlightenment realm powerhouse. This Jun Tianyu was ancient opulent city's legend. Even city lord, his excellency, showed him some courtesy too. Such a major figure, just stomping his feet could make the ancient opulence city tremble. The door isn't locked. Enter yourselves. A middle-aged man's voice came, over seeming rather worn out. When Yi Yuan heard that, he pushed the door directly and entered. Yu Ming thought about it and followed inside too. Yi Yuan passed through the main hall and directly entered the rear manor. Lightly pushing open the door, a man in white garment was currently sitting by the bedside with a haggard face. Although it was unintentional, the aura on the man's body was incomparably powerful. This man was clearly Jun Tianyu. A woman lied on the bed. The woman was gaunt and thin and already on her deathbed. Seeing Yi Yuan duo enter, the man's brows could not help knitting slightly as he said unhappily, "Divine traversing realm? You're the one who took on the mission." Yu Ming was wearing the city lord manor's attire on him. Evidently it was impossible to take on the mission. Then there was only this divine traversing realm boy. Feeble breathing, divine soul dim. There are signs of her days being numbered. If Senior Jun has time to doubt if this Yi has the ability, better to let me diagnose first, Yi Yuan said coolly. Jun Tianyu's body could not help shuddering slightly when he heard that. And he said, "Boy, don't play games with me. Otherwise you'll die very horribly." These words were said with seething killing intent. But by the side, Yu Ming was quaking in his boots. Don't look at Jun Tianyu's refined and elegant appearance. He made a name for himself through massacre, even though he already had not displayed his skills in front of people for some years. Nobody thought that he was a harmless chap. Indeed, the missions which Yi Yuan took on, not one was easy to deal with. Thinking up to here, Yu Ming could not help breaking into a sweat with fright. For Yi Yuan secretly. Of course, he also broke into cold sweat for his own life. Yi Yuan sat by the bedside and started to read that woman's pulse. Very soon, Yi Yuan's brows started to furrow. Jun Tianyu was already irritated to begin with. Seeing this scene, he could not help sneering in his heart. Yi Yuan's expression was exactly the same as the people who came in the past, evidently at a loss on what to do again. The flames of fury in his heart currently had nowhere to vent. But there were those who did not fear death coming to deliver themselves to his house. I wonder, how many women does Senior Jun have? Yi Yuan suddenly asked, a sentence without rhyme or reason. The moment these words came out, the temperature in the house instantly fell several degrees. Yu Ming was taken aback and hurriedly pulled Yi Yuan and said softly, "My little ancestor, don't speak nonsense." Lord Jun was enraged to the extreme for a woman back then, killing until ancient opulent city was turned upside down, directly annihilating a large family clan. And that woman is precisely this one before your eyes. The sweat beads on Yu Ming were already dripping. Yi Yuan was simply touching the sore spot. Jun Tianyu had two things he was most famed for in ancient opulent city. The first was that he killed people without batting an eye, and the second was his infatuation. The meaning of Yi Yuan's words earlier was saying that Jun Tianyu was fickle in love. Wasn't it deadly? Young man, are you here to intentionally make fun of this venerable? If that's really the case, then your goal is achieved, Jun Tianyu said icily. Jun Tianyu was ancient opulent city's illustrious heaven enlightenment realm powerhouse. Killing these two in front of him was also something with a wave of his hand. But Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious as he said, "Don't have then. That's odd. Which woman has such a huge enmity with you, to actually want to make you die with deep regrets even by throwing away her own life?" Jun Tianyu's eyebrows raised up, and he asked, "En? What's the meaning of your words?" Yi Yuan said, "Madame June is inflicted with the soul-miring nightmare curse. The caster curses the person they love to grow old and die alone with never entering samsara as the price. This sort of curse is exceedingly vicious. Furthermore, it's a typical example of harming others without benefits. Under normal circumstances, those who cast this skill are all women who can't obtain the person they love, giving birth to hatred as a result of love. Only then would they not stint to betray their own divine soul as the price and also had to make the other party not obtain true love." Jun Tianyu was shocked in his heart when he heard that. That imposing momentum earlier immediately vanished away into nothing. "This? Do you have a basis on saying this?"
Jun Tianyu asked.
"When Madame June's illness just started, did she have nightmares every single day? Normally, she has no appetite for food, is listless, and seemingly unable to raise her spirits towards anything?" Yi Yuan asked. With this, Jun Tianyu's expression suddenly changed and he nodded his head and said, "That's right, it's precisely so." At first, Iru didn't pay attention to this, who knew that the situation became increasingly serious. In the end, it got completely out of hand. "That's right then. After the skill is cast, it will not show effect immediately but will incubate for around 5 to 7 years. But once it erupts, it will be like floodwaters and fierce beasts, going out of control. Within a year, the person inflicted with the curse will be tormented by the divine soul to death. If my conjectures are correct, a significant event should have happened to Senior June 6 to 7 years ago," Yi Yuan said coolly. Jun Tianyu had yet to speak when Yu Ming jumped up all at once. 7 years ago, wasn't it the day Senior June went on a killing spree exterminating the Tao family?" Jun Tianyu's expression changed drastically, and he fell back several steps in a row. He muttered under his breath, This, no way, right? Could it be her?" Jun Tianyu had an appearance like he was battered out of his sense. Clearly, Yi Yuan hit all of it on the mark. It was just that Yi Yuan was somewhat doubtful.
Looking at Jun Tianyu's
appearance, he did not look like those people who went around womanizing. But would someone use this kind of method to deal with him? "Looks like that legend is true," Yu Ming also murmured. Yi Yuan had a puzzled look and asked, "What legend?" Yu Ming looked deeply at Yi Yuan, thinking to himself that this fellow was simply divine. Clearly a martial artist who just ascended, and he actually uttered over half of the sequence of events like he saw it with his own eyes, by diagnosing a pulse. But seeing Yi Yuan inquired, Yu Ming still said, "Ancient opulent city originally didn't have 3 great aristocratic families but 4 great aristocratic families. Lord Jun's relationship with the Tao family of the 4 great aristocratic families wasn't bad. I heard that the Tao family's eldest Miss was deeply in love with him. It's just that no idea why, but Lord Jun's relationship with the Tao family deteriorated. The Tao family even captured Lord Jun's beloved wife away. Lord Jun husband and wife were very much in love, and he actually carried a sword and slaughtered his way to the Tao family, overwhelmingly cutting down the Tao family's 3 heaven Enlightenment realm powerhouses. Ever since then, the Tao family utterly declined, and the 4 great aristocratic families became 3 great aristocratic families. I heard that the Tao family's eldest miss died suddenly, half a month later. Looking at it now, at this time, how could Yu Ming still doubt Yi Yuan's ability? This mission, Jun Tianyu had already advertised it for nearly half a year's time. There were no less than 5 alchemy ancestor powerhouses who took on the mission successively, but they all returned in defeat. The moment Yi Yuan made a move, he diagnosed the ins and outs of the matter. Clearly, such skill simply made those so-called alchemy ancestor powerhouses perspire. From shame. Rather, Yi Yuan also sighed unceasingly after listening to the story. Even though Yu Ming did not know the details in it, some conjectures the public probably knew long ago. It was just that due to Jun Tianyu's domineeringness, Yu Ming did not dare to say explicitly. Very clearly, Jun Tianyu discarded the Tao family's eldest miss after playing with her. In the end, it even made a major family clan decline. It was also no wonder that she wanted to use such a vicious curse. Right at this time, a long sigh sounded out. Jun Tianyu sighed and said, "The matter isn't like what you all think. I only have familial affection towards Tao Chueqiang and never had improper thoughts. Before 9 years ago, she confessed to me. I rejected her on the spot. I was afraid that she would overthink, so I left to travel. It was also during that journey that I got acquainted with Iru. From the first time I laid eyes on her, I fell completely in love with her and swore to spend all my life with her. After we got married, we became tired of a wandering life and returned to ancient opulent city to settle down. Who could have thought?" Hearing this story, Yi Yuan immediately understood in his heart. Turns out that it was an unrequited love, finally developing into a tragedy of mutual love and killing. Presumably, it was that Tao family who went overboard. Otherwise, they would also not have thoroughly infuriated Jun Tianyu, this killing god. It was just that the Tao family's eldest miss was truly a bit too willful and resolute. Jun Tianyu not taking a fancy to her had its reasons too. "Master, I beg you to save Iru. As long as you can save her, I can agree to any conditions. I originally thought that I can give Iru happiness. Who knew that what I gave her was all pain?" Jun Tianyu had tears in his eyes, grabbing hold of Yi Yuan's arm as he said agitatedly. Unknowingly, Jun Tianyu even used master, this form of address. By the side, Yu Ming was dazed from watching long ago. He did not expect that the Jun Tianyu who killed people without batting an eye actually had such a soft and weak side too. He also did not think that Yi Yuan's medicinal Tao was actually so superb to actually be able to let the killing godlike Jun Tianyu beg with tears in his eyes. At this moment, Yu Ming finally knew where the confidence of Yi Yuan saying that sentence to Gu Hong previously lie. Thinking up to here, he unwittingly started to somewhat faintly look forward to it. Looks like this wager was really gambled correct. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior Jun husband and wife are deeply in love. How can this Yi bear to watch you guys be separated by life and death?" Jun Tianyu trembled and said, "Master really has a way? Whatever instructions there are, Master feels free to say. Even if it's a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. This Jun will also force my way in. Hoo-hoo. Senior Jun is too serious. But this soul-miring nightmare curse is indeed a little troublesome. I really do need to trouble Senior Jun to prepare some things," Yi Yuan said with a smile. "Quickly say, what do you need to prepare?" Jun Tianyu said agitatedly. Yi Yuan casually took out a blank jade slip and engraved some names inside. Handing it to Jun Tianyu, he said, "These tier 6 medicinal herbs are all necessary items. Additionally, I still require a kind of core medicine named Cleansing Water Flower. It might not be too easy to find." Cleansing Water Flower? It's really a coincidence. The last time I invited Master Edan over, he used a medicinal pill refined using cleansing water flower. But sadly, it didn't have any effect on Iru at all. I'll go and find him and ask if he still has cleansing water flowers there or not. This, brother, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to Golden Cauldron Tower and help me buy these medicinal herbs back. Rest assured, the merit points spent, I'll return to you double." Jun Tianyu's latter half of the sentence was said to Yu Ming. Yu Ming hurriedly said, dare not, to serve Lord Jun, it's this lowly one's honor." Before today, Yu Ming never would have dreamed that a major figure like Jun Tianyu would actually address him with great familiarity. To an unimportant person like him, this was an immense honor. Compared to this, what did running an errand count as? Yu Ming received the jade slip from Yi Yuan's hands and took his leave right away. Master Yi, I'll go make a trip. My wife will have to trouble you to take care, Jun Tianyu said. Yi Yuan said, Senior Jun, just go ahead. Just nice, I'll make use of this bit of time to carry out a set of acupuncture therapy for Madame Jun. She's too weak and needs to recover some vitality. Jun Tianyu was overjoyed when he heard that and said, Then I'll have to trouble master. Finished talking, Jun Tianyu's figure flashed, vanishing from sight directly. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally and said, This Jun Tianyu's sword intent runs unobstructed. He has probably touched the threshold of supreme true intent. Already, in the future, he's bound to be another shocking figure. Yi Yuan himself cultivated in the sword too. He was extremely sensitive to sword intent. The height of Jun Tianyu's concepts, it was likely rare for him to have opponents in this ancient opulent city. Gu family. Gu Hong had already rescinded the mission long ago and returned to the family clan. At this time, a Gu family's guest retainer was standing in front of him as he said respectfully, Steward Gu already investigated clearly. That brat Yu Ming brought over is called Yi Yuan, a lower realm martial artist who just ascended today. He wasn't willing to go to the north of the city to dig ores, so he drew 7 to 8 alchemist missions at Steward Lu's place. Gu Hong could not help being stunned when he heard and asked somewhat disbelievingly, What did you say? Just ascended today? You're sure that there isn't a mistake? That guest retainer nodded and said, I won't be wrong. Each ascender has records at the ascension pool. This subordinate got people to go and examine the name list of the ascenders today. Among them had Yi Yuan's name. Gu Hong could not help laughing when he heard that and said, I was thinking which Tom, Dick, and Harry it was. After a long time I found out it's just someone who ascended today. This blowing of the trumpet nearly blew a hole in this sky. The guest retainer also laughed when he heard and said, This boy indeed doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, our ancient opulent cities. Ascenders other than those mining for ores, there has never been people who survived past 10 days before. This punk dared to take on tier 6 missions right when he arrived. This is simply courting death. Gu Hong shook his head and laughed as he said, Ho-hoo, I also don't know what kind of magic potion he got that punk Yu Ming to drink, to actually even want to let that boy come and treat eldest Mrs. Illness. Fortunately, this old man was smart. Otherwise, family head would have to fly into a rage. Forget it, let that punk go and mess around. When he gets eradicated by the city lord manor, see how Yu Ming that punk comes in front of me and fall on his knees begging. The guest retainer was just about to leave but was stopped by Gu Hong. Again. Oh right, that punk met with a rebuff here at my place. Where did he go after? The guest retainer replied. The two of them went to Lord Jun Tianyu's place. Afterward, Yu Ming went to the Golden Cauldron Tower. Gu Hong was stunned again and laughed in spite of himself as he said, That punk is really an ignorant person having no fear to actually dare go to Lord Jun there. Initially still thinking of making a move to deal with him. Looking at it now, don't need us to make a move and Lord Jun will take his life. In just 2 hours, Jun Tianyu brought the cleansing water flower back. The moment he entered the house, his entire person was like struck by a thunderbolt. His wife, Lu Yiru, was currently reclined on the bed. The originally pale face actually had an additional trace of rosiness. She was already unconscious for over a month. Jun Tianyu did not think that he was only gone for this short while and his wife had the strength to sit up. Tianyu. Even though she sat up, Lu Yiru was still very weak. But at this time she struggled, wanting to get up. Don't move. Jun Tianyu came right to the bedside with a flash and supported Lu Yiru. You. How are you feeling? Jun Tianyu said rather anxiously, worried. that he would lose her. Still all right. Lu Yiru forced a smile and said, but Yi Yuan at one side shook his head and sighed when he saw the situation, and said, all right, don't forcefully keep it up anymore. She just regained consciousness. Her body is still very weak. Don't talk too much with her. The days to come are still long. No rush for this short while. Jun Tianyu's old face reddened, and he hurriedly laid Lu Yiru down. Then he said to Yi Yuan gratefully, many thanks, master. Ho. It's still too earlier to thank me. Wait until Madame June recovers then. Thanking me isn't late. Oh right, is the cleansing water flower brought back? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Jun Tianyu hurriedly took out the cleansing water flower from his storage ring, and passed it to Yi Yuan, saying, luckily Master Edan still had 2 stalks remaining there. No idea if it's enough or not. Yi Yuan received the cleansing water flower and said, the quality is a little poor, but it's barely enough to use. Before long, Yu Ming brought a large pile of Tier 6 spirit medicines and returned to Jun Tianyu's manor. Yi Yuan did not talk rubbish either. Deploying the cleansing water flower, he started to simmer a decoction of medicinal soup. A short while later, Yi Yuan carried a bowl of medicinal soup, came before Jun Tianyu and said, this medicinal soup's name is called Soul Cleansing Soup. It's most useful towards dispelling some curses directed at the divine soul. But even this one bowl isn't enough and is unable to eliminate thoroughly. I've already portioned all of the medicinal herbs. Remember to let Madame June drink 3 times daily. After 5 days, she'll definitely recover fully. Jun Tianyu hurriedly carried the soul cleansing soup and fed Lu Yiru to drink, before saying agitatedly, Master Yi is truly an immortal. This Jun really doesn't know how to thank. I wonder if Master Yi has any needs. As long as this Jun can accomplish it, just say what's on your mind. Yi Yuan said, Senior Jun don't have to be so courteous. You issued the mission, I received the mission. After completing, there will naturally be a reward. After Madame June is completely recovered, you and I will be square. This was also Yi Yuan's unswerving rule. Only taking agreed upon consultation. Fees and never taking the slightest bit more. It was just that to Jun Tianyu what did a mere few hundred merit points count? As Master Ye's words are not proper. To this Jun, even if I use all of my assets to exchange for Iru's life, I won't furrow my brows at all too. A measly 500 merit points is seriously unable to express my feelings of gratitude. Tianyu said. Senior Jun is someone who values sentiments greatly, but my rule is that I never overcharge consultation fees too. If Senior Jun feels somewhat indebted, just take it as owing this Yi a favor then. When this Yi needs it, I'll naturally come to find Senior Jun, Yi Yuan said coolly. What? You said that Yi Yuan and Yu Ming came out from Lord Jun's place safely? Gu Hong nearly jumped up when he heard this news. Yes, Lord Jun's might is immensely formidable. Subordinate dare not draw near. But this subordinate has inquired. Somebody saw Lord Jun personally send Yi Yuan to the entrance. From the guest retainer's tone, one could also perceive that he was extremely shocked by this news as well. This time, Gu Hong finally could not be calm. He paced around in the room, seemingly very anxious. Where did they go afterward? Gu Hong suddenly stopped and asked. The guest retainer said, They went to the Sun family. I've already sent people to keep an eye on the Sun family. Once there are any movements, we'll immediately receive news. Gu Hong's expression flickered incessantly. Clearly, this news was too unexpected for him, catching him somewhat off guard. Could it be that this punk called Yi Yuan is really capable? But he's only divine traversing realm. How is this possible? Gu Hong frowned and said, Steward Gu, what should we do for our next step? Gu Hong thought about it and said, Go keep an eye on the Sun family. When they come out, immediately fish for information. That Sun family's illness is also a troublesome one. If he really has the ability to treat, then Gu Hong did a palm-slicing downwards gesture, his gaze revealing a murderous gleam. He was actually going to kill them to silence their mouths. The Sun family was also a large family clan in the ancient opulent city, but it was a level weaker compared to the Gu family. In front of the Su family's gates, a middle-aged man in fine clothing sent Yi Yuan, White Light, and Yu Ming trio to the entrance. Benefactor, better stay behind and have a simple meal. Let this son express my feelings of gratitude. The middle-aged man in fine clothing said with a thankful face. Yi Yuan smiled and said, there will be time for that. Better for it to be next time. This Yi took on quite a few missions and still has to go and do them one family by one family. This. Alright then. Then this son won't keep Benefactor behind. Even though my Sun family isn't the three great aristocratic families, I still have some power in this ancient opulent city. If Benefactor has any needs, feel free to speak your mind freely, said the Sun family's family head said. In this case, then thank you very much, Sun family head. Finished talking, Yi Yuan bid farewell and left. By the side, Yu Ming had waves surging endlessly in his heart long ago. Already, it was just that, in front of the Sun family's family head, it was unbecoming to show it. He hung around in this ancient opulent city for so many years and had always been very cautious, fearful of offending bigwigs. When had he ever been like today? Even Lord Jun and Sun family's family head, Sun Maoxing, were most respectful towards him, addressing him with great familiarity. Following by Yi Yuan's side made him have a feeling of being in high and vigorous spirits, walking with his head held high. This sort of feeling was seriously too awesome. Heh! Brother Yi is simply godlike. Whatever kind of complicated or rare illnesses reaching Brother Ye's hands, they were all resolved without extra trouble. These families' missions are all famous in the entire ancient opulent city, but not a single person was able to resolve them. But once Brother Yi took action, everything was resolved. The moment they left the Sun family, Yu Ming said with an excited look. This is called impressive? This is merely just SOSO. What you saw is but the tip of the iceberg. White Light said very disdainfully. Yu Ming did not know that White Light knew Yi Yuan had the ability to cross realms and refine medicinal pills. These illnesses actually did not need to be so troublesome. One medicinal pill could fix it. It was just that Yi Yuan did not wish to expose too many things. That was why he used such troublesome methods. Being rebutted by White Light, not only was Yu Ming not unhappy, he nodded his head repeatedly instead and said, yes, 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 Brother Ye's methods are absolutely master level. Old Yu, I have no way of imagining it all. Unknowingly, a change also happened to Yu Ming's form of address towards Yi Yuan. Evidently, his attitude towards Yi Yuan had a transformation happening, too. Originally, he was emotionally invested on Yi Yuan with a long-term view. But in one day, he discovered to his surprise that he did not need to wait until long-term at all. Alright, stop talking aimlessly. The next one. Go to the city guards main camp then, Yi Yuan said. Ah? See city guards main camp. The moment Yu Ming heard, even his speech became stammers. Look at you. Following my big brother, what are you afraid of? Could it be that they will eat you? White Light said crossly. You got a point there. But what are you being long-winded for? Are you going or not? Going. Why won't I go? Yu Ming made up his mind and said. Yu Ming belonged to the city guards and was even considered a small officer. Except he got along better in the city, that was why he could go and guard the ascension pool. But entering the main camp, all he would see would be his superiors. How could the fear accumulated for many years be that easy to get rid of? The three people came to the city guard's main camp. Immediately there was a soldier stopping the trio. Halt! What are you here for? Yu Ming hastily went forward to explain, then handed over Yi Yuan's identity token before that soldier let them past. The mission Yi Yuan received It was all displayed in the identity token. The soldier would know the moment he looked and naturally would not be mistaken. That soldier was just about to lead the three people inside. But after just a few steps, they bumped into a middle-aged army officer. "Why are you bringing strangers into the main camp?" That soldier hurriedly saluted and explained the situation. After middle-aged army officer heard, he said, "Oh, like that, huh? Just nice. I'm going to Lord Head Commander there to report completion on a task. You go back first then. I'll bring them over." That soldier was somewhat hesitant. Relax. With me around, nobody will make things difficult for you." That middle-aged army officer said. "Yes, General Songpan." After the soldier left, Songpan led the three people and walked towards the depths of the main camp. As he walked, Songpan asked Yi Yuan curiously, "Really have some guts. Puny little divine traversing realm actually dares to take on Lord Head Commander's missions. His old problem has been there over a decade already. To this day, no one was able to treat it. Where did your confidence come from?" Yi Yuan said. "Nobody treated it was naturally them being incapable. Since I dare to come, I naturally have assurance. Haha, Lord Head Commander's mission I know a little bit. Seems like each one came brimming with confidence, but in the end, they were all chased out by Lord Head Commander with a flurry of sticks. I'm afraid that your small body can't take the beating," Songpan said with a mocking laugh. Yi Yuan looked at him but did not say anything. This guy was clearly finding trouble. Right then, Yu Ming suddenly opened his mouth and said, "General Song, it's not right. This doesn't seem to be the road leading to Commander Manor, right?" The city guard's main camp Yu Ming rarely came, but he was still aware of the general positions. Seeing as the road got increasingly remote, the people getting lesser and lesser, with Yu Ming's astuteness, how could he still not detect something amiss? But this place was already very out of the way. The surroundings already did not have a soul. Songpan suddenly turned around and said with a cold smile, "Boy, don't blame this song for being ruthless. Want to blame that you offended a person that you shouldn't have. I'll send you on your way right now. When you go over there, remember to be more low profile. When you don't have strength, best not to be too arrogant." At this time, Songpan already revealed killing intent. Yu Ming's expression changed, and he said, "General Song, what's the meaning of this? Hoo-hoo. Don't you understand yet? This is someone hiring a murderer to kill people. Let me make a guess. Is it Gu Hong?" Yi Yuan snickered and said without any nervousness, "Hey, don't need to probe. Do you think that I would be so naive?" Songpan did not admit it verbally, but he was startled in his heart. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually did not hesitate, hitting the mark right away. Except that to Yi Yuan it did not require guessing at all. Just how long has it been since he ascended? The only one with motives to harm him could only be Gu Hong. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "Not admitting, is it? Doesn't matter, you'll admit it in a while. Still being stubborn when facing death. Go to hell." Songpan gritted his teeth and was about to make a move to kill Yi Yuan. Songpan as a general, his strength already reached late-stage boundless realm. Killing these three people in front of him was just a matter of lifting a hand. But right at this time, a peerlessly powerful sword intent instantly enveloped him. That virtually destructive pressure actually made his entire person unable to move a muscle. The move had yet to be unleashed, and his entire person froze there, his face contorted. A figure gradually became real from an illusion. It was none other than precisely Yun Tianyu. When Songpan saw the Jun Tianyu brimming with killing intent, his knees went soft and he almost knelt down right away. Lord Jun, why are you here?" Songpan's forehead was sweating profusely. This murderous godlike figure before his eyes. How could he afford to offend? Even when Lord Head Commander saw him, he had to be very courteous too. Jun Tianyu said coldly, Master Yi is my benefactor. Why do you think I came? Ah? He. Song Pan jumped in fright. How could this boy in front of him possibly be Jun Tianyu's benefactor? Humph. Are you going to end yourself? Or do you want me to send you on your way? Jun Tianyu said straightforwardly. Lord Jun, please appease your anger. I didn't know that. This little brother is Lord Jun's benefactor. Song Pan was crying regret in his heart. Why did he provoke until this killing? God without rhyme or reason. But Jun Tianyu said coolly, don't need to explain anymore. You already had killing intent just now. It's enough to sentence you to death. Lord Jun, this is the city guard's main camp, on account of Commander Luo Fang's face. Spare this lowly one, your excellency. Jun Tianyu's words made Song Pan white as a sheet, kneeling down directly. But Jun Tianyu's brows furrowed and he said, long-winded. Finishing, Jun Tianyu pointed a finger out, a sharp and fierce sword intent. Pierced right through Song Pan's heart and did not give him any opportunity to retaliate at all. Song Pan still did not dare to believe on his deathbed that Jun Tianyu really killed him just like this. His two eyes gradually became lifeless, collapsing in a pool of blood. Master Yi, are you all right? Jun Tianyu could not even be bothered to glance at Song Pan but said to Yi Yuan concernedly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I'm fine. Senior Jun came very promptly. Well, thanks to your token. It's just that Senior Jun killing him just like this wouldn't have any problems, right? When the two people bade farewell, Jun Tianyu gave Yi Yuan a keepsake. As long as Yi Yuan crushed the token, Jun Tianyu would rush over very quickly. It was just that Yi Yuan also did not expect to actually use it so quickly. Jun Tianyu said with a smile, this Jun killing a person who dares to say anything? Since I'm here, I'll accompany you to go and meet Luo Fang. All right, I'll have to trouble Senior Jun then. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said. Jun Tianyu waved his hand and said, what's Master Yi being courteous with me for? Don't keep calling Senior Jun. If Master Yi doesn't mind, just call me. Elder brother will do. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Haha. Okay. Big brother Jun.
In Big Brother Jun.
Don't keep calling Master Yi either. Directly call me Yi Yuan or younger. Brother will do. Jun Tianyu laughed loudly and said, haha. Younger brother Yi. Right at this time, a powerful aura came over from the Commander Manor's direction. In a blink of an eye it arrived in front. Who is it? To actually dare act wildly in my city guard's main camp? Yi? Yun. Tianyu, it's you. Luo Fang, your subordinate wants to kill my brother. I've already helped you. Clean up your household. Jun Tianyu said overbearingly. Luo Fang's face darkened, and he said, Jun Tianyu, aren't you a little too arrogant? Even if I want to clean up my household, when is it your turn to make a move? Jun Tianyu said coolly, killed him means I killed him. What do you want? You. Jun Tianyu, if you don't give me an account today, the two of us aren't done. Luo Fang looked at Song Pan's corpse and raged until he was blowing smoke from all 7 orifices. Jun Tianyu was seriously not giving any face, killing his own subordinate in his own territory. If this spreads out, how would he, this head commander, command the troops? Jun Tianyu said coolly, if it were normally, I wouldn't be inclined to bother with you. But today I'll make an exception and give you an account. He's called Yi Yuan my wife's savior. Very soon he'll be your benefactor too. Just now, this subordinate of yours wanted to kill Yi Yuan. Do you think my reason to kill him is enough or not? Luo Fang's expression changed, and he said, what? Your wife's illness is healed. As the city guard's head commander, Luo Fang was naturally aware of Lu Iru's illness. In this recent 1 year, Jun Tianyu had been searching for famous doctors for her every day, even going to other cities to find powerful alchemists. But there were no results. Now Lu Iru's sickness was actually treated by a boy still wet behind his ears. Everyone in ancient opulent city all knew that Jun Tianyu loved his wife dearly. If this was a reason, then it really was justifiable. Jun Tianyu smiled and said, "Does Commander Luo feel that I would joke around with this sort of thing? Yi Yuan was planning on treating your chronic illness by coming to the main camp today. Who knew that this subordinate of yours actually wanted to kill him? What's wrong with me helping you clean up your household?" Luo Fang's expression changed slightly, and he could not resist shooting a glance at Song Pan's corpse once more. But this time there was no sympathy at all.
Deserve to die.
It was just that he was still half-believingly and half-doubtful about Jun Tianyu's words and asked, "This, he, a measly little divine traversing realm, really have this kind of capability?" Jun Tianyu could not help laughing as he said, "Your expression right now is exactly the same as when I met him for the first time. Whether or not he has the ability, what I say doesn't count. Just try, and you'll know." "This. Fine then. Please." "What? You say that Song Pan was killed by Jun Tianyu?" Gu Hong was alarmed, until his voice and countenance changed when he heard this news. Yes, Song Pan had yet to take action, and Jun Tianyu actually rushed there already. "Looks like he gave that punk some message token," the retainer said. Gu Hong felt that his head was about to explode. Just what kind of monster was this Yi Yuan, to actually be able to make Jun Tianyu, this kind of character, willingly come forward for him? How can a brat who just ascended have such heaven-defying means?
Jun Tianyu's
wife was practically sentenced to death already. He could actually bring her back to life. Gu Hong was depressed to the extreme in his heart. This outcome clearly exceeded his expectations too much. Not just Jun Tianyu's wife. The Sun family's mission, Commander Luo Fang's mission, he completed all of them. Intel just came from over there. Not only did Commander Luo Fang not blame Yi Yuan, he sent him and Jun Tianyu outside the main camp with a big smile instead. The three people addressed each other with great familiarity like they were blood brothers. Gu Hong was speechless. "Oh, Gu Hong, I heard that an extremely formidable alchemist appeared in the city recently and already treated quite a few illnesses that nobody was able to treat. Yes or no?" The Gu family's family head, Gu Changshun, said, "It had already been 5 days' time since Yi Yuan ascended. In these 5 days, Yi Yuan already completed all of the missions he took on without failing a single one. These few missions were all famous difficult and peculiar diseases in the city, virtually missions determined impossible to complete. Yi Yuan, this alchemist who emerged explosively, actually resolved all of the missions one by one. It could be imagined how great a stir it caused in ancient opulent city." Gu Changshun also heard this news today, then called Steward Gu Hong over immediately to ask about the situation. The moment Gu Hong heard, his heart involuntarily thumped, thinking to himself, it indeed still came. Ah, there was such a thing? This lowly one didn't go out these 2 days and really haven't a clue that such a major thing happened in the city. But I reckon that these are all rumors, right? It's fine if it's treating one, but treating a whole bunch is a little too exaggerated, right? Reckon it's that alchemist bragging himself in order to draw attention. Gu Hong exercised his wits. At this time, Gu Hong could only drag it out as long as he could. But Gu Changshun shook his head and said, "It really isn't like that. Today, when I went to City Lord Manor to meet City Lord, His Excellency, I just happened to bump into Luo Fang. He told me personally that the chronic illness he was plagued with for over a decade was treated by that alchemist. With Luo Fang's character, if the other party didn't have genuine skill, he would not praise unceasingly like so." Gu Hong was bitter in his heart. But since Gu Changshun already said until like this, he could only follow up like that, since even Commander Luo said so, then it probably won't be wrong. I wonder who is it to actually have such capability? Gu Changshun said, "Heard that it's even a young man who just ascended a..." Couple of days called Yi Yuan. Gu Hong, you go and find that Yi Yuan. Regardless of what kind of price you have to pay, you must invite him over. Perhaps he can really treat Shen'er's illness. Gu Hong was naturally 100 times unwilling in his heart. It was just that. Gu Changshuan's words. How could he dare to defy? He could only acknowledge at once. Yes, family head. Coming out from Gu Changshan there, Gu Hong was anxious like an ant on a hot bun. He never would have thought that in the end, he actually really had to go and beg Yi Yuan. The conversation that day was still vivid in his mind. At that time he was very scornful of Yi Yuan. But a few days passed, Yi Yuan actually directly became an esteemed guest among the city's upper echelons. Now, even family head actually heard of his reputation before. Forced to go, he, Gu Hong, could not swallow this insult. If he did not go, he could not give an account over on family head's side here. 2. For a moment, Gu Hong fell into a dilemma. The most crucial thing was that even if he threw out this old face, would Yi Yuan give him this face? He did not leave any leeway at all on that day and already thoroughly offended. Yi Yuan body. Now, going to beg him once more, wasn't it reaching his face out for people to hit? Gu Hong felt that he had been wronged. Who could have thought that a divine, traversing realm boy actually had such enigmatic strength? If it were others, they wouldn't give Yi Yuan any good attitude on that day. 2, right? Thinking it over, Gu Hong finally stomped his feet and went out of the Gu family's gates. No matter what method he used, Gu Hong must invite Yi Yuan over today. Otherwise, if this matter were made known to family head, he would be dead for sure. 5 days' time, Yi Yuan did the missions and obtained a total of 3,000 merit points. These 3,000 merit points had 20% deducted by City Lord Manor, leaving 2,400 merit points. Yi Yuan gave over half of the merit points to White Light and spent another 500 merit points to buy a residence in the city, but was only left with 700 merit points. This merit points is really hard to earn. Took a lot of trouble and ran around for 5 days and actually only earned 700 merit points. Wanting to obtain freedom is really not an easy thing, Yi Yuan said with vicissitude of emotions. By the side, Jun Tianyu could not suppress laughter as he said, "Younger Brother Yi, if these words of yours were heard by the other ascenders, they would probably vomit blood from anger. These 700 merit points they have to use 1 to 2 years' time before they are able to pool it together. And you only used 5 days. Brother Yi must be joking. Your big brother Jun lurked in ancient opulence. City for close to 100 years' time, and his entire assets are merely just several 100,000 of merit points too. At this rate you earn merit points in a few years, you'll be able to surpass him." Lu Iru covered her mouth and laughed. "That's right. Brother Yi, stop boasting in front of me. Lord Jun's assets are plentiful, but this sort of impoverished person, only have a few thousand merit points." Yu Ming wanted to cry but had no tears as he said. Yu Ming had a wide circle of acquaintances in ancient opulent city that needed to spend large amounts of merit points. So over the years he did not have much merit points on him at all. Yi Yuan only used 5 days' time and the merit points earned was already about the same as him. This was indeed quite a blow. Lu Iru already recovered fully in these 2 days.
Jun Tianyu brought her
along to express thanks to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, 100,000 merit points before one can exchange for freedom. This requirement is also truly a little sick. Those ascended martial artists basically have to waste 60 to 70 years of time here. Jun Tianyu said, it has to look at strength and potential still. Some ascenders, once they adapt to the divine realm, their improvement will be very fast, only using a few years' time, and they will have the ability to go take on missions. Roughly around 10 years' time, they will be able to exchange for their freedom. As for those people without potential, give them 100 years, and they might not be able to pool together 10,000 points either. Yi Yuan nodded his head. It was indeed this reasoning. May I ask, is this place Master Ye's residence? The few people were currently chatting happily when a voice suddenly sounded. Outside the door. When Yi Yuan heard this voice, he could not help laughing and said to Yu Ming, "Big brother Yu, this insult. I'll let you vent it then. Whenever you're satisfied, we'll talk terms with him again." Yu Ming could not help freezing slightly when he heard that and looked at Yi Yuan gratefully. He knew that this was Yi Yuan giving him the chance to regain face personally. Gu Hong's words on that day deeply wounded Yu Ming's pride, and also thoroughly sobered him up. These few years, Yu Ming had always been operating carefully in ancient, opulent city and also gradually build up a bit of fame. But all the way until that day, then only Yu Ming deeply understood that turns out he was still just a minor character. No one thought highly of him at all. No matter how many things you knew, without strength you would never get other people's respect. These few days, he followed by Yi Yuan's side and saw Yi Yuan being treated as a distinguished guest by the bigwigs who he did not even dare to think about. He even saw Jun Tianyu kill Song Pan in a blink. Only when one's strength was genuinely powerful could one get genuine respect. Even if he was just a penniless nobody, following by Yi Yuan's side, he also obtained ample respect. "Brother Yi, thank you very much," Yu Ming said gratefully. He. "Younger brother Yu, I wonder if Master Yi is at home?" Gyung thickened his skin and asked. Gu Hong was a servant to begin with. This skill of shamelessness was much more powerful than a bottom-level martial artist like Yu Ming. Like previously, he was afraid of Gu Changshuan's blame and did not give Yu Ming face at all, finishing off Yi Yuan with a single blow. Now he had no choice but to come to his door begging. He even thickened his face and addressed Yu Ming with great familiarity too. Yu Ming sneered when he saw the situation and said, "Isn't this Lord Gu? Don't address a lowly person like me as your brother so as to avoid lowering your status." Yu Ming had a stomach full of resentment towards Gu Hong. Not seizing this chance to regain face properly, how would he be liberated in his heart? But Gu Hong did not care about the sarcasm in Yu Ming's words at all. He still had an ingratiating look as he said, "Look at what you're saying. I, Gu Hong, am merely a servant of the Gu family, and I am also an impoverished person in this ancient opulent city. Why must younger brother you make things difficult? For elder brother, me? I know that younger brother you is still unhappy about the incident that day, but elder brother also has difficulties, right? Today, elder brother came firstly to find Master Yi to take action. Another thing is to specially come and apologize to younger brother Yu. One had to acknowledge that this Gu Hong indeed had skills. The words said were flawless, lightly skating over that day's incident. If it were just a young and inexperienced boy, he would probably shed tears of gratitude immediately, addressing Gu Hong as his brother. It was just that no matter how poorly Yu Ming got along, he was a wily old fox. 2. For Gu Hong to want to pull the wool over his eyes so easily. How could it be something that easy? "Heh, Steward Gu. Don't give me that. Whatever you have, quickly say. If there's nothing, get lost straight away for me. Master Yi is very busy and doesn't have time to waste on a servant like you," Yu Ming said indifferently. Yu Ming felt liberated in his heart. This had only been a few days, and all the face that should be found were all regained. Didn't you make your father get lost on that day? Now you scram as far as you can get for your father. Didn't you say that your father wasn't on the same level as you on that day? Now you're the servant. Several days passed. Yu Ming's relationship with Yi Yuan already had titanic changes. Even though Yi Yuan kept calling him as his elder brother, Yu Ming had the self-awareness that he was on a completely different level with Yi Yuan. Just take a look, what kind of people did Master Yi have dealings with? Jun Tianyu, Luo Fang, Sun Maoxing, which one of them was not a major figure? In ancient opulent city where the entire city would tremble when they stomped their feet? But even so, Yi Yuan still gave Yu Ming a feeling akin to a breath of spring breeze. Yu Ming saw clearly that what changed was only his own mentality.
Ye Yuan's
Attitude towards him was no different from the start. So in Yu Ming's eyes, Gu Hong was really just a servant, while his identity was much higher than Gu Hong's. Gu Hong was clearly coming with his back to the wall this time and was already prepared to give play to his shamelessness to the max. My purpose of coming, is younger brother you still unclear? This Gu wished to request an audience with Master Yi and invite him to take a look at eldest Mrs. Illness. Whatever terms there are, Master Yi can feel free to say. As he was talking, Gu Hong dug out a storage ring and handed it to Yu Ming, saying with a fawning look, "This is a small token from elder brother. Younger brother Yu, please accept. After the matter is done, elder brother will still have a little something. I know that younger brother is a favorite of master.
Ye.
As long as younger brother you make an exception, this matter we can settle it through discussion, no?" Gu Hong felt pain in his heart. He spent an arm and a leg this time in order to patch his relationship up with Yu Ming. In that storage ring there were 1,000 low-grade earth essence crystals, and these 1,000 low-grade earth essence crystals was already 1/5 of his savings. One had to know that low-grade earth essence crystals and merit points could be exchanged 1 for 1, which was also to say that Gu Hong gave Yu Ming 1,000 merit points all at once. This was absolutely a huge sum. Yu Ming used divine sense to inspect the storage ring and also palpitated with excitement in his heart. This old fellow was really hemorrhaging this time, but Yu Ming made a difficult expression on his face and said, "This? Steward Gu, not that I'm not willing to help you, it's seriously that Master Yi is really very busy." Gu Hong gnashed his teeth until it made grinding sounds and actually fished out another storage ring, saying, "Younger brother Yu, I naturally know that Master Yi is very busy. It's just that our family's eldest Mrs. Illness. You're aware about it too. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Old Gu, I only have this bit of savings too." Gu Ming had a destitute look, secretly delighting Yu Ming inwardly. He received the storage ring and had a look. Inside indeed had quite a few good stuff. The value was probably around 500 merit points or so too. Fine then. On account of Steward Gu having such sincerity, I'll go and have a word with Master Yi. As for whether or not he consents, I dare not guarantee. Yu Ming said with difficulty. Doesn't matter. I know that younger brother Yu is a favorite of Master. Master will definitely give you this face.
Gu Hong flatterait Yu
Ming vigorously. Yu Ming was naturally enjoying it too. In the past, he behaved like a grandson in front of Gu Hong. Now, the winds of fortune changed. It was Gu Hong's turn to act like a grandson in front of him. This sense of accomplishment was absolutely refreshing. Yu Ming put away the 2 storage rings, turned around, and entered the manor. The moment his figure vanished, Gu Hong's face darkened. Humph! Blind, reckless fool. To actually dare climb on top of my head. Dare to take your Grandpa Gu's stuff. Really tired of living. After the dust has settled this time, Grandpa Gu will not only make you spit out these things, I'll even let you disappear from ancient opulent city entirely.
Gu Hong
Gnashed his teeth in hatred. Ha ha ha. Satisfying. Really too satisfying. Brother Yi, elder brother, I have always tucked my tail between my legs and behaved obediently in this ancient, opulent city. Whoever I meet, I would bow and scrape. Today, benefiting from the association with Brother Yi, I can finally raise my head up high. Here, these are the things Gu Hong gave me to show filial piety. This time he hemorrhaged greatly. Once he entered the house, Yu Ming's entire person felt like he was floating. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Those things are given to you by Gu Hong and also what he owes you. You just keep it for yourself. He wants to take my life. How can this bit of stuff let him clear the hurdle? What's at the back is the real show." Yu Ming was rather embarrassed as he said, "This, elder brother, I still know my own limitations a little. Gu Hong giving me these were all on account of Brother Ye's face. How can I take it for myself? Yi Yuan said smilingly. Let you take it, so just take it. What's with all the nonsense? If you treat me as a brother, then put it away properly for me. Hearing Yi Yuan say so, Yu Ming hurriedly said, All right, I'll keep it then. However, I've seen through this Gu Hong thoroughly. This time, this guy is two-faced, really not any good thing. The last time, he even sent that Song Pan to kill you. This time he has no choice but to come and lower his head to us. But I feel that he will definitely harbor resentment in his heart. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Gu Hong is only an unimportant person. He's not worth my effort to go deal with him at all. If he stays quiet, he can still live. If he courts death himself, then I can't be blamed. Gu Hong entered Yi Yuan's manner rather fidgety. Honestly speaking, he still had a bit of confidence in his heart towards you, Ming. But facing Yi Yuan, he had no confidence at all. Even though there was only a short confrontation once, Gu Hong's impression of Yi Yuan was very deep, because Yi Yuan said for Yu Ming to return the humiliation to him. Today it really returned to him. At that time, he thought that Yi Yuan was giving himself a way out. But only now did Gu Hong know that he really had that strength and confidence. On that day, Yi Yuan did not argue from start to end, because he simply disdained to argue. Compared to arguing, Yi Yuan was smacking faces with actions. Entering the main hall, Yi Yuan sat on the seat of honor. By the side, Jun, Tianyu and Lu Yiru were seated. Although he had long heard about it, Gu Hong was still unbelievably shocked in his heart. In the mere few days Yi Yuan ascended, he was actually already on equal footing with the Jun Tianyu who made people tremble with fear on hearing. This lowly one, Gu Hong, pays respect to Lord Jun Master Yi. In front of Jun Tianyu, Gu Hong lowered his posture very low. Either way, coming here today, he was long prepared to be shameless already. But this first sentence of his poked a hole in the basket already. Only to see Jun Tianyu snort coldly and say, Are the Gu family's servants all so ignorant in etiquette? This is younger brother Ye's manner. You don't pay respect to him first, but you pay respect to me for? Even if it's not here. Younger brother Yi is my wife's savior. You doing so, isn't it making me out to be faithless? This cold snort directly made Gu Hong's knees turn soft. Kneeling down. Lord Jun, forgive my mistake. This lowly one has no intention of offending you. Gu Hong even had the heart to die. Jun Tianyu's accumulated awe in ancient opulent city was immensely great. So, the first thing Gu Hong thought of was to pay respect to Lord Jun, who knew that he poked the hornet's nest all of a sudden. You're an exalted heaven enlightenment realm powerhouse. How can you be ranked behind a divine traversing realm boy? Humph! If this wasn't younger brother Ye's manner, you'd already be a dead man. Now, this is younger brother Ye's place. How to punish is naturally up to him, the owner, to decide. Jun Tianyu said with a cold snort. When Gu Hong heard, all the hair on his body stood on its ends. This one in front of him never needed any reason to kill people before. As long as he felt that you deserved to die, you would really be dead. This point, there were already countless people who used their lives to prove it before. Not necessary to go into details. Master Yi, this lowly one deserves death. This lowly one deserves death. Beseech Master Yi to spare my life. Gu Hong kowtowed frantically, nearly knocking out a large hole in the ground. He did not dare to use essence energy to protect his body at all. Very soon, a large bruise was knocked out on his head. Brother Jun, younger brother, has just moved into this manor. Can't very well kill people right after coming in. It's inauspicious, Yi Yuan said coolly. Gu Hong was overjoyed when he heard and hurriedly said, Many thanks for Master Ye's grace of not killing. Many thanks for Lord Jun's grace of not killing. But Jun Tianyu said coolly, Death penalty may be spared, but punishment is. Hard to pardon. Finish talking. Jun Tianyu wielded his fingers as a sword. A streak of sword. Qi flew past Gu Hong's ear with a swoosh. Gu Hong only felt coolness at his ear and did not even react to it. If that finger earlier slanted a wee bit more, his head would explode like a watermelon. But very soon, a piercing pain assaulted, striking the deepest parts of his heart. Arg! My ear! Gu Hong covered the ear with fresh blood flowing out, hurting until he rolled on the floor. Make any more fuss, even if I give younger brother Yi face and don't kill you. Here, it's impossible for you to return to the Gu family alive either. Jun Tianyu's words seemed to have come from the underworld. Even if Gu Hong was hurting until he was about to faint, he immediately ceased the howling. 2. Gu Hong covered his ear, in pain until he was trembling all over. But he did not dare to make even a sound. Sweat flowed down his forehead, pickling the wound by his ear, making it even more painful, like pouring oil onto a fire. Jun Tianyu was obviously not this sort of narrow-minded people. He was deliberately finding fault. This Gu Hong was just an unimportant person to him. If he killed Gu Hong, then he killed. But if Yi Yuan thoroughly offended the Gu family because of this, it would be terrible. The Tao family's destruction made these aristocratic families in the ancient, opulent city be on guard too. These few years, the three great families all concentrated on development. Their strength had a very large increase. Although Jun Tianyu was not afraid, he had an agreement with City Lord back then not to kill Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouses as he pleased again, unless he did not wish to stay on in the ancient opulent city anymore. The face of the three great families, Jun Tianyu would not give any thought. But City Lord's face, Jun Tianyu still have to consider it. The City Lord was appointed by a holy land. Even if he, Jun Tianyu, was any stronger, he could not possibly be stronger than a holy land too. Therefore, Jun Tianyu carrying out a slight punishment was solely getting a bit of interest for Yi Yuan. Either way, he only made a move to claim an ear. The Gu family would not dare to do anything. Gu Hong sucked in cold breaths by the side as he said, Master Ye's anger is vented as well. See, can you take action and save eldest miss? Towards Gu Hong, Yi Yuan naturally did not have the slightest bit of pity. He already had killing intent towards him. Not killing him is already taking into account the Gu family's face. Towards the killing intent which fleeted across Gu Hong's eyes, Yi Yuan chose to ignore. With Jun Tianyu around, forget about Gu Hong. Even the entire Gu family did not dare to touch him either. Saving people is okay, but this time is different from taking on the mission. You know it. I already gave you a chance, Yi Yuan said indifferently. When Gu Hong heard this sentence, a hint of regret flashed past in his heart. 2. If he had relented on that day and let Yi Yuan go look at eldest Mrs. Illness, he would definitely obtain family head's commendation now and would also not lose an ear because of this. But his regret was replaced by hatred very quickly. Even if he did not dare to do anything to Yi Yuan, the people around Yi Yuan, he could touch. After this matter's hype passes, Gu Hong, will definitely let you know that I'm not to be provoked. It was all this lowly one's fault, whatever conditions. Master, he has. Feel free to say. Even if he hated to the extreme in his heart, Gu Hong did not dare to have the least bit of dissatisfaction verbally. Instead, he still lowered his posture. Very low. I want the Gu family's title deed for ancient opulent streets luxuriant. Fragrance Hall, Yi Yuan said coolly. What? A luxuriant fragrance hall. Ouch! The moment Gu Hong became agitated, it aggravated his wounds again, hurting, until his face contorted in agony. That's right. Master Yi, this is also too. Can you change the terms? Gu Hong wanted to kill people badly. Yi Yuan, this was also demanding a too exorbitant price. However, he had to endure. Otherwise, the one dead would be him. No negotiations. Either agree to my terms or you guys find someone else better. Yi Yuan did not give face in the slightest. This lowly one cannot make the decision. Can you permit this lowly one to go back and report to family head? Gu Hong said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Can. Give me a reply by tomorrow noon. Or else, there won't be any leeway to talk over. How could Gu Hong still dare to stay? Enduring the intense pain on his ear, he scrambled back to the Gu family. After Gu Hong left, Jun Tianyu asked, Younger brother Yi, this condition of yours is out of my expectations. Could it be that younger brother Yi is planning on establishing a sect in this ancient opulent city? Heh! The luxuriant fragrance hall. Can a measly little divine traversing realm boy prop up the massive luxuriant fragrance hall? Gu Changshan said, with a cold laugh. Family head, this boy has no respect for our Gu family at all by relying on
Yun Tianyu's backing.
Gu Hong said with a look of righteous indignation. Gu Changshan looked at Gu Hong with a smile that was not a smile, staring until he had a guilty conscience. Oh, Gu Hong, looks like these few years, I've been too indulgent towards you, Gu Changshan said rather emotionally. Gu Hong's heart thumped, kneeling onto the ground with a thud as he said with a wail, Gu Hong dare not, it's really that they bully others too far. Heh. Bully others too far? It was probably you going too far in bullying others beforehand, right? Honestly speaking, you being able to come back alive makes me very surprised. Looks like Jun Tianyu is still rather wary of city Lord, Gu Changshan said. The more Gu Hong listened, the more it felt amiss. Could it be that those things he did behind family head's back, he knew all of it? Once this thought popped up, Gu Hong sniveled even more as he said sobbingly, Family head, you have to stand up for Gu Hong. I went to invite Yi Yuan to take action, but he crippled my ear with any word. This is simply making light of you. Gu Hong did not notice Gu Changshuan's expression gradually becoming cold. Gu Hong, this is the last chance that I'm giving you. Gu Hong trembled, his entire person instantly sobering up. He knew that nothing could be hidden any more from family head's eyes. Gu Hong was an astute man. He knew that everything of his was all given by Gu Changshan. With this, he held nothing back, directly recounting all the things that happened these few days. Of course, what he said definitely had some discrepancies from the actual situation, but there was no way of verifying them. This sort of thing, Gu Hong had long attained perfection in it. Even Gu Changshan could not discern the slightest bit of inkling too. Such as that day he went to remove the mission, he ran into Yi Yuan and Yu Ming. The story was naturally Yi Yuan's strength was measly but looked down on other people, looking even more like a swindler. Hence, that was why he did not let them enter. This point, coupled with the condition Yi Yuan raised, made people feel that it was the truth even more. Indeed, after Gu Changshan finished listening, the coldness from before diminished a lot, and he said coolly, Lucky you're honest. If you still dared to intentionally hide it without the need for Jun Tianyu to take action, I'll send you on your way too. Gu Hong sweated profusely in his heart, feeling like he had toured one round around the gates of hell and back. But with his understanding of Gu Changshan, he should have cleared the hurdle. This time, family head, Gu Hong was muddle-headed for a moment, such that I led to a huge mistake. Family head, please punish. It's just that even though that Yi Yuan is formidable, this subordinate don't believe that he's even stronger than Lord Shuming. That's why I would make a move against him.
Gyung
Resorted to sophistry. Gu Changshan nodded and said, Honestly speaking, I also find it very hard to believe that a divine traversing realm boy can be even stronger than he. Shuming. It's just that Chinger's illness really can't afford to delay. If he wants the luxuriant fragrance hall, give it to him then, as long as he can.
treat King as illness.
The second day morning, Jun Tianyu and Yi Yuan came to the Gu family. Gu Changshan personally welcomed them. By his side, tagging along, was a sagely-looking elderly After both parties had small talk, Gu Changshun said, Master Yi, I'll have to trouble you for my daughter's illness. Taking people's money to avert disaster for them, this is naturally part of this Ye's duties, Yi Yuan said coolly. He and the Gu family would probably be very hard to become friends, so he was not polite either. Except, that elderly said with a cold smile, Heh, age isn't old, tone isn't small. A baby whose hair hasn't grown fully yet actually dares to proclaim to be a master, truly ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. This old man was clearly the he Shuming from Gu Changshuan's words. Yi Yuan was treating Gu Changshuan's daughter's illness today. Some words he was inconvenient to say out. Getting this he Shuming over here was in order to say those words inconvenient to say. Yi Yuan gave him a sidelong glance and said nonchalantly, Firstly, being advanced in age shouldn't be a bar to ambition. Treating illnesses and curing people, one has to look at true capability. Since Miss Gu's illness isn't cured, then your esteemed self naturally doesn't have this capability. Secondly, the title master was all called out by others. I've never professed before, but I never felt that calling me as master is in any way inappropriate. Thirdly, who are you? You don't even recognize this old man and actually dare to utter wild ravings here. Haven't seen this sickness yet and you have an appearance like you can handle anything. Do you really think that you're an alchemy emperor? He Shuming was enraged by Yi Yuan until his beard billowed and he glared. What a joke! Why do I have to know you? Also, even though I'm not an alchemy emperor, Miss Gu's illness, I'm definitely able to treat it, Yi Yuan said, with a cold laugh. Conceited and ignorant kid, today, if you can't treat Qing'er's sickness, I'll make you pay the price for your wild arrogance. He Shuming was thoroughly infuriated by Yi Yuan. But right at this time, the Jun Tianyu who did not speak all along opened his mouth. Looks like this Jun hasn't taken action for too long. Ancient opulent city. Already have some people who don't remember this Jun's existence. Threatening.
Starknike Treatening.
But Jun Tianyu had always been so domineering. Threatening an alchemy saint in front of the three great aristocratic family heads. Only Jun Tianyu could do that. Gu Changshun by the side suddenly had an impression. Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu, these two people mingling together were simply a perfect match. These two people considered everyone beneath their notice exactly the same, showing striking resemblance of arrogance. He Shuming could not help freezing when he heard that. That imposing momentum, earlier immediately vanished like mist and smoke. He lost his head from anger due to Yi Yuan earlier and really forgot that Jun Tianyu was right beside for a moment. Jun Tianyu followed right by Yi Yuan's side today constantly, rather like his follower. It was very easy to make people overlook his existence. Haha. Everyone says fewer words. Master Yi, Brother Jun and Brother He are both this Gu's honored guests. Harmony is precious. Harmony is precious. Gu Changshun saw that the momentum was not right and hurriedly came out to smooth things over. Humph! He Shuming gave a cold snort and turned his head over, no longer speaking. Family head Gu, I think we better not waste time anymore. Let's head straight for your daughter there, Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan's impression towards the Gu family was not good and was disinclined to waste time here as well. That's for the best, Gu Changshun said. The group of people entered the Gu family's inner chambers and circled one big detour. Gu Changshun actually led Yi Yuan inside a dungeon. This made Yi Yuan very surprised, because he got to know from Yu Ming there that this daughter of Gu Changshuan's was the sole remaining bloodline left from his first wife. Gu Changshun normally doted on her very much. Gu Changshun even took out the luxuriant fragrance hall without any hesitation, in order to save her. His doting on her could be seen at a glance. But why did Gu Changshun actually lock her up in such a dungeon which did not see the light of day? The further in they walked, the more unbelievably cold it got. When they walked to the depths, Yi Yuan saw an ice bed. On the ice bed lay a woman wearing a sky blue attire. But that woman's hands and legs were actually bounded by metal chains. This is my daughter, Gu Qing. Since 3 years ago she became mentally deranged, killing people on sight. Having no choice, I could only bind up her hands and legs, Gu Changshan explained. Kill. You're all demons. I'm going to kill you. When Gu Qing discovered that people came, she immediately became incomparably violent, using all of her strength, wanting to shake off the constraints of the metal chains. Seeing this kind of situation, Yi Yuan's brows knitted together slightly too. Boy, I've already prepared the dream soul incense for you. Are you doing it yourself? As he said, he shumming through Yi Yuan a short incense. But Yi Yuan did not reach his hand out to catch, allowing that short incense to fall onto the ground. Dream soul incense was a type of aromatic which could make people enter sleep. It had the function of pacifying the soul and spirit. Gu Qing's ailment was hard for alchemists to take her pulse. This dream soul incense naturally came in handy. Seeing Yi Yuan like this, He Shuming was enraged. Punk, what's the meaning of this? Yi Yuan said coolly. Miss Gu's illness is currently in a state of outbreak. Illness at this time. Many things related to the illness will naturally be exposed during this time as well. You used the dream soul incense to make her fall asleep. What if you misdiagnose because of this? Don't even have this bit of elementary knowledge. I really don't know how you, this alchemy saint, came about. He Shuming could not help choking up when he heard that. This punk was actually doubting his alchemy saint's strength. But every word of Yi Yuan's was reasonable. He was actually unable to refute. Even the Gu Changshan and Jun Tianyu by the side, who did not understand also, nodded their heads secretly when they heard. Very clearly this argument was strong. Gu Changshan could not resist darting a glance at He Shuming. When he diagnosed Gu Qing, didn't he use the dream soul incense to put Gu Qing to sleep? Utterly ignorant. Not using dream soul incense. I want to see how you take the pulse, He Shuming said with a cold smile. Sensing Gu Changshuan's gaze, He Shuming's face was burning too. But not putting Gu Qing to sleep. How to take the pulse? Then you open your eyes wide and look properly. Yi Yuan went forward a few steps and approached closer to Gu Qing a little more. Then he extended his index finger. A trace of pale yellow silk thread flowed out from his index finger. This fine thread was actually condensed and formed with essence energy. Seeing this scene, He Shuming's expression could not help changing drastically. As he let his tongue slip and said, Essence silk thread pulse reading. Gu Changshan did not know what was called essence silk thread pulse reading. But he could also tell from He Shuming's expression that this move of Yi Yuan's seemed to be very formidable, and he could not help feeling more hopeful. This Gu Qing was born from him and his first wife. The two people were deeply in love. But his wife left this world not long after Gu Qing was born. Furthermore, Gu Qing looked virtually identical to his first wife. Therefore, Gu Changshan also showered her with favors all along. Who could have thought that Gu Qing would actually get such a strange illness? Even He Shuming taking action could not find the cause of the illness too. If even Gu Qing left him too, Gu Changshan would really have a breakdown. Hence, he did not scruple in agreeing to Yi Yuan using the luxuriant fragrance hall as the diagnosis fee to treat Gu Qing. And at this time, the silk thread spat out from Yi Yuan already gradually crept over onto Gu Qing's arm, then reached into the meridians from her arm. Seeing this scene, Gu Changshuan's face slightly revealed an astonished look, too. Even though he did not know what was called essence silk thread pulse reading, this move of Yi Yuan's was sufficient to indicate that he was extraordinary. Martial artists spitting out essence energy was mostly for the sake of pursuing greater destructive power. The control towards essence energy belonged to the crude style, but this move of Yi Yuan's required extremely fine control over essence energy. This point, even he, as a heaven enlightenment realm martial artist, could not accomplish it too. This kind of skill, without going through repeated tempering, it was simply impossible to master. As for He Shuming, the astonishment in his heart was even more intense. Compared to Gu Changshan, Gu Changshan did not know, but He Shuming was an alchemy saint powerhouse. The ancient opulent city's only alchemy saint powerhouse. This essence silk thread reading pulse was an extremely profound pulse reading skill. It had a close to perverse requirement towards control of essence, energy and soul force. He Shuming had also attempted to train this skill before, but in the end he still gave up because it was too hard. Essence silk thread pulse reading was not just condensing essence energy into a fine thread and inserting into a martial artist's body that simple. If that were the case, he could also do it. The hardest part about essence silk thread pulse reading was the probing inside the martial artist's body after entering the martial artist's meridians. The control of essence energy in this could not have the slightest deviation. Otherwise, it would fall short of success and even damage the martial artist's body. This was still He Shuming's first time seeing essence silk thread pulse reading on an alchemy sovereign realm coming from a junior's body. As far as he knew, those able to master this skill were all powerhouses above alchemy saint. This boy was definitely putting on an act. He did not have any way to probe Gu Qing's meridians at all. Yes, it must be like this. Before long, Yi Yuan withdraw his essence energy. That thread of essence energy dissipated immediately. Gu Changshan inquired with a hopeful look, "Master Yi, how is my daughter's illness?" Yi Yuan frowned and said, "A little troublesome." He Shuming perked up the moment he heard and immediately laughed coldly as he said, "Heh, can't diagnose means can't diagnose. Pretending for what? Like I said, how can essence silk thread pulse reading be so easy to master? Almost got hoodwinked by you. This punk." Gu Changshuan's face fell following that too. The atmosphere became rather odd for a moment, but Yi Yuan had a calm look as he said, "Is that so? The troublesome I said was not because I have no way, but because I wonder which moron tied Miss Gu onto this ice bed. That fool completely doesn't have a clue about Miss Gu's illness and assumed that this 10,000-year profound ice bed could suppress the mental demon. In the end, not only did it not have any effect, it worsened the illness instead." What are you glaring so angrily for? Wasn't talking about you." The more Yi Yuan talked, the blacker He Shuming's face became. Yi Yuan's ability to scold the locust while pointing at the mulberry was truly at the acme of perfection. Who else could this fool be other than him, He Shuming? "Boy, I admit that your verbal skills are impressive, since you say that the 10,000-year profound ice bed is useless. Then say what's up with Qing." "Yeah," He Shuming said with a black face. Yi Yuan said in amazement, It's really you? Could it be that you, this alchemy saint, was bought with earth essence crystals? Alchemy saint treating people's illnesses, not knowing but pretending to know, is a great taboo. You don't even know this point? You didn't even figure out her sickness and dared to make the Gu family tie her onto the 10,000-year profound ice bed. I'm really in awe of your courage. Are you trying to save people or harm people?" He Shuming was almost about to explode from anger. If He Shuming wasn't present, even if Yi Yuan really had the ability to save Gu Qing, he would also smack Yi Yuan to death with one palm. Without any suspense, Gu Changshan gave him a glance with a profound meaning. Again, "Boy, if you want to be rampant, wait until you ascertain Qinger's illness. Before you be rampant, you keep on refusing to say, diverting family head Gu's attention. It should be that you didn't find out the cause of the illness, right?" He Shuming said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Honestly, I feel that your reputation, this alchemy saint, are too exaggerated. You don't even know some basic knowledge of alchemists. When other alchemists are attending to patients, shouldn't you back away a little? I'm not saying naturally because I'm afraid that you'd secretly learn, but with your intellect, even if you secretly learn, you probably can't reach genuine alchemy saint standards. Either. Forget it. If you want to secretly learn, that's up to you as well. I'm here to tell you that the real cause of Miss Gu's illness is... No. Cause of illness? No cause of illness? Are you messing with me? With this, Gu Changxuan's face could not refrain from turning black too. Gu Qing with this half-dead appearance and Yi Yuan actually said that there was no cause of illness. Simply the biggest joke in the world. Haha. I already said that this boy is deliberately trying to act mystical, right? He doesn't know Essence Silk Thread Pulse reading at all and even pretended in front of us. Truly ignorant. Yi Yuan, you cut Gu Hong's ear and even opened your mouth wide to demand for the luxuriant fragrance hall. Now, you're actually telling me that there isn't a cause for the illness. Could it be that you really think my Gu family is easy to bully? Brother Jun, Yi Yuan making a fool out of my Gu family like this, are you going to intervene too? Under Gu Changxuan's rage, he even changed his address of Yi Yuan too. If not for being wary of Jun Tianyu, he would have long made a move to exterminate Yi Yuan. Jun Tianyu was at a loss too, uncertain what Yi Yuan was driving at by saying it like this, but he still voiced out, if Yi Yuan Yi came in order to take liberties with your Gu family, your vengeance. This Jun will receive it. The words were still matchlessly domineering. Even if he made war with a large aristocratic family like the Gu family again, he would not hesitate to either. Jun Tianyu, you simply pushing others too far, Gu Changsun said furiously. For a moment, both parties became dangerously explosive. But Yi Yuan said coolly, all relax. So nervous for what? Miss Gu truly isn't ill, but she fell into an illusion and is unable to extricate herself. What did you say? Illusion? How is that possible? Gu Changshun said with a face full of disbelief. Brat, making things up when you can't find the cause of the illness. Kingya is right in this Gu manner. Who dares to cast illusionary arts on her and make her enter an illusionary realm? Moreover, Gu Changshun is a heaven, enlightenment realm. Somebody made his daughter fall into an illusion, and he actually did not know. He Shuming said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan shot him an indifferent glance and said with a smile, stop talking. Already, the more you speak, the more it exposes your ignorance. Therefore, shut your mouth up and listen to me say finish properly. All right? You. Fine. This old man wants to see just what can you say, He Shuming said, with a cold snort. Regarding Yi Yuan's excuse, forget about Gu Changshun, even Jun Tianyu did not really believe it. To make people fall into an illusion, it ultimately required some external functions. But with their heaven enlightenment realm strength, they could not detect anything amiss with Gu Qing at all. But Gu Qing was clearly like being possessed, not recognizing her closest kin, her face contorted savagely. This was the strange aspect of Gu Qing's illness and also the reason why everyone kept failing to find out. This situation already persisted for 3 years' time. If someone cast illusionary arts on Gu Qing with Gu Changxuan's strength, it was impossible to not detect it at all, unless the caster's strength already reached the level of reaching the heaven. But if there was really somebody who could reach such a level, how could they possibly make things difficult for a little girl? All of these made no sense at all. But Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, Family head Gu, I wonder if prior to your daughter being born, has your wife encountered enemies trying to kill her before? Moreover, the other party should have someone skilled in illusionary arts or divine soul attacks. The moment Gu Changshun heard, his expression involuntarily became grim and he said with a nod, This is indeed so. Back then, my wife was expecting. Brought her along to the Holy Land. In the end, we were ambushed along the way by a group of bandits. That bunch of bandits, their strength were not very strong. But among them had someone whose illusionary arts were very bizarre. Even I almost succumbed to it too. That battle, my Gu family suffered heavy losses. Even my wife was also injured in that battle. Later on, not long after Qing'er was born, she left this world. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Then that's right. Me saying that your daughter fell into an illusion isn't saying that she had an illusionary art cast on her. But it came with her since birth. If my conjectures are right, what that person cast should be a wide-range illusionary art, making quite a few people present all fall for it immediately, right? That's right. Even though this goose strength is a little strong, I was also affected terribly by that illusionary art. I paid an extremely dear price for this before barely managing to forcefully escape alive with my wife. We nearly met with our deaths there. Gu Changshun still had some lingering fear in his heart when he recalled the incident back then. Very clearly, it was a very slim chance of survival at that time. At that time, your daughter was in the womb, but her divine soul had already gradually condensed and also suffered some influence. It was just that due to the mother's body's protection, her influence was not too great. But this bit of influence quietly lied low in her divine soul. In the future, if it triggered by chance, it would be like this now, behaving crazily. Therefore, did your daughter suffer some kind of stimulation 3 years ago?
Ye Yuan
Explained. This. 3 years ago she took fancy on a punk and wanted to be together with him, but I disapproved and locked her up. Who knew that it actually became like this? At first I thought that she was feigning madness, but later, only when she actually really killed people on sight, did I know that something really went wrong with her. Master Yi is truly godlike, to actually deduce the matter back then close to the mark like you saw it with your own eyes just by relying on diagnosing the pulse. Truly impressive. Earlier, how this Gu has given offense. Master Yi, please don't take offense. Gu Changshun gave a bow towards Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, You, as a father, I can understand that kind of attitude. But this guy keeps on wagging his tongue here, irritating to the mox. That whatever alchemy saint, do you still have anything to say now? If there isn't anything you want to say, can you get lost or not? Unable to achieve anything, but good at ruining things. He Shuming never thought that Yi Yuan actually found the cause of the illness. Miraculously. Furthermore, his deduction was just like he saw it with his own eyes. Moreover, this kind of cause which lurked in the depths of the divine soul was simply unable to be fished out, alright? Just what kind of method did Yi Yuan diagnose it through? But hearing Yi Yuan say so, He Shuming became visibly stung and said, Stinking brat, what did you say? Yi Yuan said indifferently, Isn't it so? Why is the 10,000-year profound ice able to suppress mental demons? It's because it can have an impact on suppressing the divine soul, this kind of illusionary art which incubates in the depths of the divine soul wouldn't be too dangerous to martial artists. Even if not treated, Miss Gu can completely break through by relying on her own soul force after a few months. But you tied her onto 10,000-year profound ice, suppressing her divine soul, amplifying the effect of the illusionary art instead. Said that you're unable to achieve anything, but are good at ruining things. Is that a little light or not? Yi Yuan's words made He Shuming's countenance changed again and again. His analysis was incisive. But this way he actually became the main culprit for Gu Qing's illness worsening. With this, how would Gu Changshun view him? Indeed, Gu Changshun's expression changed. His expression when looking at He Shuming became odd. Even though he knew that He Shuming was unintentional, the charge of carelessly treating his daughter could not easily be dismissed. But He Shuming's relationship with the Gu family was very friendly. Gu Changshun did not know how he should handle it for a moment too. No matter what, He Shuming was the ancient opulent city's only alchemy saint. Powerhouse as well. Even though this alchemy saint seemed rather unworthy of the title in front of
Ye Yuan.
You're making malicious remarks carelessly. If you have the ability,
Kure Kinge.
Otherwise, don't talk nonsense in front of this old man. The Shuming said furiously. Unraveling illusionary arts is just a matter of a wave of a hand. What's difficult about it? Yi Yuan said coolly. He Shuming really wanted to defame Yi Yuan a couple of sentences, but he swallowed his words back down when it reached the tip of his tongue. This boy's means were indeed rather bizarre, since he could find the cause of the illness. Wanting to cure Guqing was likely really not something hard. Don't be all talk and no action, He Shuming said coldly, but Yi Yuan did not respond. He just looked at He Shuming indifferently, smiling faintly, and not speaking. When Gu Changshun saw this scene, how could he not know Yi Yuan's intention? He could only say awkwardly, "Brother He, how about you withdraw for a bit first for the time being?" He Shuming could not help freezing when he heard that. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan simmered with rage. Snort! He Shuming flicked his sleeves grandly and left. Heh! The fly is finally gone. Once He Shuming left, Yi Yuan came to Gu Qing's side, muttering incantations. From his mouth, he actually recited incantations. Very soon, Yi Yuan's voice reverberated throughout the entire dungeon in waves. In Sanskrit, don't say any more words. Yi Yuan's voice reverberated by Gu Qing's ears, making her expression became as if in pain. But Yi Yuan was completely indifferent towards Gu Qing's plea and still stubbornly recited the incantations. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's reciting voice abruptly stopped. Soul cleansing! Yi Yuan gave a light cry. That faintly discernible voice drifting in the dungeon poured into Gu Qing's sea of consciousness all at once. Gu Qing's entire body trembled but did not struggle anymore. Her two eyes also gradually became limpid from murky. Yi Yuan turned around and said to Gu Changshun, "Family head Gu, your daughter is already fine, but she has already been tied on this 10,000-year profound ice for 2 to 3 years' time. This had considerable harm to her divine soul. I'll give a prescription for a medicinal soup. After drinking, she will recover." Gu Changshun noticed that noxious air on his daughter's body immediately melted into the air after Yi Yuan's cry. Yi Yuan indeed fully cured Gu Qing's ailment. "Master Yi, this Gu is indebted forever," Gu Changshun said in great joy. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "Heh, family head Gu don't need to be courteous. I'm undeserving of the gratitude. Family head Gu, don't resent this, Yi will do. Dare not, dare not." With the luxuriant fragrance hall changing owners, it stirred up a mighty uproar in the ancient opulent city. The district the luxuriant fragrance hall was at was the most flourishing district in the ancient opulent city. No matter doing what kind of business, here it could all prosper. To the Gu family, this luxuriant fragrance hall could be said to bring in bushels of gold daily, but it got occupied by a divine traversing realm boy, who was little known. When this matter was dug out by people, it made everyone's jaws drop. Everyone was curious how a divine traversing realm boy seized away such a piece of land from the hands of a colossal giant like the Gu family. What made people click their tongues in surprise even more was that the Gu family, as one of the 3 great aristocratic families, actually did not even let out a fart. The time since Yi Yuan ascended was very short. The people he came into contact with were also very few. His ability was only circulated among the ancient opulent city's upper echelons at present. Although many people did not know the inside story, everyone exercised restraint towards this rising force virtually without experts, because everyone could see that Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu frequently traveled together. Their relations seemed to be very close. Looking at the manner of speech and behavior between the two of them, it did not look like the relationship between a senior and a junior at all. Rather, it looked like extremely close friends instead. With Jun Tianyu backing him from behind, who dared to act rashly without careful considerations. On this day, Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu came to a trading company in the city together. "Younger brother Yi, if you're seeking collaboration, you should go find the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company with the greatest strength." "Why do you want to find a small trading company like the Meteor Trading Company?"
Yun Tianyu
said in puzzlement. Yi Yuan helping to treat Gu Qing's illness with the luxuriant fragrance hall. as the condition naturally had his own idea. After entering the divine realm, Yi Yuan could be said to be a lone soul now. Wanting to cultivate rapidly, he obviously needed even more resources. But following the rise in Yi Yuan's realm, his requirements towards resources became increasingly greater too, and more expensive. With his current assets, he simply could not afford it. When at the lower realms, Yi Yuan leaned on a major force like the Wufang city and did not have to trouble over cultivation resources before at all. But after arriving at the divine realm, everything was different. Therefore, Yi Yuan's urgent matter on hand was to earn earth essence crystals, or merit points. If it was like this, selling medicinal pills was naturally the most profitable avenue and also the channel which Yi Yuan was most skilled in. Since it was selling medicinal pills, he needed a stable source of spirit medicines. Finding a large trading company to supply the goods was naturally the first choice. It was just that what made Jun Tianyu puzzled was that Yi Yuan did not reach for the ancient opulent city's #1 major trading company, the Heavens Destiny Trading Company, to cooperate. Instead, he chose a second-rate trading company like the Meteor Trading Company to work together with. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "The Heavens Destiny Trading Company is akin to the sun at high noon in the ancient opulent city. It is virtually occupying half of the country. How can such a major force possibly take fancy on us, a puny little fragrant medicine pavilion? Cooperating with the Heavens Destiny Trading Company, we don't have equal power, nor will they give us this power either. Rather than going to get rebuffed, we're better off putting up with the second best, choosing the Meteor Trading Company to cooperate. The relative size of Meteor Trading Company's business is very small, and they have always been completely suppressed by the Heavens Destiny Trading Company. I think they should very much want to take a larger share of the ancient opulent city's market." Regarding this new shop's name, Yi Yuan had thought of it long ago. It would be called the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Jun Tianyu was clearly ignorant regarding this area. Only when he heard Yi Yuan's explanation did he come to a realization. But there was one point which Yi Yuan naturally would not tell Jun Tianyu. His friendship was quite deep with the Meteor Trading Company's chairman in his previous life. This life, ascending from the lower realms, he naturally had to choose a trading firm he was closer to. So that's how it is. I didn't think that there are still so many tricks of the trade in between this, but I think that when they see those few types of medicinal pills of yours, they will definitely be very willing to cooperate with us. Those few kinds of medicinal pills of yours are simply too incredible," Jun Tianyu said with an excited look. Yi Yuan let him test several kinds of medicinal pills' medicinal effects. Previously, the result was that it astounded him, this heaven enlightenment realm martial artist, greatly. Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were more than a level stronger than the medicinal pills with the same specifications on the market. More importantly, Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were sold cheaper than those medicinal pills. If Jun Tianyu were an ordinary martial artist, he would buy Yi Yuan's medicinal pills without any hesitation. Yi Yuan smiled and walked into the Meteor Trading Company together with Jun Tianyu. "Dear customer, may I ask if you need anything? Our Meteor Trading Company has just about everything. Meteor Trading Company, weapons, cultivation methods. You can freely pick." The moment the duo entered, an elderly person immediately came up to welcome and started promoting the stuff in the shop. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Old man, I see that you have few visitors here. Business doesn't seem to be too good." That old man said, "Dear customer, don't look at how we have few people here. The things here are all authentic, not like some black-hearted merchants specialized in harming martial artists." "Young customer, what thing do you want?" Yi Yuan said, "I'm not here to buy things. I'm here to find you guys to talk business. I wonder who makes the call in the ancient opulent city's Meteor Trading Company. Talk business." The old man could not help freezing. "I'm the ancient opulent street's Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's owner, Yi Yuan. Oh, it's the former luxuriant fragrance hall, Yi Yuan explained. The luxuriant fragrance hall. You're the luxuriant fragrance hall's new owner, the old man said in surprise. Regarding the news of the luxuriant fragrance hall changing owners, the old man had obviously heard of it too, but he did not pay too much attention. The old man never would have thought that this luxuriant fragrance hall's new owner was actually a divine traversing realm young man. Our fragrant medicine pavilion plans on running medicinal pills business and specially come to find the Meteor Trading Company to cooperate, Yi Yuan said. The old man could not refrain from laughing when he heard that and said, Young man, doing business isn't as simple as you think. You say that you want to do medicinal pills business. I wonder what kind of rank of alchemists that whatever fragrant medicine pavilion of yours have to hold down the fort. Also, what first-rate pill formulas do you have? After the astonishment, the old man was somewhat disdainful towards Yi Yuan. Hair hasn't even grown fully yet, and you're already wanting to come out and do business like others. He knew Jun Tianyu, presumably, for the Gu family to pinch their nose and hand. The luxuriant fragrance hall over was likely still because they feared Jun Tianyu. It was just that the old man was very puzzled why the all-along solitary Jun Tianyu would mix together with a snotty brat. Even though Jun Tianyu was formidable, the old man did not have any fear towards him, although the Meteor Trading Company's power in the ancient opulent city was weaker. The entire Meteor Trading Company's power was extremely immense. A puny little heaven enlightenment realm powerhouse was simply inadequate in front of them. The old man also had the confidence that Jun Tianyu did not dare to be unbridled here. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, If I didn't see wrongly, your ancient opulent city's Meteor Trading Company should be a 6-star branch, right? You're merely a 5-star manager. Can't make the decision at all. What's the use of talking about these with you? The old man's expression changed, and he said vigilantly, How did you know that I'm a 5-star manager? No, wait, how are you so clear about the Meteor Trading Company's branch grading? These things normal people don't know at all. Yi Yuan said with a smile, You don't need to care about this. Just care about bringing me to go see the person who runs things will do. This old man was clearly also just a shopkeeper and could not make the decision at all. The Meteor Trading Company's head manager should be a 6-star manager. With Yi Yuan's relationship with the Meteor Trading Company's chairman, knowing this point was too normal. The old man was just about to refuse when a melodious voice came from the inner chamber. Let Mr. Yi and Lord Jun come in. The old man was helpless when he heard that and could only bring Yi Yuan duo in. When Yi Yuan heard this voice, he could not help being rather curious. Could it be that the head manager in this ancient opulent city's Meteor Trading Company was actually a woman? The duo following old Duan into the inner chamber. Indeed, they saw a woman, wearing a veil sitting at the left-hand side. Beside her even stood an elderly person who was shockingly a heaven enlightenment realm powerhouse too. Seeing Yi Yuan duo enter, their gazes could not help sizing Yi Yuan up, and the moment Yi Yuan came in, he naturally sized this woman up as well. This woman was merely a boundless realm martial artist but sat on the chair, while that heaven enlightenment realm martial artist was actually standing behind her. Looks like this woman's identity was extraordinary. Mr. Yi is actually aware of my Meteor Trading Company's grading system. Truly unexpected. If it's convenient, can you tell Chenner where you got to know it from? The woman called Chenner took the lead to speak first. Yi Yuan said, Business is business. If Miss Chenner is interested, this Yi can slowly tell you in the future. But this Yi came today with sincerity to talk about cooperation. Chenner did not pester too much on this topic. Even though ordinary martial artists did not know about the Meteor Trading Company's grading system, it was not some secret either. But she was very curious. Yi Yuan was poor and had nothing. What was he using to cooperate with her? The matter that happened in the city these few days, Elder Duan did not know. But she was crystal clear. As a major trading firm, if she could not even find out about this bit of information, she did not need to mix around anymore either. Yi Yuan, this youth, was absolutely not as simple as seen on the surface. Disregarding other things, just this Jun Tianyu following Yi Yuan like a guard was not what ordinary people could accomplish. Fine then, since Mr. Yi doesn't wish to say any more, then let's dive right into the topic. Your fragrant medicine pavilion can be said to have zero foundation in ancient opulent city. Although there is Lord Jun convoying, it probably won't be that easy to want to gain a firm foothold. This transaction won't do just by relying on martial strength. Doesn't Mr. Yi have the suspicion of wanting to gain something without risking anything of your own by finding us for cooperation? Chenner said without mincing her words at all. Actually, Chenner did not think this way in her heart at all. For Yi Yuan to want to establish the fragrant medicine pavilion, he had to choose a trading company to cooperate. But Yi Yuan did not choose the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company but came straight to the Meteor Trading Company. It was sufficient to discern Yi Yuan's wisdom and farsightedness. It was just that she did not feel Yi Yuan could have any confidence to collaborate with her either. But Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's location made Chenner very moved. Hence, that was why she let Yi Yuan come in. If the Meteor Trading Company took over the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, then they would surely be able to cut down the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's space, letting the Meteor Trading Company open up the market in the ancient opulent city. The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's site was seriously too good. Chenner was not thinking of cooperation at all in her heart, but the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion subordinating to the Meteor Trading Company. Hence, she was aggressive right from the start. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, Miss Chenner, don't need to.
Himme in Wein.
My Fragrant Medicine Pavilion is only seeking a source of goods and doesn't have plans to become any force's subordinate. However, as long as Miss Chenner promises to provide the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion with a supply of goods, this Yi can guarantee to increase the Meteor Trading Company's market share to 20% within half a year. Chenner's gaze involuntarily sharpened when she heard that, but she revealed a disbelieving look. It was just that her expression was obstructed by the veil, so as to not be too impolite either. The Meteor Trading Company's market share in ancient opulent city now did not even reach 10%, being crushed by the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company until they could not raise their heads. If they could increase to 20%, that would absolutely be a tremendous improvement. The profit in this was not a small amount. Except Yi Yuan was a puny little divine traversing realm. On what basis could he achieve this? Hoo-hoo, 20%? Isn't Mr. Yi talking in your dreams? Our Meteor Trading Company entered the ancient opulent city a little late, but it's been 10 years. Already too. But in this 10 years' time, we only opened up less than 10% of the market share. You want to increase our share to 20% in one go. Isn't this boasting a little too exaggerated? Chenner said. Yi Yuan said with a smile, 20% is just a conservative estimate. If both parties collaborate happily, 30% isn't impossible either. Don't be in a rush to doubt first. Take a look at these few medicinal pills before talking. As he said, Yi Yuan reached his hand out to the table and wiped. 5 to 6 kinds of medicinal pills appeared in front of Chenner. Mystic Dew Pill, Purple Heart Pill, Tier 5 Essence Restoring Pill. These medicinal pills are all common wares. Could it be that Mr. Ye's reliance is these? Chenner's tone revealed thick disappointment, feeling like her calling Yi Yuan in was a complete waste of time. But Yi Yuan said smilingly, Miss Chenner, don't be impatient. Why not sample these few medicinal pills first? Mr. Yi, I don't know where your confidence came from, but I feel that the only way of working together between us is the luxuriant fragrance halls. Title deed. You offer the land. I offer manpower and goods. This way everyone will be happy with the collaboration. Very clearly, Chenner already lost interest in continuing to talk with Yi Yuan directly putting her cards on the table. As for these medicinal pills in front of her, she could not even be bothered to try them at all. If it was tier 6 medicinal pills in front of her, then fine. But with some run-of-the-mill tier 5 medicinal pills, Chenner normally would not even give it a look. What was there to sample? While at this time, Jun Tianyu, who was silent all along, finally opened his mouth. Miss Chenner, don't be mistaken. We came to find the Meteor Trading Company, to cooperate, not to seek your charity. Once these few medicinal pills appears on the market, it will absolutely be able to bring a rather scary profit. We came to find your Meteor Trading Company first is to give you guys the opportunity to open up the ancient opulent cities situation. Once we find other trading companies to collaborate, it will probably be even harder for you all to survive in the ancient opulent city. These few types of medicinal pills looked very unremarkable, but the profits contained in them were absolutely terrifying. Even if Jun Tianyu did not understand these, he also knew that this was a chance that Yi Yuan was handing out to the Meteor Trading Company, and not the Meteor Trading Company giving alms to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. It was just that this kind of opportunity, not everyone could grasp it. Whether or not they cherished it would be up to themselves. Heh. What high-sounding sentiments. A tiny force who doesn't even have alchemy ancestors actually wants to provide an opportunity for our Meteor Trading Company? Said the elderly man behind Chenner with a cold laugh. Very clearly, he also felt that this manner of saying things was too comical. Without alchemy ancestor powerhouses, it meant they were unable to refine tier 6 medicinal pills. The profit from selling 100 tier 5 medicinal pills did not have as much profit as selling 1 tier 6 medicinal pills either. These few medicinal pills in front of them were all common wares, the most ordinary tier 5 medicinal pills. There was not much profit to speak of at all. What kind of waves could such medicinal pills stir up? The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion wanting to gain a firm foothold in the ancient opulent city by relying on these few medicinal pills without even an alchemy ancestor was simply the greatest joke in the world. Yi Yuan stood up when he heard that and lightly wiped the table, putting away the medicinal pills. Lightly sighing, he said, "Me coming to find you guys to cooperate was taking into account that I have some relationship with the Meteor Trading Company, but Miss Chenner's judgment seriously makes people not quite dare to flatter. No wonder the Meteor Trading Company came to the ancient opulent city for already as long as 10 years and still can't handle the situation. Since we can't see eye to eye, farewell." Yi Yuan knew that his cultivation realm at present was hard to convince the public. This kind of result was actually within his expectations too. But with his character, he would not deign to extol his own medicinal pills at all. Yi Yuan knew that with the Meteor Trading Company's strength, they definitely already knew of his actions some time ago in ancient opulent city. If they were merchants with foresight, finding him to cooperate now was absolutely a wise move. Looking at it now, it was his wishful thinking. Finished talking, Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu headed out in tandem. When Chenner heard Yi Yuan's evaluation, her delicate body involuntarily shuddered, feeling like she suffered tremendous humiliation. The ancient opulent city kept failing to get a larger share of the market. This was indeed a worry of hers. Yet, Yi Yuan digging open her scar without any mercy still made her somewhat unable to tolerate it. "Halt!" Chenner suddenly stood up and shouted. But Yi Yuan was like he did not hear it, continuing to walk out. Chenner's dainty fists clenched tightly, and she shouted once more, "Yi Yuan, I asked you to stop." But Yi Yuan still did not stop, looking like he was going to go out soon. Right at this time, that Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouse behind Chenner moved. Yet, when his figure had just moved, a peerlessly fierce and swift sword Qi also arrived instantly. Boom! The elderly man fell back several steps in a row before he could barely manage to stop his figure. Very clearly, he lost this round. But because of him taking action, Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu stopped moving. The old man was a heaven enlightenment realm powerhouse.
Olo Yun Tianyu.
Was powerful, he was not powerful to the extent of disregarding him either. I've long heard that Jun Tianyu's sword intent is unparalleled. Seeing it today, it indeed lived up to its name. The old man praised him. You flatter me. However, while the transaction didn't work out, our amicable relationship is still there. If you're like this again next time, then don't blame me for not being courteous. Jun Tianyu said coolly. Just arrogant. Even when facing a colossal titan like the Meteor Trading Company, Jun Tianyu similarly dared to utter threats. The elderly man's expression changed slightly, but he really did not dare to make a move. That sword earlier was just a modest display of a master's skill, but it already let the old man see Jun Tianyu's might. Miss Chenner was just asking you guys to stay. Why must your esteemed self be so overbearing? Said the elderly man with a somber look. Jun Tianyu said coolly. The matter of the fragrant medicine pavilion, Yuan, makes the call for everything. Since he doesn't wish to stay, I naturally won't stay either. Chenner's and the old man's expressions changed slightly when they heard that. The exalted ancient opulent city's #1 swordsman actually listened to a divine traversing realm brat's orders. This simply made people dare not believe it. Previously, they all thought that between Jun Tianyu and Yi Yuan there was a relationship of equals. Looking at it now, it was totally not like this. What difference was there between the current Jun Tianyu and an underling? After the shock, Chenner came before Yi Yuan with quick steps and extended a palm out to him, saying with a huff, "Give it to me. I want to see just what miraculous aspects these few common wares of yours have to actually give you such great confidence." Although Chenner's face was rather obscure, being separated by a veil, without needing to look, one would also know that she was a little girl in a fit of pique right now, wanting to prove that Yi Yuan's medicinal pills had not a single redeeming feature. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "I gave you the opportunity earlier already. You didn't grasp it yourself." Chenner said coldly, "Humph," pretending to be mysterious. "Your medicinal pills are probably a pile of trash, right?" Yi Yuan shot Chenner a glance rather surprisedly. Why would the Meteor Trading Company send such a young lass over to manage affairs? This kind of judgment, this kind of forbearance, how could she possibly manage a trading firm well? Currently, the Meteor Trading Company striding forward with difficulty in the ancient opulent city was probably all because of this little lass, right? Seeing Yi Yuan's eyes, Chenner felt like she was being humiliated by people. If Jun Tianyu looked down on her, she absolutely would not be so livid with rage. But what did Yi Yuan count as? He was just a measly little alchemy sovereign. Moreover, a brat who was still wet behind his ears. If you say that it's trash, then it's trash. What's the point of debating over this now? Miss Chenner, if you want to negotiate, straighten out your attitude first. I've made known my attitude right from the start. I'm here to seek a collaboration, not looking for alms. You want to obtain other people's respect, but first, you have to learn to respect others. Yi Yuan said coolly. Chenner could not help becoming stiff when she heard that. This brat was actually lecturing her. When she was commanding the wind and clouds in the trading firm, this brat was still drinking milk at God knows where. He actually dared to lecture her. "Fine, I'll give you adequate respect. But if those medicinal pills of yours are all a bunch of trash, what then?" Chenner sucked in a deep breath and said, somberly. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "How about this? If my medicinal pills can't make the cut, the fragrant medicine pavilion is yours. I only want 10% of the profits. If my medicinal pills make the cut, you guys provide the medicinal herbs, we're responsible for refining the pills. Profits are 70% for me, 30% for you." Chenner's brain revolved very quickly and answered immediately, "Fine, bring the medicinal pills over. I want to see just what miraculous areas those common wares of yours have." Yi Yuan smiled and took the medicinal pills out once more. Chenner snatched over the medicinal pills and was going to stuff it into her mouth when she was stopped by the old man. Miss Chenner, better let me. Chenner pushed aside the elderly man's hand and said indignantly, "It's fine. I don't believe that he dares to poison me to death." As she said, Chenner threw a Tier 5 essence restoring pill straight into her mouth, cocking her head like putting on a show of force. Yi Yuan did not respond. He just quietly waited for Chenner's reaction. Merely thus. Yi Yuan, you lost. Isn't this Tier 5 essence restoring pill the same as normal ones? Even the taste is...
N.
Chenner's words were said halfway when it was swallowed right back down. The expression on her face became interesting as well.
Kjan was a boundless real medicinal pill.
Tier 5 medicinal pills did not have much effect on her. But the good and bad of medicinal pills, she would know with a try. At this time, the expression on Chenner's face became extremely fascinating. Even when separated by a veil, it was also able to make people sense her shock. How is this possible?
Kjanar måtterd under haar brett.
Miss, what's wrong? Could it be that his medicinal pills are really different? Asked the elderly man curiously. But Chenner did not reply him, picking up the Mystic Dew pill and swallowing it down directly. With this, the expression on Chenner's face became even more unthinkable. Following that was the Purple Heart pill. By the time she sampled all of the medicinal pills, her entire person was trembling. Miss, what's the matter? When the old man saw Chenner's reaction, he could not help getting rather worried. Chenner suddenly grabbed hold of the old man's arm and said agitatedly, "Elder Duan, these medicinal pills simply have limitless potential. With them, we can definitely open up the ancient opulent city's market. No, we can definitely drive out the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company." So exaggerated? Just what miraculous aspects do these medicinal pills have? Elder Duan also said curiously. Chenner said agitatedly, "Of course it's this exaggerated. These Tier 5 medicinal pills, each type of medicinal effect are 40 to 60% stronger than medicinal pills of the same kind. Once such medicinal pills are rolled out, what kind of demand do you think it will incur from divine traversing realm martial artists?" Elder Duan's pupils constricted slightly as well when he heard that and said, "How is that possible? These few types of Tier 5 medicinal pills are all extremely mature medicinal pills. It's simply impossible to increase that much medicinal efficacy." Chenner said excitedly, "That's why I say that not only can we gain a larger share of the ancient opulent city's market, but we can also squeeze out the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company." Chenner's eyes emitted light as if already seeing the outcome of the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company being completely beaten down. "Are these few medicinal pills of mine still passable?" Yi Yuan asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. "More than just passable. It's simply too incredible. With these medicinal pills, our Meteor Trading Company." Chenner's words were said halfway when she noticed Yi Yuan currently looking at her with a half-smile. Only then did he come to realize that even if these medicinal pills were any more incredible, what relations did they had with her? Yi Yuan said with a smile, "With Miss Chenner's attitude, my medicinal pills should be considered a pass. Then our agreement. Can it be honored or not?" Chenner could not help freezing when she heard that and said with an embarrassed look, "Earlier what I said were all words said in anger. Can we talk it over again or not?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "A gentleman never goes back on his words. How can things agreed upon be reneged?" "But I'm not a gentleman. I'm a girl." Chenner twisted logic to win the argument. So what then? Actually, I really brought sincerity here this time. Originally, my plan was to divide 50/50ths. That way, everyone will be happy. Gave your Meteor Trading Company the opportunity. It was you who didn't grasp it yourself. Whatever you say now is already too late." Yi Yuan was not moved, and said indifferently, It was fine if Yi Yuan did not say it. The moment he said it, Chen regretted. She despised Yi Yuan in such manner earlier and even wanted to swallow up the fragrant medicine pavilion. Looking at it now, it was simply foolish to the extreme. In this short while, the Meteor Trading Company lost 20% profit straight away. This made people too depressed. Chen could foresee that as soon as these medicinal pills entered the market, there would absolutely be massive amounts of earth essence crystals rolling in. 20% profit was absolutely generous to the extreme. But now, could it be that she had to let 20% profit sink into the water? Chen was very unresigned. Her eyes swiveled around and recalled the words Yi Yuan said before leaving. She opened her mouth and said, "Didn't Mr. Yi say that you have some relationship with our Meteor Trading Company? Chen apologizes to you here. On account of our two families' relationship, give back the 20% profit to us. All right?" Talking until the back, Chen's words even had somewhat of a spoiled child's overtone. Her voice was nice to listen to. If it were a guy, their bones would probably turn limp under such an attack. Yi Yuan was, of course, moved as well. But this sort of outcome was Chen's own fault. He would not sympathize. "Miss Chen, don't need to waste your efforts already. Things that this Yi decided, nobody is able to change it. The profit I can give you guys now is only 30%. If you guys aren't willing, I can find other trading firms to collaborate. I believe that this Ye's medicinal pills should interest quite a few trading firms," Yi Yuan said resolutely. Of course, there would be quite a few trading firms who would be interested. The medicinal effects of the medicinal pills increased 40 to 60% from the original base. Such a substantial increase was simply a martial artist's must have. This sort of medicinal pills, how could other trading companies possibly not be interested?
Seh ein Yi Yuans Attitude so resolute. Qian regrettet inwardly.
Except, she could also tell that Yi Yuan really did not plan on yielding.
Stinken brat.
Since when has this grand aunt begged people so meekly and humbly before? You actually fail to appreciate the favor, Chen said, indignantly in her heart. These words, she just thought about it in her heart but did not dare to say it. Angering Yi Yuan. Then there was really no collaboration anymore. Chen said helplessly, "Fine then, I yield. 30% means 30% then. It's just that the medicinal effects of your medicinal pills are so strong. The cost probably rose quite a bit, right?" Yi Yuan said smilingly. "Miss Chen, rest assured, the cost of these medicinal pills is only 70 to 80% of those medicinal pills out there." "What? Why, you aren't joking, right? The medicinal effect increased so much, but the costs are lower than ordinary medicinal pills instead."
Qian nearly
jumped up. "Hoo-hoo. This Yi doesn't have the habit of cracking jokes. The Meteor Trading Company can send people to supervise the consumption of medicinal herbs as well as the output of medicinal pills. If this Yi is lying, it will naturally be clear," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Chen already did not know what she should say. She currently felt that what Yi Yuan said was not wrong at all. She, this manager, was seriously too lacking in vision, losing 20% profit in vain. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was the ancient opulent city's largest trading company and also occupied the most profitable districts in the ancient opulent street. It just happened to be facing the new fragrant medicine pavilion opposite the street. Now that the fragrant medicine pavilion was about to open for business anew, many people naturally adopted a wait-and-see attitude as well, having a look if this fragrant medicine pavilion could cause any impact to the Heavens Destiny Trading Company or not. Different from the fragrant medicine pavilion, the Heavens Destiny Trading Company's business scope was rather extensive. Whatever martial artists required, they virtually dabbled in all of it. But to talk about what was the most profitable, it was undoubtedly still medicinal pills. No reason other than medicinal pills were one-off consumable goods. It was indispensable to martial artists. Regardless of where martial artists walked to, they could not be missing. medicinal pills on them. If two martial artists' strength did not have a big difference when fighting. To the end, a lot of times what they fought out with were actually medicinal pills. Alchemists' statuses were lofty. This was also a very important reason for it. With the fragrant medicine pavilion opening for business, as the Heavens Destiny Trading Company's chairman, Zhou Xian obviously would not be that at ease. He got the Heavens Destiny Trading Company's head alchemist, also the ancient, opulent city's one and only alchemy saint powerhouse, He Shuming, to come over and discuss countermeasures. Alchemy Saint He, the fragrant medicine pavilion opposite, is going to open for business tomorrow. They already let out news that there are several types of medicinal pills about to appear on the market. Could it? Zhou Xian said, rather worriedly. If it were before, Zhou Xian absolutely would not be worried about a divine traversing realm boy. But now, even He Shuming became Yi Yuan's defeated opponent. He had no choice but to place emphasis on it. Hearing Zhou Xian's words, He Shuming was also annoyed inwardly. But he still said coolly, rest assured, Chairman. Yi Yuan, this brat, is at the very most just a measly little alchemy sovereign. How big a wave can he stir up? Even if his medical skills are overwhelming, it's futile if he can't find tier 6 medicinal pills too. I want to see just how he will use tier 5 medicinal pills to gain a firm foothold in this ancient opulent city. Actually, Zhou Xian thought this way in his heart too. But he was really quite uncertain on what move to make. Was Yi Yuan really a young calf who did not fear the tiger, or was he simply a fool? Picking up the gauntlet opposite of the Heavens Destiny Trading Company, where did his confidence come from? As the Heavens Destiny Trading Company's helmsman, Zhou Xian was naturally aware of Yi Yuan's stunning performance in the city recently. But he also knew that those people Yi Yuan cured, tier 6 medicinal pills, were not used at all. This also indicated that Yi Yuan could not refine tier 6 medicinal pills. One had to know that the greatest consumer group in the ancient opulent city were Boundless Realm martial artists. Below Boundless Realms were mostly impoverished people. Even though this group was extremely massive, those who truly had consumer power were not many. I wonder if Alchemy Saint He has any countermeasure? Zhou Xian inquired. He Shuming said with a cold smile, rest assured, Chairman. I've already arranged a grand show. I want to take a look at what mood this brat would have when this fragrant medicine pavilion goes out of business on the first day it opens for business. Hearing He Shuming said so, Zhou Xian set his mind at ease too. But he asked, curiously, grand show? What kind of grand show? Heh, you'll naturally know at that time. However, our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company has to take some action too. I want to make Yi Yuan, this brat, unable to survive even a day in the ancient opulent city, He Shuming said, coldly. Although the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was helmed by Zhou Xian, He Shuming's status was extraordinary. It was also exactly because they had He Shuming that the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company could overpower the masses, sitting firmly on the throne of number 1 all along. Zhou Xian nodded his head when he heard that and said, that's of course. Already made the arrangements. Starting from tomorrow, all of the Heavens Destiny Trading Company's tier 5 medicinal pills will be sold at 20% discount. If the fragrant medicine pavilion has tier 6 medicinal pills, our tier 6 medicinal pills will also be sold at a discount. Heh. Chairman is indeed experienced and vicious, giving out an offer of 20% in one go. We can crush them completely in terms of price. He a newbie, I don't believe that he can afford a war of attrition with us. Most likely they would have to wind up shop in a few days. He Shuming laughed delightedly. Hoo, no idea what kind of price the fragrant medicine pavilion paid either, to actually be able to make the Meteor Trading Company back them up from behind. But I think that the price they paid is definitely not small. But that Yi Yuan is indeed a clever person. If finding a backer in the ancient opulence city with their strength, The Meteor Trading Company is indeed the most apt, Zhuo Xian said. Hearing that He Shuming also prepared a big move, the anxiety in Zhuo Xian's heart also went away. With both simultaneously, this fragrant medicine pavilion was bound to not operate for long. That brat has nothing at all apart from the fragrant medicine pavilion's title deed. Other than this title deed, what else can he take out? He Shuming said. Zhuo Xian nodded his head in agreement too. He thought so as well. The next day, early morning, the ancient opulent street's fragrant medicine pavilion opened for business. For the sake of the grand opening this time, the Meteor Trading Company also put down an arm and a leg. They revamped the entire fragrant medicine pavilion's decorations to a brand new look. Just looking at this shop front, it was absolutely not inferior to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company opposite. Once the surrounding martial artists saw this stance, this was completely taking up the challenge with the opposite. But when these martial artists saw this sort of situation, they were secretly gleeful in their hearts too. With two major trading companies challenging each other, it could not dispense with some price war. The medicinal pills which they originally did not dare to sell could be sold this time, although they did not feel that the fragrant medicine pavilion could sustain for long. In this period of time, it was the most economical time for them as ordinary martial artists. The fragrant medicine pavilion side had yet to officially open for business, when the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's manager already opened up its front doors and yelled at the top of his voice, "Everybody, my Heaven's Destiny Trading Company has always received everyone's great kindness, so we decided to give back to our friends. Starting from today, for 1 month, all of the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's Tier 5 and below medicinal pills will be sold at 20% discount without exception." 20%. I didn't hear wrongly, right? Heaven's Destiny Trading Company really poured in blood capital this time. Yeah, the quality of Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's goods is very good, but the prices are all very pricey too. Moreover, it always remained high and never went down. This time, in order to squeeze this newly opened fragrant medicine pavilion, they are actually selling at 20% discount for a month straight. Haha, even though we don't hold much hope for this fragrant medicine pavilion, we still have to thank them. Did you guys hear that or not? This fragrant medicine pavilion doesn't even have one alchemy ancestor powerhouse. They can only sell medicinal pills below tier 6.
Ive hör tu.
This kind of strength, how could they dare to challenge Heaven's Destiny Trading Company? The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company has Alchemy Saint He holding down the fort. Who cares? Either way, it's good that we buy medicinal pills cheap. The manager's words caused a huge uproar among the martial artists. Very soon, the martial artists originally planning on crowding around and watching the fragrant medicine pavilion's grand opening all ran inside the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company one after another. For some time, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was thronged with visitors. Inside, like a market, while the fragrant medicine pavilion side appeared quite deserted. But there were still some martial artists who remained here still. These martial artists were mostly low on funds. Even if the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company were selling at a discount, they had the heart but were lacking in strength regarding those medicinal pills too. Hence, they wanted to try their luck at the fragrant medicine pavilion here, to see if they could pick out some good stuff at a low price. After all, a low-grade medicinal store that only sold tier 5 medicinal pills, the price presumably should not be very high, right? Lord Chairman is really brilliant. With the prices of these medicinal pills being lowered, it attracts even more people to come and buy these tier 5 medicinal pills. At this rate, our sales are probably going to be several dozen % more than before. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's manager was filled with admiration towards Zhuo Xian in his heart when he saw the throngs of people. Zhuo Xian smiled and said, "Lowering prices normally, that is lowering your status yourself. But once opponents appear, us lowering prices happens without extra effort. Speaking of which, we still have to thank this Yi Yuan. But this sort of method can only be used for a short while. It will be detrimental, without benefits over a long time. Your Excellency is wise. Ho-ho. Don't need to curry favor. We've already made our move on our side. The next step will be up to Alchemy Saint He, Zhou Xian said smilingly. Zhou Xian was aware of He Shuming's displeasure towards Yi Yuan. Therefore he would definitely make Yi Yuan unable to bear the consequences of failure. Today, this set of combination blows landing, he did not believe that a brat still wet behind his ears could withstand it. At their store, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's manager said with an indignant face, "This Heaven's Destiny Trading Company is seriously too shameless. This is our first day opening for business and they used this kind of measures. Too insidious." The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's manager was that elderly man Yi Yuan saw on that day when he went to Meteor Trading Company. The elderly man's name was Li Huixing. He was a manager with a very long record of service and credentials in the Meteor Trading Company. Yi Yuan's manpower was seriously limited for such a big Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. But Chenner attached very high importance to this collaboration, practically pouring in the entire Meteor Trading Company's strength into the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Regarding this, Yi Yuan did not refuse. This sort of thing like management was actually not what he was good at. A master specialized in his own field. Yi Yuan did not like to stick his nose into other fields for everything. Li Huixing was indeed very experienced in this area. The Meteor Trading Company running badly was not because the management was bad. Of course, such a large Fragrant Medicine Pavilion Yi Yuan could not possibly let the Meteor Trading Company occupy a nest which wasn't theirs. He arranged for Yu Ming to be an assistant of Li Huixing. It was learning in name, but actually there was also the intent of monitoring the management. Yu Ming never would have dreamed that he would be able to manage such a large medicinal store one day, as long as Yi Yuan was able to gain a firm foothold on this ancient opulence. Street, Yu Ming could be said to soar to the skies in one bound, enjoying all manners of wealth and glory. Being around Li Huixing, he did not need to be responsible to Li Huixing. He was only responsible to Yi Yuan. Regarding this, Yu Ming's feelings of gratitude towards Yi Yuan already could not be expressed using words. The investment in Yi Yuan back then was simply too worth it. Yi Yuan's manpower was lacking. He even took in Yu Ming's brother, Cheng Jiang too. The two people quit their Ascension Pool guarding duty and wholeheartedly stayed here at Yi Yuan's side. If it were others, wanting to break away from the city guard's army was naturally not that easy. But after Yi Yuan let Luofeng know, this was merely a piece of cake. Apart from this, Yi Yuan even helped Rendong and Xiao Ruyan got 2 identity tokens. This way they could openly appear in front of people. Back then when they ascended, Yi Yuan was afraid of incurring trouble and kept Luer and the rest into the vast heaven pagoda at the final juncture. Now, Yi Yuan was considered to have gained a firm foothold in the ancient opulent city. Getting 2 identity tokens was naturally nothing hard. With this, the manpower on Yi Yuan's side was just enough. Through a period of training, Xiao Ruyan and Rendong both broke through to the Alchemy King realm. Under Yi Yuan's guidance, their strengths were far greater compared to ordinary alchemy kings. Letting them refine Tier 4 medicinal pills was achievable. The group of people bustled about, but they were very resentful toward the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's actions. Zhou Xian, that old fellow, is shrewd and planning something bad. Mr. Yi is challenging them right opposite of their store. It's impossible for them to allow us to grow unchecked. Using this sort of despicable means is also within reason. When our Meteor Trading Company had just arrived at the ancient opulent city, we wanted to get a foothold on ancient opulent street too. Weren't we also squelched by them until we could only go to another place? If it wasn't like this, how could we possibly not be able to open up the situation all the way until now? Chenner said. Very clearly, even Chenner also acknowledged that this Zhou Xian was very formidable. To be able to develop the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to this sort of degree, Zhua Xian contributed tremendously. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Don't need to complain anymore. If they don't take some measures, it would be weird instead. Selling on discount this sort of means is not considered much either. I think the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company likely still has other cards to play." Chenner was alarmed when she heard that and said, "Still have other measures? This. What kind of measure would it be?" Yi Yuan was just about to speak when he looked over outside the door and said, with a smile, "Isn't it here now?" The group looked over towards the entrance and saw 7 to 8 people flood inside the fragrant medicine pavilion all at once. These 7 to 8 people were all wearing alchemist attires. The 6 stars on their chest were very dazzling, and one of them even had 7 stars on his badge. Who could it be but he? Shuming? These 7 to 8 people, the ones with the lowest strength, were middle-rank alchemy ancestors too. Hiss! Ancient Opulent City only has a total of around 10 alchemy ancestor powerhouses. 7 came all at once. Alchemy Saint, he is truly skillful. Yi Yuan, I said to transfer our Meteor Trading Company's alchemy ancestor powerhouses over, but you just refused. Now we are going to suffer a huge loss, right? Chenner gnashed her teeth in hatred and said, "The Meteor Trading Company naturally had alchemy ancestor powerhouses too. Moreover, it was even a high-rank alchemy ancestor. The collaboration this plan, Chenner planned to let him come and hold down the fort at Fragrant Medicine Pavilion but was rejected by Yi Yuan firmly." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Just a few alchemy ancestors. Doesn't count as anything. Just a few alchemy ancestors."
Qian was speechless.
You yourself are only at alchemy sovereign realm, alright? Moreover, this alchemy sovereign was even an alchemy sovereign without an alchemist badge. They could not refine tier 6 medicinal pills, so they were destined to be crushed by these alchemy ancestors, let alone that there was still that alchemy saint, he glaring at them like a ravening tiger. "Yi Yuan, this old man heard that your new shop opened for business and specially invited a few people in the same line over to pay tribute." "What? We are not welcomed." He Shuming greeted Yi Yuan with a big smile from far away, rather like old friends. It was just that even a moron also knew that He Shuming was a weasel paying respects to the hen, with no good intentions. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was at the opposite Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's alchemy saint. How could he possibly be here to support the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion? Challenging the dojo was more like it. The martial artists surrounding and watching outside became spirited at once. They did not expect that this was just the first day opening for business, and both parties already had swords drawn and bows stretched. Alchemy Saint, he made a move personally. There was a good show to watch now. This Fragrant Medicine Pavilion wouldn't close down on the first day it opened. For business, right? Yi Yuan went forward to welcome with a smile too, saying in a clear voice, "If there are friends coming to congratulate, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion is naturally most welcoming. But if there are mad dogs coming to bark crazily, we'll naturally serve with dog-beating sticks. Alchemy Saint, I wonder, which type are you?" The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company had long witnessed Yi Yuan's sharp tongue before and had sufficient mental preparations this time. He laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "These few people in the same line heard that a medicinal store strong enough to rival the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company opened on ancient Opulent Street. There must be an alchemy pathmaster with astonishing strength holding down the fort. We came today wanting to bear witness to this alchemy pathmaster strength. Yuan, I wonder where this alchemy pathmaster is." Seeing this sort of provocative action, Jun Tianyu's brows knitted together slightly. Towards this He Shuming, he did not have much of a favorable impression. For the sake of Lu Iru's illness, Jun Tianyu had once dropped in to visit He Shuming before, but because He Shuming cherished his feathers, he was not willing to take action. He Shuming was afraid that he could not cure it, so he did not dare to take Action. The last time Yi Yuan went to treat Gu Qing, He Shuming's attitude made Jun Tianyu dislike him even more. Who knew that this guy actually came to provoke again today, finally? Infuriating him. He Shuming, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion is opening for business today. Are you making light of this Jun like this? Jun Tianyu gave a cold snort. A powerful sword intent released involuntarily. He Shuming's expression changed slightly, but he did his best to keep a calm exterior and said, Brother Jun saying this, it can be seen that the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion doesn't have confidence. Brother Jun can send me packing today. But after today, I'll see if there is anyone who dares to come to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion to buy things. Jun Tianyu's brows furrowed when he heard that, but he could not very well make a move. He knew that the doubts about the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion outside now were considerable. If they avoided and did not fight today, it would probably really be like He Shuming said. No one would come and buy their things. Opening and doing business, what it stressed was harmony breeds wealth. Even if Jun Tianyu's martial strength was any greater, he was also not able to convince others from the heart. Even though he clearly knew that He Shuming did not have good intentions, his alchemy saint title was right there. It was fine if they fought, but the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's reputation would be utterly fouled. The panic in He Shuming's heart vanished when he saw the situation and said, with a smile, We came today purely to communicate and exchange notes among alchemists. Why must Brother Jun be so hot-tempered? At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly voiced out, What kind of a communication style does alchemy saint he want? Just state it out clearly will do. He Shuming was secretly pleased when he saw Yi Yuan accepting the challenge. But he feigned surprise on his face and exclaimed, N? Could it be that expert in the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion is Yi Yuan yourself? Could it be that such a large Fragrant Medicine Pavilion of yours doesn't even have an alchemy ancestor powerhouse holding down the fort? This is also too shabby, right? With this, the surrounding martial artists could not help discussing softly. What? I even thought that the rumor was false. Opening such a large medicinal store in the most bustling place on ancient Opulent Street, how can there possibly be not even one alchemy ancestor? Looking at it now, it was actually true. A medicinal store without even a single alchemy ancestor. Can the medicinal pills sold be eaten? I really have no idea where Yi Yuan's confidence comes from, to actually dare open a medicinal store with this kind of strength. We'd better go to the opposite Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to buy medicinal pills. Although the rumors said that the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion did not even have an alchemy ancestor, everyone actually did not really believe it. To dare challenge the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, one at least had to have a high-rank alchemy ancestor holding down the fort too, right? Messing around for half a day, and there was only one alchemy sovereign? Even if this alchemy sovereign was any more abnormal, what use was there? Chenner wished to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. The skeleton in their closet was exposed with this. She felt that her face was thrown all the way back to her grandma's place. Even for those medicinal pills which could not be refined, employing their Meteor Trading Company's alchemy ancestors to put on a facade was good too. Now things were great. How could an alchemy sovereign convince the public? Yi Yuan smiled very calmly and said, There is naturally an alchemy ancestor, but due to various reasons, he is unable to make it today. Everyone, what my Fragrant Medicine Pavilion trade are Tier 5 medicinal pills. But we likewise accept Tier 6 medicinal pill transactions. However, Tier 6 medicinal pills must be booked in advance, and the spirit medicines are provided by yourselves. Everyone rest assured. The Tier 6 medicinal pills produced by the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion are absolutely better than any other stores in the ancient opulent city. Heh. What high-sounding sentiments. Before bragging, you don't gauge your strength either. Aren't these words uttered from the mouth of a puny little alchemy sovereign the biggest joke in the world? An alchemy ancestor. powerhouse laughed coldly when he heard that. This was a high-rank alchemy ancestor named Suchita. His strength was only second to He Shuming among this group of alchemy ancestors. He was not to be underestimated. Yi Yuan fished out several medicinal pills. These medicinal pills were, shockingly, all Tier 6 medicinal pills. Although our Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's alchemy ancestor powerhouse is unable to make it here, he left behind several Tier 6 medicinal pills. The few of you all claim to be alchemy ancestors. I wonder how many are able to refine this standard of Tier 6 medicinal pills. Yi Yuan said coolly. Tier 6 transcendent grade. Hiss. Once the medicinal pills appeared, He Shuming and the others, their expressions all changed. The few medicinal pills in Yi Yuan's hands were actually all Tier 6. Transcendent grade medicinal pills without exception. Even though these people were alchemy ancestor powerhouses to want to refine Tier 6 transcendent grade, it was still a little forceful. Even He Shuming, this alchemy saint, had to depend on luck to refine Tier 6 transcendent grade too. The number of Tier 6 transcendent grade medicinal pills in the entire ancient opulent city was probably also just as many as in Yi Yuan's hand. It could be imagined how precious these Tier 6 transcendent grades in Yi Yuan's hand were. How on earth did this brat find so many transcendent grade medicinal pills? Heh. Looks like the Meteor Trading Company specially transferred over quite a number of transcendent grade medicinal pills from other places for the sake of this Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Can a mere few transcendent grade medicinal pills intimidate us? He Shuming was the first to react and said, with a cold smile, in his view, Yi Yuan's Tier 6 transcendent grades could only be transferred over from other places by the Meteor Trading Company. Otherwise, who else was able to refine so many Tier 6 transcendent grade medicinal pills in this ancient opulent city? But Yi Yuan laughed when he heard that and said, is that so? I can promise everybody here that custom ordering Tier 6 medicinal pills from the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, prepare 3 sets of spirit medicines yourself. The worst of the medicinal pills turned over to everyone will also be Tier 6 high grade. When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. This sort of promise was seriously too domineering. Even the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company did not dare to easily make this kind of promise either. Alchemy ancestors refining Tier 6 medicinal pills, if it was not those common medicinal pills, there was a very high likelihood of ruining the medicinal pills. Just 3 sets of spirit medicines were able to guarantee at least Tier 6 high grade. This kind of promise was seriously too confident. He Shuming's face was black as the bottom of a bot. If the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion really had this kind of ability, who would still go to their Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to buy medicinal pills in the future? Yi Yuan, aren't you bragging too hard here? Be careful of giving yourself a slap when you can't do it when the time comes. He Shuming sneered as he said, with a black face, alchemy saint, he really likes to worry. Whether I'm able to do it or not, time will naturally prove everything. Today I sent the word out. Everyone present, all can bear witness. If my Fragrant Medicine Pavilion can't do it, we'll compensate 100 times of the spirit medicine's value. Yi Yuan said, gallantly. Murmur. Yi Yuan's words ignited the surrounding martial artists all at once. The prices of Tier 6 spirit medicines were not cheap to begin with. If compensating according to 100 times once or twice was still fine. If the number of times goes up, even a colossal giant like the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company probably would not be able to afford it either. This promise of Yi Yuan's was too extreme. Either the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion collapses directly, or the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion soar to the sky. In one move. If Yi Yuan could really do it, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would likely be pushed down too. He Shuming himself was no longer calm as well. He could not quite grasp whether Yi Yuan really had this confidence, or was he making an empty show of strength? I want to pre-order 1 Tier 6 Dragon Tiger pill. I want to pre-order 1 Spirit Heart Sacred Rain pill. I want to pre-order. Even boundless realm martial artists were no longer able to remain calm when they saw so many transcendent-grade medicinal pills. Transcendent-grade medicinal pills, what did this signify? This was a guarantee that this medicinal pill was able to reach the limits of the medicinal efficacy. In front of transcendent-grade medicinal pills, no one was able to maintain composure. For a moment, the entire fragrant medicine pavilion fell into chaos. Up here, down there, were all boundless realm martial artists wanting to pre-order Tier 6 medicinal pills. Yi Yuan said in a clear voice, "Everyone, don't be hasty, otherwise we totally won't accept your request. Those with the intention head over there to line up and register. The first batch is only accepting pre-orders from 100 customers. Bring the spirit medicines and pill formula to the fragrant medicine pavilion within 3 days. Half a month later, the fragrant medicine pavilion will deliver this batch of medicinal pills together, and we will accept orders for the second batch of people at that time. Everybody rest assured. Earlier I said that the lowest is high-grade medicinal pills. Actually, the majority should be all superior grades, even possibly transcendent grades. As for high-grade, it should be lesser. If we're really only able to refine out high-grade medicinal pills, everyone, please don't mind." Once these words were said, those boundless realm martial artists clamored one after another in a mad rush to be first and lined up over at one side. Yi Yuan's words made each and every one of them even more incredibly thrilled. The likelihood of high grade was very low, with the majority being superior grade, even possibly transcendent grade. This kind of promise was sufficient to make all the martial artists crazed. When He Shuming saw this scene, his face instantly became black as the bottom of a pot. "Yi Yuan, you're boasting so much. I really want to see how you wind it up. If you can't hand over the medicinal pills half a month later, I'll see what face. You still have to have a foothold on ancient Opulent Street." In He Shuming's view, Yi Yuan was completely smacking his own face in order to look imposing. These alchemy ancestors present were all extremely formidable figures. But there had never been anyone who dared to make this sort of promise before, either. A puny little alchemy sovereign was actually rampant to such an extent. This kind of promise was simply smacking the faces of these alchemy ancestors. One had to know that medicinal pills being superior grade and above all, basically had to depend on luck. Especially transcendent grade medicinal pills, the probability of emerging was already infinitely close to zero. But Yi Yuan said that the likelihood of high grade was very low, while the majority were all superior grade medicinal pills. Where did this kind of promise place them, these alchemy ancestors? To dare make this sort of promise, looks like the fragrant medicine pavilion really has a capable person aiding it. I wonder if owner Yi can invite him out or not to let everyone broaden our knowledge.
Shuide
Seriously could not put up with it and voiced out. Yi Yuan said, "I already said that he isn't around today. Aren't you putting people on the spot here? Besides, how can an alchemist who is able to casually refine superior grade medicinal pills be what trash like you guys can meet whenever you want?" All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's words became incomparably incisive, directly making this group of alchemy ancestors out to be trash. "You, arrogant, truly too arrogant. A measly little alchemy sovereign actually dares to make impertinent remarks to alchemy ancestors. If we, these alchemy ancestors, are trash, then what are you? Could it be that cultivating until today you don't even know rudimentary pecking order?" Suchida was the first to react to it and was directly choked badly by Yi Yuan. Alchemist rankings were extremely strict. When low-level alchemists saw high-level alchemists, for them to act with a pupil's mannerism was also very commonly seen. Alchemist was an occupation completely reliant on accumulation, experience, and accruing of knowledge. All these required time to bring to success. For alchemists to want to jump realms and defeat their opponents, it was much, much harder than martial artists. So under normal circumstances, even at the same realm between initial rank middle rank and high rank there was an extremely large gap too. A heaven-defying existence like Yi Yuan was absolutely in the minority. Of course, if an alchemist could acknowledge an alchemy emperor at the level of Yi Yuan as master, their starting point was naturally much higher compared to these ordinary alchemists. Only then was there the possibility of crossing realms to battle. Yi Yuan said haughtily, "I only respect the strong. Your strength is too weak. In my eyes it's total trash. Why do I have to respect you all? Moreover, you all are clearly here to challenge the dojo. Still want to talk about pecking order with me. Don't you find it laughable? Good, good, good." Yi Yuan's words thoroughly infuriated Tsuchida. He uttered 3 goods in succession, gnashed his teeth in hatred, and said, "A measly little alchemy sovereign actually dares to utter wild ravings. I want to see what capabilities you have to dare call us a group of alchemy ancestor powerhouses. Trash. Boasting needs the courage to boast. Dare to compete or not." Yi Yuan said scornfully, "Competing with a bunch of trash like you guys, you aren't qualified enough yet. Ha ha ha. Who doesn't know how to talk big? You saying this, is it conceding?" Tsuchida said with a big laugh. "Conceding? You're thinking too much. What I meant was that your level is only fit to have a contest with my disciples. Rendong. Ruyan. Come over." Rendong and Xiao Ruyan froze when they heard that. They also did not expect to be called out by Yi Yuan at this time, arriving by Yi Yuan's side blankly. Seeing this scene, Tsuchida's face went green. But Yi Yuan did not care about his expression. He instructed the duo, "The two of you, educate them well what is called alchemist." Even though the two followed Yi Yuan for a very long time already and knew that Yi Yuan's strength was overwhelming, dealing with these alchemy ancestors shouldn't be a problem. But to let them do it, they were rather jittery. But in front of so many people, they could not yield either. They could only toughen their scalps and said, "Yes, master." Pooh-hoo. With this, many people could not hold it in and let out laughter immediately. Qian'er could not refrain from laughing, her entire person shaking with laughter, and said to the elder Duan beside in a low voice, "This Yi Yuan is really too bad to even be able to come up with this kind of lousy move. He doesn't go himself but let his 2 disciples go up, making 2 alchemy kings compete with alchemy ancestors. Even if they lost, Tsuchida would probably get stench all over himself too." Elder Duan shook his head too and said with a laugh, "This boy is indeed deriding, but it's very practical." With this, Tsuchida is checkmated viciously, but can't wind it up. Tsuchida was angered until his chest was like puffing bellows. Only after some time did he catch his breath and said in a great rage, "Yi Yuan punk, you're bullying others too far. You let 2 alchemy king realm babies compete with this old man. This is insulting this old man. Alchemy saint I recommend to ally up all the trading firms in the entire city and boycott this fragrant medicine pavilion." He Shuming also did not expect that Yi Yuan would come up with this kind of low blow. But outside of his fury at this time, he was somewhat filled with lingering fear afterward. If it were him provoking Yi Yuan just now, it would probably be even more awkward at this time, right? His illustrious name was almost ruined in this punk's hands. Hearing Tsuchida said so, He Shuming immediately responded, "Yi Yuan, you're too condescending to actually insult seniors like this. Today He Shuming had not finished speaking when he was interrupted by Yi Yuan. Rudely, Yi Yuan said, "Alchemy saint this Yi Yuan doesn't have the intention of joking. Aren't you all here to challenge the dojo? I'll give you this opportunity today. Let's compete for 3 rounds. How about that?" "Oh? Compete for 3 rounds? How to compete?" He Shuming asked rather interestedly. "Up to you to pick. Let's pit soldiers against soldiers, general against general. You compete with me, then pick 2 out among these garbage alchemy ancestors to compete with my disciples." Yi Yuan said very indifferently. Only he was indifferent. The others were not calm. An alchemy sovereign leading alchemy kings to challenge an alchemy saint. Bringing two alchemy ancestors? This punk wasn't soft in the head, right? More importantly, Yi Yuan actually handed the initiative over to He Shuming, allowing him to pick the events. If He Shuming picked what he was good at to compete in, wasn't this extending his head out for people to chop? Haha, Yi Yuan, I know that you have some capability, but you making light of heroes under the heaven like this will cost you dearly. Or maybe you wish to use this kind of method to make me have misgivings about my reputation and let you off today, He Shuming said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, You're overthinking. How about this, since it's a competition, then let's add some stake. How's that? He Shuming was slightly startled, thinking to himself, could this boy be for real? What stake? If I lose, the fragrant medicine pavilion is yours. You lose, give me 100,000 merit points. This deal, it's a sure win without losing anything for you. How about it? Dare to compete or not? Yi Yuan said directly. Qianer got anxious when she heard and hurriedly said, No way! This sort of competition is unfair in itself. Yi Yuan, you're treating it too much of a child's play like this. He Shuming laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, looks like even your own people aren't optimistic about you. Yi Yuan completely ignored Qianer and said to Yi Shuming, Doesn't matter. Have the final say here. Good. Since it's already said until like this, if I still don't agree, wouldn't it let the heroes of the world scoff? But are two parties competing? Can't be each side believing that they are right, that both sides have their merits. Got to find a person to preside over, right? He Shuming said, I'll preside over. How's that? A deep and powerful voice suddenly sounded out in the crowd. Everyone looked over where the voice came from, and they saw a middle-aged man dressed in fine clothing sticking out. He even brought an attendant alongside him, but Yi Yuan recognized that he was precisely the city guard's army's head commander, Luo Fong. A figure able to make Luo Fong tag along as an attendant. His identity was also obvious. City Lord, Your Excellency. Why have you come? He Shuming said in astonishment. This person was precisely ancient opulent city's city lord, Ying Tianya. Yi Yuan had heard of Jun Tianyu mentioning this person before. Even the lofty and proud Jun Tianyu's appraisal of Ying Tianya was very high too. If say there were still people Jun Tianyu was apprehensive of in this ancient opulent city, there was only this Ying Tianya. Ying Tianya walked out slowly from the crowd, carrying the unique bearing of a sovereign, and said with a faint smile, This Ying heard that a Master Yi newly emerged in the city, and even opened a medicinal pill store on ancient opulent street, so I came over to have a look on a spur of the moment. But I didn't expect that alchemy saint He is actually competing with Master Yi here. I wonder if this Ying has the qualifications to take on the post of the person presiding over. He Shuming hurriedly said, City Lord, Your Excellency is in such a mood. He is absolutely honored. Ying Tianya nodded his head and looked at Yi Yuan, saying, Does Master Yi have any objections? Yi Yuan said smilingly, No objections. Ying Tianya chuckled and said, Fine then. This Ying will witness the splendor of my ancient opulent city's two pinnacle masters. I wonder what you two wish to compete in. Attentive people could tell that Ying Tianya's words placed Yi Yuan and He Shuming on equal positions. This made them very surprised. Yi Yuan was merely a puny little alchemy sovereign. He could actually let City Lord His Excellency regard him with special attention like so? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders when he heard that and said, Doesn't matter to me. Up to him then. Yi Yuan's attitude deeply wounded He Shuming's pride. Seems like under this kind of circumstances the one displaying an indifferent attitude should be him, right? This brat really knew how to seize the limelight, competing in pill refinement with a measly little alchemy sovereign. Other people will definitely say that I'm bullying you. How about this? Let's compete in fire control. How's that? He Shuming said with a cold smile. Shameless. I heard that alchemy saint he is strongest in fire control. Isn't this bullying people? Indeed rather shameless. But who asked that Yi Yuan to posture himself? He's only at the alchemy sovereign realm, yet he had to pretend to be like an alchemy emperor, indifferent about anything. Then he would naturally have to pick what he's good at. Actually, with alchemy saint he's strength even if he doesn't choose fire control. Yi Yuan doesn't have any chances of victory either, right? Yi Yuan is biting a little more than he can chew. Once he lose the entire fragrant medicine pavilion will be lost to him. He Shuming's reputation in ancient opulent city was extremely great. Everyone all knew that what he was most proficient in was fire control. He actually chose the fire control he was most skilled in at this time. It was seriously quite contemptible. The fragrant medicine pavilion made some simple preparation work. Because fire control did not require too complicated stuff, therefore it was finished, preparing very fast. During this period, Chenner had been nagging by the side constantly. Clearly, she was very displeased with Yi Yuan's decision. Although she knew that Yi Yuan had some skill, doing so was truly a bit too risky. Reaching alchemy saint realm, which person would be mediocre? Moreover, even if Yi Yuan's means were heaven-defying, what about his two disciples? What Rendong and Xiao Ruyan had to face were alchemy ancestor experts. Could his disciples be as heaven-defying as him too? Rendong and Xiao Ruyan duo dragged their feet to Yi Yuan's side and said softly, Master, we. Yi Yuan smiled as he patted Rendong's shoulder and said, It's fine. Just take it as a game and bring out your usual training standards will do. Even if we really lose, worst comes to worst, we'll start over from the beginning once more. With Master's capabilities, what does a tiny little fragrant medicine pavilion count as? Furthermore, the disciples that Yi Yuan taught, if they can't even beat a few mongrels, then that's too disgraceful. In his past and present life, Yi Yuan only took in these two disciples. These few years, Yi Yuan spared no efforts in teaching them to, and never keep, things to himself. The two people's improvements, Yi Yuan took it all into his sights. Therefore, he was plenty confident in them too. After a round of words, although it was unable to dispel the two persons' worries entirely, it made them set their minds at ease considerably. Yeah, a tiny little fragrant medicine pavilion, what did it count as to Yi Yuan? The two people exchanged glances, secretly cheering themselves on. Everything prepared, Suchida took the lead to fall out of the ranks. Looking at Rendong and Xiao Ruyan, he said with a scornful look, Two little babies, don't blame this old man for bullying you guys. Want to blame, then blame that unreliable master of yours. It's fine if he's ignorant, but he even made his disciples come out and lose face. Rendong was indignant once he heard that and immediately shot back. You old fogey. Master, he can mess you up just with one finger. Just who is losing face we'll know in a while. Finished talking. He turned to Yi Yuan again and said, Master, disciple, requests to battle. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Go then. As he said, Yi Yuan held his palm out. A small and exquisite lotus flower appeared. It was precisely one of Fiery's clones. At present, Fiery and Yi Yuan's mind were linked up. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could lend essence fire to anybody for use and would not get a backlash. Take it. Teach that old bastard a lesson properly. Alchemy King and Alchemy Ancestor were separated by two major boundaries. But alchemists' duels were different from martial artists. A difference of two major boundaries between martial artists, even for a monster like Yi Yuan, he could not salvage it too. But among alchemists outside of competing in pill refinement, Alchemy Kings still had a possibility of winning Alchemy Ancestors theoretically. Of course, that was also just in theory. If without heaven-defying inheritances, for an Alchemy King to want to win an Alchemy Ancestor, that was basically sheer nonsense. The accumulations and experience of an Alchemy Ancestor were simply not what alchemy kings could compare to. Especially with fire control, experience had a crucially important effect. That was the accumulation on countless times of pill refinement. Rendong and Xiao Rian's age were placed right there. No one felt that they could match up to a veteran alchemy ancestor like Su Qida in terms of fire control. Actually, even Rendong himself did not have the least bit of confidence. Either. Alchemy ancestor expert, this was a boundary that he did not even dare to think about in the lower realms. And now he was actually going to compete in fire control with such a powerhouse. But Su Qida's words earlier infuriated Rendong. Yi Yuan was akin to a god in his heart now. Su Qida's words touched his reverse scale. No matter what, I must have a match with this old fellow properly. Even if I can't win him, I can't lose face for master either.
Rendong secretly
Resolved himself. In other people's view, this was a competition completely without chances of victory. But Rendong knew that master's round was absolutely a crushing victory. Competing in pill refinement, the present Yi Yuan was indeed unable to refine Tier 7 medicinal pills. But if competing on fire control, so what if the person was an alchemy saint powerhouse? Begin then, brat. I want to take a look at just how formidable the disciple taught by an alchemy sovereign is. As he said, Su Qida's essence energy spat out. A cluster of red flames appeared in his palm. His fingers fiddled with the red flame, as if strumming a zither, dancing, giving people a feeling of soothing and relaxation. In between this, he even raised his head to look at Rendong from time to time, but he saw that Rendong still did not move. He just watched him control fire stupidly. Seeing this scene, Su Qida was even prouder of himself. Truly too formidable. Indeed well-deserving of being an existence second only to alchemy saint He in ancient opulent city. This fire-controlling skill is probably only inferior to alchemy saint He's. Alchemy ancestor experts are alchemy ancestor experts. Without repeated training and tempering, how can it be possible to master this level of fire controlling skill? Today is really an eye-opener. Alchemy ancestor Su's fire controlling skill is already so formidable. Then formidable to what degree is alchemy saint He? Hearing everyone's praises, Su Qida was even prouder of himself. He still had some strength left over at this time, so he had the thought of flaunting his skill. The movements of his hands sped up more. With this, it aroused more marveling. Rather, it was Rendong who still looked at Su Qida blankly and actually seemed like he forgot to take action. Hey boy, you aren't dazed from watching, right? Hoo-hoo, indeed an inexperienced brat who has ever seen the world before. Broadened your horizons. Today, right? He Shuming was even more delighted to see that Rendong was frightened. Silly. Su Qida winning this match, the fragrant medicine pavilion was basically half in his hands already. How could he not be delighted? Rendong seemingly only came back to his senses at this time and said absent-mindedly, this is the fire control of alchemy ancestor realm? Otherwise, what do you think? Boy, you're still young, experiencing some setbacks isn't much. With your age, to be able to cultivate to alchemy king realm is considered not bad. Either way, the fragrant medicine pavilion won't exist anymore in the future too. Why not you come under my tutelage? Impart you even more ingenious fire controlling skills. He Shuming guided gently and actually started snatching away his opponent's people already. He did not perceive the meaning in Rendong's words at all, and he even thought that Rendong was taken by surprise by Su Qida's fire controlling skill. That was why he would let out such an emotional sigh. When Rendong heard, he knew that he Shuming was mistaken. He shook his head and said, if this is the fire controlling skill of alchemy ancestor realm, then me winning him shouldn't be too difficult. He Shuming was stunned when he heard that this brat actually dared to mess with him. He was just about to fly off the handle when Rendong moved at this time, only to see him beckon with one hand. The fire lotus bloomed similarly, forming a small cluster of flames. Following that, Rendong's hands started moving dreamlike, while that small cluster of flames actually grew into a small tree under his spurring. Furthermore, it was strikingly vivid and lifelike. That small tree gradually germinated, growing out branches, becoming luxuriant. The originally still somewhat noisy fragrant medicine pavilion suddenly quietened down at this time, while Shumeng's eyes turned into wide saucers when he saw this scene. Such consummate fire controlling skill was also not the least bit inferior to him, this alchemy saint. What fire control skill was particular about was exquisiteness. Areas that should be strong was strong, places that should be weak was weak. Only like this could one let the medicinal pill receive more abundant baptizing of flames when refining pills. To be able to condense flames to form the shape of a small tree, this required immensely profound skill. Tsuchida, on the other hand, his skills appeared very brilliant indeed. But, regarding the degree of exquisiteness in controlling flames, it was clearer. Worse than Rendong. Fire tree, silver flowers. Rendong gave a light cry. Bright-colored silver flowers actually bloomed one after another on that small tree. How did Tsuchida still have that leisurely composure from before at this time? When he saw Rendong's skill, his entire face went green. He desperately urged the flames in his hand, likewise wanting to condense and form a small tree. Tsuchida was an alchemy ancestor powerhouse in the end. Under forceful deploying, he really condensed out the shape of a small tree. It was just that this small tree's appearance, even for the martial artists who did not know fire controlling skills, they could also distinguish the good from the bad. At the end, Tsuchida's face was flushed red, but the small tree was completely unable to become like Rendong's, vivid and lifelike. The first match, Fragrant Medicine Pavilion wins. Ingtianya announced the results right away. Regarding this kind of result that was apparent, no one doubted it at all. Rendong put away the flames, ran in front of Yi Yuan, and said with an excited look, "Master, turns out that my fire controlling skill is already this incredible." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You don't know what you're talking about. Still early. Today, making you guys take action is to let you guys find a bit of confidence. But keep in mind to not be complacent. One loses by pride and gains by modesty. Understood?" Rendong nodded his head like a chicken pecking for rice and said obediently, "Disciple understands." These few years' time, Rendong and Xiao Rian duo did not idle their time away in the vast heaven pagoda. On the contrary, Yi Yuan carried out demon-like training for the two of them. This fire controlling was one of them. The missions that Yi Yuan assigned were all extremely focused. Rendong and Xiao Ruyan immersing themselves in diligent practice. Their strength soared by leaps and bounds too. It was just that the two of them were both immersed in exceedingly dreary training. Moreover, most of the training was alchemists' basic skills, resulting in the two of them not having much understanding of their current strength. It was only when Rendong saw Tsuchida controlling his fire did the former knew what kind of level his strength already reached. One could say that apart from his cultivation realm not reaching the standard, he actually already surpassed alchemy ancestor powerhouses all round in basic skills now. Junior apprentice brother, you can even win with such standards. I already have nothing to say. Xiao Ruyan rolled her eyes at one side. Rendong touched his head when he heard and said embarrassedly, "Senior apprentice sister, I also didn't expect that his level was so lousy. Makes sense. I even thought that an alchemy ancestor's fire controlling level was very high. I didn't think that that was all he got. Made me worry for half a day in vain. Hoo-hoo, yeah. I was dumbfounded watching just now and even thought that I saw wrongly. How can an alchemy ancestor's fire control level be just this bit? Senior apprentice sister's fire controlling skill is even more formidable than mine. You should win even more easily. Even a guy like you can win. If I don't win, wouldn't I lose face for master too much?" These apprentice sister and brother's conversation made everyone speechless. When they heard Alchemy kings who dared to say this sort of words in front of alchemy. Ancestors were probably also just these two apprentice sister and brothers, right? Ing Tianya looked at Yi Yuan rather interestedly, his gaze exuding thick astonishment. Rendong's and Xiao Rian's expressions did not seem to be fake. Looks like they really did not know that their own strengths were actually that strong. Then how profound a skill did the Yi Yuan who was able to teach the two of them had to have? Rendong's performance earlier really took his breath away. If not for seeing with his own eyes, Ing Tianya really did not dare to believe that a puny little alchemy king actually had such superb fire controlling standards. Ing Tianya could not help looking forward to the showdown between Yi Yuan and Yi Shuming. Right at this time, Xiao Ruyan fell out of the ranks and said to the group of alchemy ancestors with full confidence, "Hey, is there any a little stronger? Come out and let's compete. If it's that level just now, this young lady won't even have the desire to compete." The group of alchemy ancestors glanced around, looking at one another. Not one actually dared to come out and fight. If it was before Rendong and Su Cheetah's competition, they would definitely have jumped up already. But now, facing Xiao Ruyan's provocation, they did not even dare to let out a fart. They heard distinctly just now that Xiao Ruyan was Rendong's senior sister. Moreover, when Xiao Ruyan was looking down on Rendong earlier, Rendong did not have any temper at all either. That indicated that Xiao Ruyan's fire control level was even above Rendong's. And in their group of people, the one strongest at fire control was Su Cheetah. Under such circumstances, who was still willing to take the initiative to come out and lose face? What? If no one else is coming out to fight, this Ing will take it as you guys forfeit. Ing Tianya said nonchalantly when he saw that there was no one responding for a long time here. Xiao Ruyan smiled smugly, but she voiced out, "Forget it. Looks like you guys are also just this level. How about this young lady will perform a set of fire-controlling art. If there is anyone among you guys able to do it, count it as this young lady's loss. How's that?" Those few alchemy ancestors exchanged glances and felt indignant. But they did not dare to speak up. At this time, nobody dared to come out and brag either. Everyone losing face together was better than one person coming out to lose face. By the side, Yi Shuming's face was already livid with rage already. This bunch of fellows was really not reliable at all to actually be freaked out by a little child. Since you all are not speaking, then this young lady will take it as you guys agree. As she said, Xiao Ruyan held her palm out. A small cluster of flames gradually became a small flower. Following that, her palm quivered. Another small flower actually emerged. Again, Xiao Ruyan's palm vibrated with rhythm. After that, one small flower after another derived from it. Xiao Ruyan actually danced trippingly while creating little flowers. And those small flowers rose and danced gaily along with her. At this moment, Xiao Ruyan was like a flower fairy maiden. Those flower petals served to accentuate her beauty even more soul-stirringly. For a moment, all the martial artists were senseless from watching. They had never seen such a beautiful scene before, such exquisite fire, controlling skills. Creating one small flower wasn't considered much. 3 or 5 flowers did not count as anything too. But creating 100 flame flowers in one go, and still being able to manipulate to her will like so, then that was too incredible. All of a sudden, Xiao Ruyan stopped the dance steps. Those tiny flowers also dissipated along with it. Quite a number of people were still immersed in that beautiful scene earlier, and was unable to extricate themselves. Too beautiful. Really have no way of imagining that dreary fire. Controlling arts are actually able to display such a magnificent and gorgeous environment. Even Master Ye's disciples have such strength. Then wouldn't his own fire controlling skills be heaven-defying? I really want to witness Master Ye's fire controlling skills. But the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion already won 2 rounds in a row. There probably isn't the opportunity already, right? Xiao Ruyan herself also did not expect that her displaying this fire controlling skill today, she actually became the goddess in the hearts of the ancient opulent city's male martial artists. After today, many people all came to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion all for a look at her gorgeous appearance. Gentlemen, are there people able to imitate Miss Zhao's fire-controlling skill? Ying Tianya asked. Those few alchemy ancestors had awkward looks, their eyes evading. Forget about Xiao Ruyan, even Rendong's move was already hard for them to execute. Ying Tianya smiled faintly when he saw no one respond and said, since that's the case, the second round is also the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's victory. The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion won 2 rounds in a row. The Sing feels that this third round probably doesn't have the need to compete already. Right? He Shuming's expression flickered incessantly but did not make a sound. Right then, Yi Yuan came forward and said, Alchemy Saint, he is an alchemy Saint powerhouse. Presumably, his fire-controlling skill wouldn't be so mediocre. This Yi feels that this third round should be engaged in. Otherwise, Alchemy Saint, he would likely be unconvinced in his heart. How about this? This Yi will be like his disciple and display a fire-controlling skill. If Alchemy Saint, he is able to do it, count it as this Ye's loss. How's that? Yi Yuan stepping out at this time was equivalent to checkmating He Shuming. Ying Tianya was a little surprised, but asked He Shuming, what does Alchemy Saint he think? Actually, He Shuming's fire-controlling skill was rather brilliant. Xiao Ruyan's level of fire control, he could actually barely achieve it. But the problem was, Xiao Ruyan was just Yi Yuan's disciple. The disciple's strength already reached such a level. Then what about her master? But to let him admit defeat like this, he was unreconciled to it too. He was this ancient opulent city's top seat. If he admitted defeat, where would he put his old face? He Shuming gritted his teeth and said, compete then. Who's afraid of who? Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, watch closely, only to see Yi Yuan place his hands together and pull. With a flutter, countless flying birds flew out from his palms just like this, soaring around the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's crossbeam. These flying birds were all strikingly lifelike. Even the eyes of each bird seemed so intelligent. If not for knowing beforehand, these martial artists would probably even think that these flying birds were real. Furthermore, the species of these flying birds were all different. Size and appearance, not a single one was exactly alike. Counting simply, Yi Yuan created thousands of birds with species different from one another. Everyone all sucked in a cold breath. Different from Xiao Ruyan, Yi Yuan practically created so many flying birds instantaneously. This level of fire control skill could already be rated as a masterstroke. Thousands of birds circled around the beam. This scene was a grand sight. Just this move was already hard for He Shuming to imitate. Drawing a myriad of life with the power of flames, this level of fire control was simply divine. He Shuming's fire control skills were very strong. To really make him illustrate some flying birds, he was also barely able to achieve it. But to let him do it until every flying bird was so lifelike and indistinguishable from the original, how could he accomplish it? This did not just require subtle control over flames, it required exquisite control over essence energy even more. Humph! I was wondering how incredible a fire-controlling skill it was. Merely about the same as your disciple too, He Shuming said stubbornly. Once these words came out, quite a few martial artists shot him contemptuous. This was clearly the tempo of unable to bear a loss. But Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, Alchemy Saint, he doesn't have to be anxious. It isn't finished yet. Finished talking, Yi Yuan extended a finger and dotted and drew a line in the air. A series of faint chirps suddenly sounded out. My God, it's a phoenix. Is that really a phoenix? No, wait, that isn't a real phoenix. It's likewise drawn by Yi Yuan with fire control skills. Once the phoenix emerged, a wave of marveling immediately echoed in the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Those birds were originally flying around the beam. Once the fire phoenix emerged, they actually collectively stopped in the air, and actually seemed to pay homage to the fire phoenix collectively. My 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix, if alchemy saint he can do it, count it as our fragrant medicine pavilion lose. How's that? Yi Yuan said, with a smile that wasn't a smile. He Shuming's expression was incomparably nasty. He never would have thought that a puny little alchemy sovereign's fire-controlling skills actually reached such a terrifying level. The scary thing about this 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix was not how difficult it was to illustrate, but that these birds actually had some intelligence. Fire-controlling skill reaching this kind of level already had no way of describing with words anymore. He Shuming, even if he cultivated for another several hundred years, it was impossible to attain such a level too. Humph! Yi Yuan, today's score, this he has noted it down. Let's go. 100,000 merit points. I'll send people to transfer you in a while. He Shuming seriously could not stay on here any longer and could only flick his sleeves and leave. When they left, it even incurred a wave of booing. After today, Yi Yuan could be considered to have become famous in one battle. In the ancient opulent city, an alchemy saint powerhouse brought along a bunch of alchemy ancestors to the fragrant medicine pavilion to challenge them. In the end, they were beaten by an alchemy sovereign and 2 alchemy kings to a sorry plight, each and every one of them leaving dusty and dirty in appearance. This level of strength was sufficient to indicate that the fragrant medicine pavilion had the ability to keep a foothold on ancient opulent street. Moreover, in the foreseeable future, fragrant medicine pavilion's limelight might even overshadow the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company completely. Yi Yuan, you're too incredible. Really didn't expect that your fire controlling skill has actually reached such a miraculous boundary. Yi Yuan's performance gave Chen'er a hugely pleasant surprise. Only now did she know why Yi Yuan did not want their Meteor Trading Company's alchemy ancestor powerhouse to come over. In front of Yi Yuan, what did alchemy ancestor powerhouses count as? Yi Yuan looked at Chen'er and said mockingly, "Didn't you even say prior to this that I was treating it too much of a child's play?" Chen'er's face reddened, and she lowered her head bashfully. Although separated by a layer of veil, Yi Yuan was able to feel her embarrassment too. "Your fire-controlling art is so incredible. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Let me be mentally prepared too," Chen'er said begrudgingly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Even if I tell you that I'm very incredible, would you believe?" Seems like no." Chen'er was stunned and blurted out, "Ha ha ha. Master Ye's fire control skill truly let this ing broaden my horizons. If not for seeing with my own eyes, this ing would really be unable to imagine that an ascender actually possessed such terrifying strength." Ing, Tianya said with a big laugh. "Hoo-hoo. City Lord, your excellency is too kind. This is merely an unorthodox path of this Yi, just trying to get by." Ing Tianya looked at Yi Yuan meaningfully and suddenly opened his mouth. "Master Yi, how about we head inside and have a talk?" Yi Yuan said, "Please." Driving away He Shuming, there was also not much use of Yi Yuan staying at the front anymore. This sort of thing like management, the Meteor Trading Company's people were obviously much more formidable than him. This time he achieved fame in one battle, with so many martial artists. Witnessing him defeating He Shuming with fire-controlling arts, it would definitely spread throughout the entire ancient opulent city very quickly. What this selling of medicinal pills relied on was fame. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company being able to overwhelm the Meteor Trading Company a very large degree was all due to He Shuming. The Meteor Trading Company was unable to dispatch alchemy saint powerhouses over to this ancient opulent city for various reasons. Being suppressed was also bound to happen. For Yi Yuan to smack He Shuming's face today so domineeringly, the objective was in order to let all the martial artists know his prowess. This way the fragrant medicine pavilion would naturally rack in riches. Adding in that the fragrant medicine pavilion's medicinal pills quality was Too solid, squeezing out a large proportion of the heaven's destiny trading. Company's profits was also inevitable. Cooperating with the city guard's army, Yi Yuanlong had expectations. Him unveiling the medicinal pills for Luofeng to try previously naturally captured his heart all at once. It was just that Yi Yuan did not expect that Ing Tianya, the city lord, actually came to visit. I wonder what city lord your excellency is finding Yi Yuan for? When both parties sat down, Yi Yuan asked straight away. Hoo-hoo, Master Yi is a straightforward man speaking his mind. I won't beat around the bush either. Luofeng holds the few types of medicinal pills you guys unveiled in high esteem. I came today naturally wanting to witness it, Ing Tianya said. Oh? Just a few medicinal pills. How can it trouble city lord to come in person? As he said, Yi Yuan took out several medicinal pills and placed them in front of Ing Tianya. Ing Tianya was not courteous either, swallowing those few kinds of medicinal pills in one go, his eyes involuntarily lighting up. No wonder Luofeng praised your medicinal pills so highly. This medicinal effect is indeed extraordinary. Master Yi, our city lord manner plan on placing an order for these few medicinal pills. Each type of medicinal pill 5,000 pills. What do you think? Ing Tianya said. The medicinal pills Yi Yuan took out had a total of 5 kinds. 5,000 of each type of medicinal pill was 25,000 medicinal pills. To the newly opened Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, this was absolutely a big business. But Yi Yuan's face did not have much of an agitated expression. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, Thank you very much for City Lord Your Excellencies. Generous kindness. This Yi is endlessly grateful. But City Lord Your Excellency didn't make a trip personally for the sake of a few medicinal pills, right? Ing Tianya laughed out loud when he heard and said, Haha. Looks like it. Indeed can't hide from Master Yi. Actually, coming to find Master Yi today is because I have a matter to request you. It's just that this matter is hard to talk about. So, Yi Yuan smiled and said, So you first put me under obligation, then talk about this hard-to-say matter, is it? Luofeng's expression changed when he heard that and said, Yi Yuan, what are you saying? City Lord His Excellency, he. Luofeng had yet to say finish and was stopped by Ing Tianya with a hand gesture, who said with a smile, Master Ye's heart is like a clear mirror. Looks like nothing can be hidden from you. It's just that this matter is very important to me. But Yi Yuan interrupted Ing Tianya's words straight away and said, Something that even City Lord Your Excellency finds very hard is most likely very dangerous. Since it's hard to talk about, then it would be better to not talk about it. This business, our Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, won't take it on. There was no free lunch in this world. Ing Tianya buying so many medicinal pills from the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion in one go, if this was calculated according to Earth essence crystals, the number could be counted in the hundreds of thousands. Therefore, the thing he wanted Yi Yuan to do would likely have to pay an equal price too. If it were just treating illnesses and saving people, Ing Tianya definitely would not find it so hard to say. Therefore, Yi Yuan determined that the thing Ing Tianya wanted him to do definitely had a corresponding risk. At least, to him, this divine traversing realm martial artist, it was rather dangerous. Ing Tianya's stomach full of words was blocked right at his mouth by Yi Yuan. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan could not help having some transformation. He thought that his order of his was sufficient to move Yi Yuan. He didn't expect that Yi Yuan rejected it without even blinking. One had to know that this order, even when placed in the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, it was absolutely not a small sum either, let alone that the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was just a newly opened medicinal store. Master Yi, this order has nothing to do with me inviting you to take action. After the matter is done, this Ing will have another generous gift to offer. The value will be several times of this order. Ing Tianya refused to give. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Does City Lord Your Excellency take this Yi to be a fool? The more generous the remuneration you give, it means that the matter You make this Yi do will be more dangerous. This Yi is just a divine, traversing realm junior. If City Lord Your Excellency requires alchemists, wouldn't going to find alchemy saint he be more suitable? It was not that Yi Yuan really did not want to go. It was just that his current strength was still a little weak in the divine realm. Therefore he planned to cultivate in the ancient opulent city for a period of time before going out. The strength of the divine realm's martial artists was much stronger compared to the lower realms. Yi Yuan could even leap across a major cultivation realm to one-shot his foe in the lower realms. But wanting to do this while being in the divine realm was quite hard. He still had some chances of victory when dealing with ordinary initial stage boundless realm powerhouses with his current strength. But if they came out from major families with inheritances, then it would be rather strained. Even in this unassuming ancient opulent city, martial artists who comprehended true intent could be found everywhere too. Even like Jun Tianyu this kind, they were also not too far off from comprehending supreme true intent. Walking around outside with Yi Yuan's current strength was still a little too dangerous. Ying Tianya smiled bitterly and said, I'm not hiding things from Master Yi. Actually, the person I have in mind originally was He Shuming too. But after witnessing Master Ye's skills, I feel that you're a more suitable choice. But for precautionary measures, I plan on inviting you and Alchemy Saint He to go along together. Master Yi, rest assured, this trip is only to save people. As long as the person is rescued, we'll pull out immediately and absolutely won't stay. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said, talk more about the specifics. The moment Ying Tianya heard that there was hope, he could not help becoming overjoyed and recounted the whole story of the incident. Turns out that Ying Tianya's junior apprentice brother unwittingly found an ancient grotto and headed inside the grotto alone to seek treasures. In the end, he was trapped in that ancient grotto. But Ying Tianya's relationship with this junior apprentice brother was very close. The two of them had a kind of special skill to transmit news. Hence, his junior pleaded for help from Ying Tianya through this skill. Ying Tianya received the news that his junior was trapped in the ancient grotto and was unable to get away. Furthermore, he was inflicted with a peculiar poison. It was Ying Tianya who thought of inviting alchemists along. That junior of mine is only at the second level heaven enlightenment. He's able to preserve his life in that ancient grotto. Presumably, that grotto shouldn't be too dangerous. This Ying assures you to definitely do everything in my power to ensure your safety this trip. As long as this Ying is around, I absolutely won't let people harm a hair of yours. Ying Tianya patted his chest and said. Yi Yuan smiled as he shook his head and said, asking me to go is viable, but this kind of guarantee is still not enough. Yi Yuan was not some fledgling experiencing the world for the first time. This kind of verbal promise he did not trust at all. When danger really struck and Ying Tianya ran at the critical juncture, who could he find to reason things out? Ying Tianya hesitated for a moment, but took out a suit of armor and said, this is this Ying's personal suit of armor. High-grade profound artifact. Skyplume treasure armor. Even heaven enlightenment realm powerhouses are unable to break its defense in a short while either. I wonder if this Ying's sincerity is sufficient? Of course, the terms promised to Master Yi prior still stands. After the matter is done, I'll pay a reward of 1 million merit points separately. Yi Yuan took over the Skyplume treasure armor from Ying Tianya's hands and said with a nod, all right, deal. But I have a condition. Master Yi, please say. My condition is that Brother Jun travel together with me. Yi Yuan said. Ying Tianya nodded with an emotional sigh. If younger Brother Jun is able to travel together, then that's for the best. With younger Brother Jun's strength, this journey is bound to have a few more parts of assurance. After Ying Tianya left, Yi Yuan said to Jun Tianyu with a slight apology, Brother Jun, dragging you into the water this time, I'm really sorry. Yi Yuan knew that this journey likely would not be that simple. But the only helper Yi Yuan could find now was only Jun Tianyu. Jun Tianyu said with a smile, "What's younger brother Yi saying? This Jun has also not worked out my body for a long time. My cultivation has also remained stagnant for very long. This trip is precisely a turning point. I hope that I'm able to have some gains." Jun Tianyu's words were not false. These few years, for the sake of Lu Iru's ailment, he practically abandoned cultivation, resulting in his cultivation stagnating and not advancing all along. If he still did not work his body, wanting to break through in the future would be hard. A character like Jun Tianyu was naturally unresigned to only having heaven, enlightenment realm strength for all his life. That would be even worse than killing him. Yi Yuan said, "Great kindness can't be thanked with words. This grace of Brother Jun, this Yi has remembered it. Ha ha. Isn't younger brother Yi regarding me as an outsider here? To really talk about being grateful, it should also be me thanking you. Without you, I'd probably be a walking corpse right now already. Moreover, this fragrant medicine pavilion establishing, you gifted 20% performance shares directly to me. You can't let a grown man like me eat idly without working, right?" Tianyu cracked a rare joke. It was just that no matter what, to be able to generously travel together under the situation where he clearly knew there was danger, this great kindness of Jun Tianyu's made Yi Yuan very grateful. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Brother Jun, this Ye's current strength is meager and is also unable to help you refine medicinal pills. But this Yi is incapable and happen to have some comprehension on sword Dao too. Why don't we spar a bit? Hopefully, it can be of some assistance to you." Jun Tianyu froze when he heard that. He was really unaware that Yi Yuan actually had some attainments along the martial path apart from refining pills. Moreover, hearing Yi Yuan's meaning, his attainments on sword Dao was even not low. Jun Tianyu had dealt with Yi Yuan for some time too and knew that he was not someone to shoot his mouth off. To dare say so, he probably had some capabilities. But regarding Yi Yuan's words, Jun Tianyu was still rather disapproving of it. In his heart, Yi Yuan's attainments in alchemy, Jun Tianyu prostrate on all fours in admiration. But there were times a person's strength just wouldn't do. How high could Yi Yuan's attainments in sword Dao be? Yi Yuan doing so was just a kind of compensation for dragging him into the water just now. The idea was nice, except the effects were likely totally non-existent. In Jun Tianyu's view, Yi Yuan's present level was completely unable to understand how high his current sword Dao concept boundary was. "Lord Chairman, things are bad. Today, the moment the fragrant medicine pavilion opened for business, the door sill was crushed from the crowd. Early in the morning, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's manager went to find Zhua Xian in a fluster. The fragrant medicine pavilion's explosive scene frightened him badly. In comparison, their Heaven's Destiny Trading Company side here was deserted and quiet, practically without any customer. Zhua Xian frowned and asked, "What's going on?" The Tier 5 medicinal pills that the fragrant medicine pavilion unveiled. The medicinal effects are actually 40 to 60% higher than our varieties of the same kind, but the prices are even cheaper than after we discounted 20%. In addition, said the manager. The manager stammered but did not dare to continue speaking. Zhua Xian's expression darkened, and he said, "Speak." "Yes, Lord Chairman." In addition, alchemy saint he was completely crushed by the Yi Yuan master and disciples yesterday. Overnight it was like the martial artists in the entire city all knew the fragrant medicine pavilion's prowess. The manager said, "Bang." Zhua Xian gnashed his teeth hatefully and threw the teapot in his hand directly onto the ground, smashing it into pieces. "Go, think of ways to get some of the fragrant medicine pavilion's medicinal pills over for me," Zhua Xian said solemnly. "This subordinate has already gotten them from some martial artists who purchased the medicinal pills. Here they are." The manager clearly knew how to handle affairs well. Without waiting for Zhua Xian's instructions, he already brought the medicinal pills over. But at this time, Xian was not in the mood of praising him at all. Snatching the medicinal pills over in a flash, he started scrutinizing in detail. But looking for a long time, Xian could not figure out what difference the medicinal pills in his hands was from his own too. Go, get Alchemy Saint He to come over. Hang on. Forget it, I'll go find him myself. Such a major matter, Xian could not wait at all. If it were really as the manager said, then the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would be facing its greatest crisis. The business that Xian laid down a foundation for in the ancient opulence city painstakingly would be encroached on to the limits by the Meteor Trading Company very soon. Although Tier 5 medicinal pills only belonged to the low-level market, it was also the largest market. If this piece were eaten by the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion entirely, their business would probably lose 30 to 40%. This kind of loss, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company seriously could not bear it. Moreover, Xian also heard that the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion even had an expert assisting behind and was even able to refine superior grade, even transcendent grade Tier 6 medicinal pills. If left to grow unchecked, the outcome was too ghastly to imagine. Originally thought that 2 plots were enough to deal a fatal blow to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Who knew that hitting the snake failed to kill it, and was bitten instead? The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion just opened for business day 2 and caused such a grave threat to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. What surprised him even more was that he Shuming, a dignified alchemy saint, actually lost to an alchemy sovereign just like this. Even though it was just on fire control, losing means losing. There was no excuses. Those martial artists purchasing medicinal pills would not listen to any excuses either. Xian found he Shuming very quickly. Initially, he was embarrassed to meet Yuo Xin, but he already came to find him. He could not very well avoid Xian either. But after Xian briefly recounted the enormous crisis the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was facing, he Shuming had no way of being calm too. He originally thought that yesterday's loss was just a one-time loss. Did not affect the whole. Who knew that on the second day morning, he would hear such news like a bolt out of the blue? This? Why would the Tier 5 essence restoring pill add in Starnet secret flower? In? There is even moon foil heavenly sand? This doesn't adhere to medicinal theory at all. The strangest thing is that after adding in these things, the medicinal effect actually increased 40 to 50% compared to the original. This is simply inconceivable. He Shuming was deserving of being an alchemy saint powerhouse. Just by smelling it with his nose, he already found the aspects different from ordinary Tier 5 essence restoring pills. It was just that the way he saw it, adding in these things was simply downright nonsense and should ruin the medicinal properties of the core ingredients. But why would the medicinal effects rose so much instead after adding these in? A new type of medicinal pill emerging in the world would always cause alchemists to fervently research it. The composition of a medicinal pill actually did not have many areas that could be concealed. High-level alchemists could differentiate what kind of medicinal herbs a medicinal pill was constituted of just by using their noses. But to want to restore the pill formula through a medicinal pill, that was virtually something impossible. Because each type of medicinal herb's proportion, quantity, were all unable to restore to its original form, let alone the method of refining and how the fire should be controlled. Alchemy was an extremely precise work. Even if it were wrong by a wee bit, what was refined would be useless pills too. But this did not hinder he Shuming's gasps of admiration towards this Tier 5 essence restoring pill. Alchemy Saint He, can this medicinal pill be restored to its original form? Xian asked rather cautiously. He Shuming heaved a sigh and said, with my strength, it's definitely unable to restore the pill formula. This medicinal pill looks trivial and normal on the surface. but the refining method is extremely mystifying and done by an experienced alchemist. If I want to crack it, there's likely only sending it back to the headquarters. It's just, I don't know if the alchemy emperor powerhouses in the headquarters can restore the pill formula or not. Restoring the pill formidable, although it was virtually impossible, there was still that little bit of hope. If not, there wouldn't be some very popular pill formulas circulating too. But to want to restore the pill formula, it normally required strength that transcended multiple ranks. This is because their understanding towards medicinal theory and pill refinement had already reached an extremely profound boundary. If luck was good, they could still fumble out some trick to it through some attribute relationship between the spirit medicines. Zhuangzi exclaimed in shock. Even alchemy venerables are unable to restore to its original form. He shook his head and said, "In my opinion, alchemy venerable experts won't cut it too. If this medicinal pill is refined by Yi Yuan himself, then his attainments in alchemy are absolutely above mine. It's just that his cultivation is lacking, that's why he's not able to refine tier 6 and above medicinal pills. But if it's like this, then that person behind him, his strength would be too terrifying." Although unwilling to admit it, the truth in front of him still made he candidly admit defeat. Zhuangzi was horrifyingly shocked when he heard that this was just a tier 5 medicinal pill. Logically speaking, alchemy venerable powerhouses should be able to restore the pill formula. But he said such intricate pill must have alchemy emperors to work on. Zhuangzi gritted his teeth and said, "This batch of medicinal pills are of great importance. We'd better send it back to the headquarters. Later I'll make clear the situation to Lord Deacon. If these medicinal pills really can have their pill formulas restored, it will absolutely be highly beneficial to our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company." He nodded his head, clearly in approval of Zhuangzi's view too. Under normal circumstances, alchemy emperor powerhouses would not even be bothered to take action and restore such low-level medicinal pills. But in Zhuangzi's view, if the pill formulas of these medicinal pills could be restored, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would have profits pouring in. Because the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's branches were everywhere, spanning several major regions. Once popularized, these few types of medicinal pills would absolutely be money trees. Regardless whether the headquarters agree or not, these medicinal pills must all be sent back. Zhuangzi believed that with upper echelon's vision, they would absolutely be able to discern these tier 5 medicinal pills' value. And at this time, Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu were currently facing opposite each other. "Brother Jun, I'll demonstrate a set of martial technique now, named Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword. You have to look closely. 9 sword stance." Yi Yuan gave a light cry. 9 figures suddenly divided. 9 streaks of sword light merged into one, charging straight for the horizon. Jun Tianyu was a person extremely arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. Regarding Yi Yuan's enthusiasm, although he did not say anything verbally, he was still rather disapproving of it in his heart. But the moment Yi Yuan's 9 sword stance appeared, Jun Tianyu's countenance suddenly changed. Supreme true intent. It's actually supreme true intent,
Jun Tianyu exclaimed,
in shock. But Yi Yuan did not answer. The second move was unleashed. 1,000 flowing petals, myriad rain sword blades, rending the sky. Each move he executed, Yi Yuan's sword intent blossomed a degree more. When it reached rending the sky, the style Yi Yuan's sword intent was already powerful to an unrivaled degree. Jun Tianyu's sword intent was involuntarily spurred on by Yi Yuan. The sword intent on his body appeared rather disorderly. Under Yi Yuan's sword intent, his sword intent was actually somewhat going out of control. One had to know that he was 2 major cultivation realms higher than Yi Yuan. Such a bizarre thing would actually occur. By the time Yi Yuan finished displaying the 4 styles of sword moves, Jun Tianyu had looked at Yi Yuan and smiled bitterly as he said, "Younger brother, You've kept me bitterly in the dark. You and I have been acquainted for so many days. And I actually didn't know that you were even a sword path expert. What made me even more astonished was that you actually even comprehended supreme true intent. Yi Yuan smiled and said, not that I intentionally hid it, it's just that I didn't have the chance to take action these few days. Moreover, even if I comprehended supreme true intent, my cultivation realm is still a little too low when all is said and done. Right now, all the people in the city knew that an alchemy path genius appeared on ancient Opulent Street and even crushed alchemy Saint He. But the world did not know that this alchemy path genius was also a martial path genius at the same time, a martial path genius who comprehended supreme true intent. Although Yi Yuan's supreme true intent had yet to be perfected to a holy land, there were not many people able to comprehend a supreme true intent in total as well. One should not look at how Jun Tianyu's strength was formidable and not far from comprehending supreme true intent either. But to really reach the point of comprehending the elementary form of supreme true intent, he still had a very long way to go. As for reaching perfection, it would probably be his life's pursuit. While Yi Yuan's supreme true intent was clearly not too far away from perfection already, to such a young martial artist, this was simply an inconceivable thing. Younger brother Yi, you really astound me too greatly. Even for super holy land's geniuses, there aren't many able to comprehend supreme true intent at your age either. If holy lands know that you comprehended sword Dao to this kind of extent, they will definitely treat you like a treasure, Jun Tianyu said. Hoo, I don't like to be waited upon by other people, nor do I need to be attended to by others as well. Brother Jun, leave this matter aside for the time being. Let's exchange notes properly on sword Dao these few days. Hopefully it can be of assistance to you, Yi Yuan said. Jun Tianyu nodded and said, that will be for the best. These few years, although Jun Tianyu delayed some cultivation time because of Lu Yiru's affairs, the main thing was still that he fell into a bottleneck. Not everyone could be like Yi Yuan, comprehending true intent by admiring the sight of a blossom shower. And on this point, no one was able to help Jun Tianyu transcend the bottleneck. But Yi Yuan was different. His comprehension on sword Dao was extremely deep, and already touched the true meaning of great Dao. Him giving pointers to Jun Tianyu frequently let him have a feeling of suddenly being enlightened. Having an expert to give pointers when at this kind of bottleneck would yield the effect of twice the result with half the effort. And Yi Yuan did not have the intention of holding back either, talking about his own comprehension towards sword Dao for Jun Tianyu to hear. Yi Yuan had a feeling that this trip probably would not go that smoothly. Therefore, the stronger Jun Tianyu's strength was, the more assurance regarding their safety. Of course, Yi Yuan did not idle away himself either. For this trip, Yi Yuan did not stint to employ the chaos gems to slow down the flow of time. With the fragrant medicine pavilion, Yi Yuan did not lack earth essence crystals for the time being now. All sorts of resources piling up, he broke through his bottleneck very quickly. Cultivating nearly for 6 months in the vast heaven pagoda, Yi Yuan broke through 2 minor boundaries in a row and finally broke through to the 4th level divine traversing realm, reaching middle stage divine traversing realm. But after reaching middle stage divine traversing realm, Yi Yuan's consumption of resources became even scarier. The 100,000 merit points earned from he shumming there was actually expended fully in these 6 months. For he shumming 100,000 merit points, it was actually not considered much. But to the ancient opulent city's ordinary martial artists, it was absolutely an astronomical figure. And Yi Yuan actually only broke through 2 minor cultivation realms after using finish these 100,000 merit points. If he let other martial artists knew, they would definitely let loose a torrent of abuse that he was prodigal. But Yi Yuan had no choice to. Each time he broke through a minor cultivation realm now, the essence energy required was several times of ordinary martial artists. The medicinal pills expended was naturally sizable too. Fortunately, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's business these few days was extremely good. Yi Yuan spent fast, earned even faster. From the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion opening for business until now, it was merely 10 short days. And in these 10 days' time, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion already completed the counteroffensive against the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, virtually monopolizing the medicinal pill business of all martial artists under Boundless Realm. There was no other choice. The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's Tier 5 medicinal pills were cheap and good. Only a fool would not come and buy. And the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's approach squeezed the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company enough for them to choke. Their discount sale was originally only planning on carrying out for a month. But now they were forced to continue the discount indefinitely. Zhou Xian originally thought that a month's time was sufficient to take down the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, who knew that he was squeezed until he had no mood to have a temper now. Except, even if the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company lowered prices to sell Tier 5 medicinal pills now, the ancient opulent city's martial artists still did not buy it. This reduced the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's profit margin even more. No advantage in quality, no advantage in price. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company fell into a huge predicament all at once, their profits shrinking by a large margin. In just 10 days, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's profits directly shrunk by 40%. This kind of situation delighted Qian'er and Li Huixing greatly. Being suppressed by the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company for so many years, this turnover battle was fought extremely beautifully. Although they lost 20% profit because they offended Yi Yuan, they still had a feeling of exultation upon fulfillment now. The one even happier was Yu Ming. This feeling of sitting at home and counting money was simply too awesome. Yi Yuan gave Yu Ming 5% shares. Although it was only 5%, he got rich overnight. Now as well. The feeling of counting money until one's hands had cramps was simply too wonderful. Yu Ming still had a feeling like he was dreaming until now. But these few days he also learned many things following behind Li Huixing. Yi Yuan handed such an important matter to him. He naturally did not dare to be perfunctory. Yu Ming was a clever person. He knew that everything today was all given by Yi Yuan. His emotional investment had already received immense return. But to want to sustain it required even more hard work. Yi Yuan lacked a competent helper in the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, and if he did not perform well, there would naturally be people to come and replace him. Just as the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's limelight was extremely flourishing, Ingtianya finally dropped in. Alchemy Saint He, Master Yi will rest and reorganize for a bit in Clear Reed City, then head for that ancient grotto. That grotto isn't far from here. I worry that the long night will be fraught with dreams. Better to enter earlier. Ingtianya and the others came to a neighboring city, Clear Reed City, through the transmission array. But after Ingtianya arrived here, he seemed unwilling to stay in the city. No idea if it was concern about his junior, or things he wished to hide. Regarding this, Yi Yuan and the rest naturally did not have objections. This trip, Ingtianya brought along Luo Fong and several late-stage Boundless Realm followers. The party of 8 to 9 people was rather conspicuous. On He Shuming's side, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company also sent out a Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artist to protect him. In this group of people, just the Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouses were as many as 5. Of course, He Shuming this Heaven Enlightenment Realm was basically equivalent to useless, a little better than nothing. Along the way, He Shuming naturally faced Yi Yuan with fierce glares. But Yi Yuan had an indifferent air. Towards this kind of ridiculous provocation, he did not care at all. As long as the Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artist he brought could not beat Jun Tianyu, naturally no one dared to touch him. Through Yi Yuan's bout of giving pointers, Jun Tianyu finally advanced another level on sword intent. Although he still did not comprehend a supreme true intent, he found the path to comprehending a supreme true intent. The party stopped over for a short while, then they headed straight for that ancient grotto. The ancient grotto was situated on a chain of mountain ranges. Ingtinya actually found the grotto's entrance directly through no idea what kind of means. Accurately speaking, it was a stretch of precipices. Everyone looked for a long time, but there was no entrance at all, only ice, cold rocks. Ingtinya frowned and said, "How can it be? Should be here. Why isn't there an entrance?" He Shuming said, "City Lord, Your Excellency, could it be wrong?" Ingtinya slowly shook his head and said, "The location junior apprentice brother transmitted to me is definitely here beyond doubt. It's just that there is no entrance. How did he enter?" Everybody split up and search, see if there are any places resembling an entrance. Those subordinates he brought all scattered, searching for the ancient grotto's entrance in the surroundings. Very soon, someone shouted, "City Lord, Your Excellency, there's a stretch of stone stakes here." Everyone went over to take a look. Indeed, they saw a stretch of stone stakes, 500 feet in circumference. "It's an array formation. As long as we crack the array formation, we'll be able to enter the grotto," He Shuming said with an excited look. Regarding breaking into the ancient grotto this time, Ingtinya made a solemn promise to not only give He Shuming a large reward, but the things obtained this trip would also belong to himself. Therefore, He Shuming was still quite enthusiastic about this exploration. Speaking of which, He Shuming was indeed an alchemist whose strength was rather formidable. Not only did he reach the alchemy saint realm in pill refinement, but he also reached tier 7 level in the formations path too. Therefore, he recognized that these stone stakes were an array formation with a glance. Ingtinya was overjoyed when he heard that and said, "Does alchemy saint he have any confidence in crack this set of array formation?" He Shuming smiled and said, "Leave it to me. If even I can't do it, everyone can only just look on powerlessly as well. However, City Lord, Your Excellency, in our agreement for this trip, it didn't include this segment. Among the people present, there was only him, one tier 7 array master. If even he could not do it either, then indeed no one could do it. Except, He Shuming did not know that among this group of people there was still a tier 9 array master. He Shuming's view was around the same as Jun Tianyu's. Yi Yuan had immensely high attainments in alchemy. In other areas, he was probably just a normal person. Yi Yuan naturally recognized that these stone stakes were a set of array formation with a glance. But he had not seen this set of array formation before. Moreover, Yi Yuan perceived that even though this array formation's rank was not high, there were several areas extremely easy to make mistakes. The person who set up the array formation clearly wanted to intentionally induce people to be duped. Yi Yuan was originally planning on making a move, but looking at He Shuming, being so enthusiastic, he could only shut his mouth and not speak. This trip, his strength was the weakest. Better to be more low profile. If He Shuming was really able to crack the array formation, then it was naturally good. But if he could not, it was also not late for him to step forward then. It was just that since the owner of the grotto dug so many traps, their group of people was probably going to suffer some hardships. He Shuming blackmailing right away. Ingtinya naturally had unhappiness in his heart. Except, at this sort of time now, where would he go to find another array master? Alchemy saint he, rest assured. After I rescue my junior, the rewards promised to you will add another 10%. Ingtinya said. He Shuming was overjoyed once he heard and said, "Heh! It's still City Lord, Your Excellency, who is straightforward. This he will crack the array formation right away." As he said, he came to the middle of the stone stakes and directly pushed a stone stake that was slightly higher all the way underground. These stone stakes had different heights. The thickness was different too. The method to crack it was to press down some crucial stone stakes. This area of land had around 1,000 stone stakes. The array formation formed was also quite profound. After He Shuming pressed down one stone stake, he stopped for a moment and found another stone stake to press down. When Yi Yuan saw He Shuming press down the first stone stake, he involuntarily shook his head slightly. But Jun Tianyu noticed this minute action of Yi Yuan and asked softly, "Why? Anything wrong with He Shuming?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Very wrong. This guy bragged so confidently, I even thought that he has some skill. Didn't think that the first step was wrong. Be careful in a while, there will probably be something unforeseen." Jun Tianyu was slightly startled in his heart when he heard but secretly went on alert. He didn't think that Yi Yuan was actually even proficient in the formations path. This guy, what did he not know? Regarding Yi Yuan's words, Jun Tianyu did not have much doubts, because he had long witnessed Yi Yuan's prowess before. Crack! He Shuming pressed a stone stake down once again. All of a sudden, it seemed to have triggered something. Everyone's faces changed. "Not good. Everyone, be careful," Ing Tianya cried out. His voice had yet to fade when countless arrows shot out from all directions, interweaving into a large dense net, enveloping everyone inside. Swoosh! 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 The power of the arrows was extremely strong. Even Heaven Enlightenment Realm Powerhouse had to respond cautiously too. "You few, come to my side," Ing Tianya said to those few boundless realm followers. With this, Yi Yuan finally experienced Ing Tianya's strength. He abruptly released essence energy out, wrapping those few followers inside. Immediately, countless arrows pierced right through his essence energy barrier, but became weak and feeble without any threat at all. But He Shuming did not have such formidable strength. Even though he was Heaven Enlightenment Realm too, his strength was too poor. Although his essence energy protective screen was able to defend against those arrows as well, it caused considerable injuries to him. This was still under the circumstances where that Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouse he brought here helped him block the majority of the arrows. The arrows lasted roughly 15 minutes time before ceasing completely. The clothes on He Shuming's body was already poked into a hornet's nest by the arrows. He suffered external wounds that were not light himself too. Looking very miserable. What made him even more awkward was that he solemnly pledged to crack the formation earlier. The result was that it actually ended up like this. His face involuntarily felt as if it was burning red hot. "Alchemy Saint He, didn't you say leave it to you just now? Is this how you guarantee things?" Ing Tianya said with a grim look. Earlier, He Shuming raising the price on the spot. Ing Tianya tolerated it in order to go in. But the result was great. This fellow smacked his own chest so loudly but incurred a body full of stench. It would be weird if Ing Tianya could have a good temper. He Shuming had an embarrassed look but said unconvincingly, "My method to crack the array was clearly fine. But why was it this kind of situation? Could it be that the way to open the door is not to crack the array?" The moment Ing Tianya heard, his brows could not help furrowing. Concerning He Shuming's ability, he was still aware of it. He shouldn't be shooting his mouth off. After all, he received injuries himself earlier too. Playing this kind of games had no benefits to him at all. Could it be that this was really not the way to enter the ancient grotto? Why not? I give it a try. Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. When Ing Tianya heard, he said in slight amazement, "You, Master Yi actually even knows array formations." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Know a thing or two? Bullshit. I clearly already cracked the array formation just now. These stone stakes are simply used to delude people. Boy, don't add more to the disarray. Could it be that you still want those things just now to come one more time?" He Shuming interjected. He Shuming saying these words naturally had his selfish calculations. On the one hand, he really felt that he already cracked the formation just now, but he did not get the desired outcome. On the other hand, he was also somewhat afraid of Yi Yuan, afraid that he could really crack the formation. Through the past two incidents, He Shuming was already very apprehensive towards Yi Yuan. He always felt that Yi Yuan was very freaky. God knows if he really knew array formations or not. Indeed, once He Shuming said this, Ng Tianya began to hesitate. Although those arrows earlier were formidable, it was still barely manageable. If a big one came again, they might just have to all perish here. This ancient grotto was clearly not some friendly land. Otherwise, there also would not be so many mechanisms coming out before even entering the grotto. But Yi Yuan shot He Shuming an indifferent glance and said, "Cracked the array formation. You really boast shamelessly. Your first step was already wrong and you actually even thought that you cracked the array formation. Ignorant too. Your kind of level is also considered to have reached a certain realm." He Shuming's expression changed, but he said stubbornly, "Heh, you say wrong, means it's wrong? Boy, don't pretend to know when you don't know. This set of array formation is definitely an ancient array formation. Even if you really know array formations, how can you possibly see through the profundities of the array formation with a single glance?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Is that so? The first stone stake you press down, that's a trap. This is actually not hard to differentiate. You look closely yourself and you'll know." The moment He Shuming heard this, his gaze involuntarily looked towards the stone stake once more. He Shuming scanned for a short while, then his face suddenly revealed an expression of sudden realization. But he reacted very quickly and hurriedly, put away his expression. But it was already too late. Who was Ng Tianya? The changes in the expression on He Shuming's face was long taken into his sights. Ng Tianya gave a cold snort, but did not pay attention to He Shuming anymore and said to Yi Yuan with clasped hands, "Master Yi, I'll have to trouble you to take action to crack this array formation." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and directly entered among the stone stakes with a leap. Different from He Shuming doing it step by step, Yi Yuan was already very clear regarding this array formation in his heart, so he did not stop the slightest bit at all, pressing down one stone stake by one stone stake right away. When He Shuming saw Yi Yuan's actions, his gaze involuntarily sharpened as he smacked his thigh and said, "My word, why didn't I think of that? So that's how it is." As he was saying, He Shuming suddenly felt Ng Tianya's gaze and said with a somber face, "This punk must have watched me crack the formation first before perceiving the deceitful trick in it. City Lord, Your Excellency, you mustn't be deceived by him. Hoo-hoo, He Shuming, all the way until today only now did I know that the word shameless was created specially for you. When you pushed down the first stone stake earlier, Yi Yuan already said that you got it wrong, which also means that he already cracked this set of array formation long ago. You're actually still claiming credit for yourself. Truly shameless to the extreme." The Jun Tianyu, who was silent all along, suddenly said with a laugh. He Shuming was just about to rebuke, only to hear a creak. Yi Yuan already pressed the final stone stake down. Rumble. The originally bare cliff actually started to fragment at this time, forming the shape of a massive door, and this large door was currently opening slowly. This array formation was actually really the key to opening the ancient grotto. Ha ha ha. Master Yi is indeed impressive. Not like some people only know how to brag. Ng Tianya was also filled with displeasure towards He Shuming right now. Was just that he might still need him to take action at the back, that he did not fall out. Thinking back now, He Shuming was clearly that sort with superficial knowledge, boasted to the skies but could not do it at all and even extorted price right away. Yi Yuan, in contrast, he was already crystal clear about the array formation, made up of these stone stakes long ago, but he did not mention a word about remuneration. With this contrast, the two parties' disparity was too huge. This He Shuming clearly hung around inside the trading company for a long time, his body exuding the stink of profit-seeking mentality all over, turning people off. He Shuming had a gloomy expression and did not say a single word by the side. But he hated Yi Yuan even more bitterly to the core. Inside this ancient grotto, if there's a chance, you must kill this boy, He Shuming transmitted to his companion. "Okay," responded his companion, a heaven enlightenment realm expert. Since the entrance of this ancient grotto is already opened, the matter brooks no delay. Let's hurry in. Ingtianya was clearly eager to rescue and about to move inside immediately. Wait a minute, Yi Yuan said in a low voice.
In?
Master Yi, is there anything wrong? Ingtianya said curiously. Someone is lying in wait at the side, Yi Yuan said. Ingtianya was startled inwardly and could not help looking around. They had already been here for a period of time, and he actually did not discover that. There were people lying in wait at the side. Ha ha ha, Ingtianya, you came to my territory, but why didn't you let me? No? Everyone is familiar with each other. You got to at least let me perform the duties of a host, no? The moment the voice rang out, over a dozen figures leaped up, surrounding Ingtianya's group in the center. When Ingtianya saw the arrival, his expression involuntarily darkened. Pei Wenxiang, what's the meaning of this? Pei Wenxiang looked at Ingtianya with an amused look and said smilingly, Ingtianya, these words I should be the one asking you, right? You came to my territory to conduct illegal activities. As Clear Reed City's city lord, shouldn't I investigate a bit? Ingtianya said with a cold sneer. Heh, investigate? You guys hide at the side furtively. You probably don't have good intentions, right? Pei Wenxiang laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Haha, if not for you leading the way, this city lord would really not know that there was still such a secret grotto in my own domain. Furthermore, you all even opened the front door for this seat already. Really thanks a lot. Pei Wenxiang suddenly looked at Yi Yuan and said, a divine traversing realm. Brat who's not only able crack an array formation that even a tier 7 array master couldn't crack, he's even able to discover us, these people who ate breath-concealing pills. Truly quite capable. Initially, I couldn't discover you people either. But the moment I cracked the array, someone amongst you guys became emotionally agitated. Giving a trace of yourselves away, Yi Yuan said coolly. The breath-concealing pill was not considered a very ingenious medicinal pill in the divine realm, but it was a very practical medicinal pill. It was a very decent medicinal pill to use for lying low and tracking. It was just that the flaw of the breath-concealing pill was as obvious as its application. That was that the breath could not have the slightest trace of undulation. Otherwise, one would be exposed. That instant Yi Yuan cracked the formation just now when the ancient grotto opened up. There was clearly someone who was overly surprised when seeing this scene, resulting in revealing a trace of a flaw. But even so, that hint of a flaw was definitely extremely minute. Otherwise, it was also not possible that even Ingtianya and Jun Tianyu, this kind of powerhouses, did not discover it. Yet, this tiny trace of flaw was captured by Yi Yuan. Pei Wenxiang glared fiercely at the group of people behind, clearly very discontented by them making this sort of low-level mistake. The people Pei Wenxiang brought over were much stronger compared to Tianya's group of people. Just the Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouses were as many as 7 to 8. In terms of strength, they absolutely overpowered Yi Yuan's side. Therefore, even if exposed, he had nothing to fear too. Pei Wenxiang sized Yi Yuan up and suddenly said with a smile, Boy, from just now I've constantly been observing you. When that idiot triggered the arrows, I even thought that you were dead for sure. But I didn't expect that those arrows didn't even touch the fine hair on your body. Later you cracked the array formation and even detected our existence. Truly remarkable. Boy, come and work for me, how about that? What Ingtianya can give you, I'll double. No, I'll give you triple. Ingtianya could not help being startled inwardly when he heard that. He did not expect that Pei Wenxiang would actually snatch away his people right in front of him, and he also did not notice that Yi Yuan actually relied on his own ability to withstand the arrows earlier and even thought that it was Jun Tianyu assisting by the side. The might of those arrows earlier was absolutely not what a divine traversing realm could withstand. But Pei Wenxiang said that those arrows did not even touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Without any doubt, apart from pill refining, Yi Yuan still had many abilities that he did not know of, and these abilities were very likely to have an impact on the success or failure of this trip. The price which Pei Wenxiang gave, anyone would be moved. He did not have much restricting relationship with Yi Yuan at all. If Yi Yuan really threw his lot in with the other party, then his losses would be huge. Yi Yuan, Pei Wenxiang, this guy. Ying Tianya was just about to speak, but was stopped by Yi Yuan with a hand gesture. City Lord Pei, I'm grateful that you think highly of me. Joining your side is no issue. Hearing these words, Ying Tianya's expression became ugly to the extreme, while Pei Wenxiang had a delighted look. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly switched his tune. But it will have to wait until after this trip wraps up. Pei Wenxiang's expression darkened, and he said, Are you messing with me? Yi Yuan said with an innocent face. How can this be called messing with you? This Yi has my own principles when doing things. I've already promised City Lord Ying for this trip, and I naturally have to do what was entrusted to me. After this trip is over, there naturally won't be any binding relationship between him and me too. At that time, wouldn't joining Clear Reed City satisfy both sides? Pei Wenxiang said with a cold sneer. Brat, looks like you still haven't figured out the current situation. Yi Yuan laughed and said, I'm very clear about the current situation. You want to kill us, of course it can be done. But you at least have to pay the price of 5 to 6 people dying. If my conjectures are right, these few people should be the majority of the elites under you, right? If they all die, what right will you have to explore this ancient grotto? Of course, you can also report the situation here to the Holy Land and let the Holy Land send people to come and explore. But what has that got to do with you, City Lord? Manor Pei. Pei Wenxiang laughed coldly and said, 5 to 6 people? You're thinking too highly of Ying Tianya. No? He's my vanquished foe. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Who I'm talking about is naturally not City Lord Ying. Brother Jun is very famous in ancient opulent city. He once exterminated an ancient opulent city's major aristocratic family by himself. Dealing with 3 to 4 people shouldn't be an issue, right? Pei Wenxiang's expression changed as he said, You're that Jun Tianyu. Jun Tianyu said indifferently, It's precisely this Jun. Yi Yuan was somewhat surprised though. He did not expect that Jun Tianyu's reputation was actually so great. Even Pei Wenxiang actually knew about him. Ying Tianya perceived Yi Yuan's doubt and explained, The Holy Land solicited Jun Tianyu before but was rejected by him. Jun Tianyu is someone likely to comprehend a supreme true intent. The Holy Land naturally values him greatly. Only then did Yi Yuan come to a realization. Turns out that Jun Tianyu was an outstanding talent grazing in the wild. Ordinary people getting a Holy Land solicitation would definitely join, without any hesitation. After all, the resources in a Holy Land were far from what a small city like ancient opulent city could compare to. But Jun Tianyu was an exception. He rejected the Holy Land's invitation without any hesitation. Brother Jun's decision is correct. Going to the Holy Land will only bury his talent. People who practice the sword devotes particular attention on freedom and being themselves. Where the person is going, the sword is headed. Although the resources of a Holy Land are generous, it will also restrain a martial artist's body and mind, restricting his comprehension towards sword Dao from there. Since time immemorial, all the people who had supreme accomplishments in sword Dao were mostly factionless. Yi Yuan evaluated. Jun Tianyu smiled when he heard that and said, My parents gave birth to me, but Yi Yuan alone understands me. Ha ha ha. His actions were even denounced by many people back then. He did not expect that many years later he would be fervently supported by Yi Yuan, making him have a feeling of sharing the same views and path. Moreover, Jun Tianyu knew that Yi Yuan's comprehension in sword Dao flung him several streets behind. Saying this sort of words naturally had the greatest right to speak. This also proved that his choice back then was correct. Except that although he knew Yi Yuan's master of the sword Dao, the others did not. Humph! A divine traversing realm boy babbling about sword Dao. Truly don't know what you're talking about. Fine, consider it your win. However, you guys all walk in front for me, Pei Wenxiang said somberly. He also did not expect that Ying Tianya actually brought Jun Tianyu here. This, indeed, made it rather troublesome for him. Therefore, Pei Wenxiang changed his mind at the last minute and decided to explore this ancient grotto together with Ying Tianya's party. Finding these guys to be cannon fodders seemed to be a pretty good choice too. You, Pei Wenxiang, don't go too overboard. On what basis should we scout the path for you? Ying Tianya said furiously. Hee. Based on that, my strength is greater than yours. If you feel discontented, feel free to clash with me, Pei Wenxiang said with a smug look. Even if Jun Tianyu was here, their side strength was still absolutely powerful. 8 heaven enlightenment realm powerhouses. This was absolutely a rather terrifying force. Yi Yuan gave Ying Tianya a signal with his eyes and said, Fine then, you're ruthless. We'll take the lead then. Just like this, a group of people entered one by one into the ancient grotto. After their figures vanished in the cave, rumbling sounds came from behind. The precipice actually changed, returning to its appearance before they cracked the formation array. Seeing this sort of situation, Pei Wenxiang's expression changed. Hee. Looks like the way out is already cut off. We can only advance forward, Ying Tianya said with a cold smile. After entering the ancient grotto, there was a stretch of open area before their eyes. But very soon, someone discovered something amiss. Inside this grotto seems to have formed a universe of its own. I'm actually unable to fly. Everyone was alarmed inwardly when they heard that. Maneuvering essence energy. A little, they discovered that they were indeed unable to fly. This grotto is indeed extremely bizarre. No wonder with junior apprentice brother's strength he got trapped here too, Ying Tianya said with furrowed brows. Junior apprentice brother? You're talking about Su Yang? Pei Wenxiang appeared rather surprised. Ying Tianya nodded and said, Junior apprentice brother unintentionally discovered this grotto, but he did not expect to get trapped here. I only knew about here after I received his transmission. Pei Wenxiang said in astonishment when he heard that Su Yan's abilities are above yours and mine. Even he got trapped here. Hearing the two people's conversation, everyone's hearts tightened too. Looks like this grotto was not some easy-to-get-along place. Just how strong the strength of the Su Yan from their mouths was nobody knew. But it could be confirmed that he was stronger than these two mighty city lords. Even that Su Yan got trapped here. How the result of this trip would be was not easy to say. But Shuming's expression changed and he said, City Lord Ying, you didn't say that your junior strength is even more powerful than yours. Actually, this was the idea of whoever entered first was the master. Although situations of juniors being stronger than seniors were common under the vast majority of circumstances, the seniors' strength were all stronger than the juniors. When Shuming heard that Ying Tianya's junior got trapped in the ancient grotto but had not died yet, he instinctively felt that this trip's danger was not high. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for him to agree to come here. Ying Tianya said coolly, I didn't say, you didn't ask either, no? You. Shuming choked up right away. Pei Wenxiang's eyes swiveled around, and he said with a smile, Ying Tianya, this is your fault. Breaking into such a dangerous place, you got to at least make clear the relation of interest and harm with your companions. This current sort of situation, aren't you clearly cheating people? Pei Wenxiang, can you be any more shameless? Ying Tianya said with a cold snort. This sort of sowing dissension method was indeed overly obvious. Shuming was not a fool either. How could he possibly not tell? But one had to acknowledge that Pei Wenxiang's words had indeed struck the bottom of his heart. Moreover, now that the story played out like this, how could he Shuming not perceive that Ng Tianya deliberately concealed the danger level of this trip? He was afraid that he and Yi Yuan would not be willing to come, so he did not state clearly. Though the method was a little coarse and shallow, the effects were excellent. Actually, Pei Wenqiang was not concerned with He Shuming's mood. He secretly scanned Yi Yuan's expression, but the result made him very disappointed. Yi Yuan's expression was very calm all the way, as if he did not hear it. Was also uncertain what he was thinking about. All right, everyone says a few words less. The way out is already cut off now, saying anything is also late already. Everybody better advance ahead and explore. If there's anything exiting this grotto, then talk about it isn't late either. Luo Fang immediately stepped forward to smooth things over when he saw that the situation was not good. This current sort of situation, everyone did not have other alternatives either and could only continue advancing forward. Before long, a large river blocked in front of everybody. We're all unable to fly. This large river has no bridge too. How should we cross? This large river was bare on the surface and did not even have a bridge. Everyone was immediately stunned. Right now, everyone was all unable to fly. Could it be that they all had to wade through the river? Yi Yuan's gaze flashed briefly, and he casually tore off a corner of his sleeves and threw it in the water. The silk quality of his clothes was very soft and very light. But the moment it fell into the water, it actually vanished right away, sinking to the bottom of the water. He Shuming could not help exclaiming in shock when he saw the situation. Weak water. This is definitely weak water. 800 miles of quicksand world, 3,000 weak water deep. Goose feather unable to float. Reed catkins sink to the bottom. 1. With He Shuming crying out, everyone's countenance changed abruptly. Rumor goes that weak water stems from the lands of extreme west. Why would it appear here? Legends has it that weak water is untraversable. What should we do now? Everyone exchanged glances and were actually at a loss on what to do for some time. Pei Wenqiang mused for a moment, but his gaze landed on Yi Yuan and asked, "Boy, you're able to discover the peculiarities of it. You must have a way to cross it, right?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "You heaven enlightenment realm. Martial artists are all helpless. What measures do this divine traversing realm rookie, have?" Pei Wenqiang looked at Yi Yuan with scorching eyes and then said with a cold smile, "If you have no methods, then you're useless already. Why not I throw you down the river right away?" He turned his head to look at Jun Tianyu and said, "Don't glare at me with that sort of gaze. No matter how powerful your individual strength is, it's also impossible to be our match. Moreover, even if you really make a move, you're probably not my match either." Pei Wenqiang had long seen through that Ng Tianya's side was divided into 3 factions. Ng Tianya's own faction, He Shuming's faction, and Yi Yuan's faction. Ng Tianya's side's overall strength was the greatest. Rather, it was Yi Yuan's side who only had Jun Tianyu alone. Easier to need. Humph. Do you really take this Ng as someone who only knows how to eat rice and does nothing? Ng Tianya said. Pei Wenqiang laughed and said, "That alchemy saint clearly doesn't trust you anymore. Making a move now, you'll have even less of a chance of victory, no? Therefore, you'd best keep your mouth shut." "You!" Ng Tianya was choked badly by this, but his gaze looked towards He Shuming there and discovered that He Shuming seemed to really not have the intention of intervening. Very clearly, that side had already completely broken away from this side. If they really fought, he might even stand on Pei Wenqiang's side. Pei Wenqiang turned to Yi Yuan again and said smilingly, "How is it? Thought through yet? Ng Tianya duping you over here clearly have no good intentions. Could it be that you're still going to work for him?" Yi Yuan shot Pei Wenqiang a glance and said, "The path is under your feet. It's just that you can't see it." "In? What does that mean?" As he was talking, Pei Wenqiang could not resist lowering his head and saw that he just happened to be stepping on a diagram of a lotus platform under his feet. Try using strength to step on it, Yi Yuan said. Pei Wenxiang was just about to stamp down, but he changed his mind at the last minute and said to Yi Yuan, "You step it." Jun Tianyu's expression changed when he heard that and said, "Better let me." Yi Yuan stopped him with a hand gesture but stomped down with one foot. Creak. The next instant, a scene which left everyone dumbfounded happened. On that large weak water river, one lotus platforms after another actually appeared. The positions of these lotus platforms were all very disorderly, but between each one was roughly 1 step's distance. These lotus platforms suspended on top of the weak water, leading straight to the opposite shore. Just who was this grotto owned by, to actually have such mystical means? With these lotus platforms, we can reach the opposite bank. A boundless realm martial artist was incomparably agitated and raised his foot, wanting to go and test if these lotus platforms were solid or not. "Don't step on it," Yi Yuan cried out, but it was already too late. That boundless realm martial artist actually trod on emptiness and fell into the large river with a splash. Gurgle. That boundless realm martial artist did not even get to cry out and was engulfed straight away by the weak water. Everyone was all alarmed when they saw this scene. Pei Wenxiang gritted his teeth and said, "Punk, are you messing with me? These lotus platforms are not for use to cross the river at all." Yi Yuan said helplessly. Your subordinate was also too impatient. I even yelled out for him to not take on it, but he just wanted to do it. What could he do? You. Pei Wenxiang could not help feeling stifled. Everyone all heard clearly just now that Yi Yuan indeed yelled out. It was just that the shout was slightly late. That was all. Yi Yuan's timing was grasped beautifully. Even Pei Wenxiang could not say anything as well. Punk, don't play games with me. Otherwise, I'll throw you down immediately, Pei Wenxiang threatened. Go ahead and throw. I want to see just how you cross the river. Don't blame me for not warning you. These lotus platforms are real and illusory. One wrong step and you'll fall into the weak water, Yi Yuan said. What do you mean? Pei Wenxiang said grimly. These lotus platforms are indeed objects for crossing the river. It's just that each lotus platform was refined and formed through special methods. An array formation is inscribed on top of each one. And these lotus platforms together make up another large-scale array formation. If one doesn't know the way to clear the hurdle, they will be like that subordinate of yours, treading onto nothing and falling into the river.
Ye Yuan ape-lined.
Everyone drew a cold breath when they heard. They did not expect that there were actually still such mystical objects. Looks like the means of ancient martial artists were truly not what could be compared to presently, which is also to say that apart from Yi Yuan, there is no one able to cross this river. Ing Tianya said. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, I didn't say that. Isn't there still an array master here? Maybe he has ways. Everyone could not help looking over towards He Shuming. He Shuming's face felt as if Ti was burning hot. He naturally also perceived that these lotus platforms were formed from array formations. But to talk about being able to cross these lotus platforms, he did not have any confidence at all. Enough crap. Start crossing the river now. You go on the lotus platform first, Pei Wenxiang said with an impatient face. Fine, fine, fine. Your fist is big. Whatever you say goes.
Ye Yuan yalkedin.
Front of the first row of lotus platforms with a helpless look. Everyone all held their breaths, waiting for Yi Yuan to take the first step. Actually, the people on Pei Wenxiang's side and He Shuming all hoped for Yi Yuan to fall right down. But they were also worried that after Yi Yuan dropped down, they would really have no way of crossing the river. Then there was only waiting to die here. Yi Yuan did not walk onto the lotus platform right away, but slowly shut his eyes, his entire person entering a state of emptiness. In an instant, the positions of all of the lotus platforms were all imprinted. Inside Yi Yuan's mind. Heart like monolith. Terrific. Boy, I really don't know how you, this brat, cultivate to actually be so monstrous. The knowledge and experience of the divine realms people were far from comparable to the lower realms. The moment Yi Yuan entered Heart like monolith. Heart realm, it was discovered by Pei Wenxiang. Of course, the ones shocked were not only Pei Wenxiang. There was even Ying Tianya and Jun Tianyu. Pei Wenxiang did not know, but the two of them knew that Yi Yuan ascended from the lower realms. A lower realms martial artist was actually able to comprehend Heart like monolith. This was simply something inconceivable. Especially Jun Tianyu. He discovered that the more time he spent with Yi Yuan, the less his understanding of Yi Yuan was instead. Suddenly, Yi Yuan opened his eyes at this time and slowly lifted his right foot, stepping onto a lotus platform in front. The other martial artists were all nearly suffocating. They very much wanted to see what kind of outcome Yi Yuan's feet stepping down would be. Yi Yuan's right foot slowly landed and finally stepped onto the lotus platform. Tread down solidly. With this, everyone's suspended hearts finally eased up. Excellent. Turns out that these platforms really can cross the river, someone said excitedly. However, when Yi Yuan placed his other foot onto the lotus platform too, scene which made them stare with their mouths agape happened. Apart from that lotus platform Yi Yuan stood on, all of the lotus platforms vanished without a trace. This? What's going on here? Where are those lotus platforms? Only one lotus platform. How to cross the river? Pei Wenxiang said as his expression changed. Yi Yuan did not speak, but turned right and tread out a foot directly. Yi Yuan's feet landed right onto a lotus platform without deviation. While that lotus platform he stood on previously likewise vanished from sight. This? How can it be like this? The hearts of the martial artists which had just eased up tightened up once again. Only when there were people on the lotus platform would it manifest itself. When there was no one, the lotus platforms would not appear, which was also to say that if one did not remember the positions of the lotus platforms, it was very likely to step onto nothing and drop down. The lotus platforms were not large, just nice able to put down both feet. If it was like this, then it could only be one after another. Furthermore, there must not be any bit of error at all. Even if one stepped wrongly by half a foot, it was the possibility of falling down too. Like this, it was easier for those at the front to not make mistakes. But the people behind, who could guarantee not making errors at all, stepping exactly onto the footprints of that person before? Moreover, the further they walked, everyone's footsteps would more or less have some minute deviations. The likelihood of falling down was greater too. This way, who walked at the front was very important. Pei Wenxiang stood on the position Yi Yuan was standing at before with a leap. Without any words. Not the slightest bit off. Clear Reed City's martial artists. All follow me closely. Don't step wrongly. Heaven enlightenment realms in front, boundless realms behind. One after another. Look closely under other people's feet. Pei Wenxiang said. Humph. What right do your Clear Reed City's people have to go first? Going on. These lotus platforms, who cares about who? At most, fight it out to the death. Tianya said with a cold snort. You. Fine, you go first. Our two sides go one by one. You have no objections. Now, right? Under this sort of circumstances, Pei Wenxiang had no choice but to compromise. 2. If they were to fight on these lotus platforms, all of them were doomed. Jun Tianyu did not speak at all by the side. Suddenly, he received Yi Yuan's transmission in his sea of consciousness, saying, Brother Jun, this is the lotus platform's distribution diagram. You memorize the positions well. Make sure not to step wrongly. The voice had yet to fade when inside his sea of consciousness actually had an additional diagram. It was precisely that the distribution diagram of those lotus platforms previously. Jun Tianyu was astonished inwardly. He did not think that Yi Yuan was actually able to portray such a distribution diagram with the power of the divine soul. It was truly fantastical.
Okay, IV mimast IT. Yun Tianyu replied.
Aren't you guys moving yet? I'm leaving first. Finished talking, Yi Yuan took a step out right away, stepping onto a lotus platform once more. Punk, you're ballsy, Pei Wenxiang roared, but his feet did not dare to remain, hastily catching up. Yi Yuan's footsteps did not stop at all but became increasingly faster. Instead, he knew the distribution situation of the lotus platforms like the palm of his hand. The places he stepped was also not the slightest bit off. Pei Wenxiang followed step by step behind and did not have the time to think about other things at all. His pair of eyes glued tightly at Yi Yuan's legs, not daring to make any mistake at all. Everybody keep up. Make sure not to step wrongly. Everyone was not allowed to think too much either. The martial artists at the back all kept in pace one after another. Of course, the boundless realms could only stare blankly and did not dare to go up at all. This place had a bunch of heaven enlightenment realm powerhouses. Wasn't snatching with them courting death? Jun Tianyu did not have the intention of moving, while he Shuming and his companion followed after the Clear Reed City's martial artists. Only after they all went up did Jun Tianyu take his time to step onto the lotus platform. Only after was it those boundless realm martial artists. These boundless realm martial artists' strength were meager but benefited from
Yun Tianyu inadvertently.
While at this time Yi Yuan's steps were getting faster and faster. Towards the back, he actually used one foot to step onto the lotus platforms. Even if Pei Wenxiang's strength was exceedingly great, his forehead was also matted with sweat beads. All the nerves in his body were tightly wound up, fearful of making a hint of mistake. If he missed a step, that was no joke. He did not have Yi Yuan's heart like Monolith powerful heart realm and was unable to accurately determine the positions of each lotus platform. There were around 10,000 lotus platforms on the river. Wanting to not make any errors at all along the way was very difficult. Some areas still had to be advanced in a roundabout way and not advance forward all the way. Yi Yuan could even be face to face with the people behind sometimes. It was just that those people were all glued to the feet of the person in front and did not have the energy to go and care about him at all. Because Yi Yuan's speed increase was very sudden. Apart from Pei Wenxiang and Ying Tianya, the others were half a beat slower. This also made a cut-off form between them, and not one following the other. When it was just starting, the other martial artists were still able to barely not make mistakes. But towards the back, there was gradually someone unable to sustain anymore. Arg! A tragic cry. Finally, someone missed a step and fell into the surging river water and was instantly drowned. This tragic cry was extremely ear-piercing, startling everyone. The martial artists behind that person all stopped their footsteps and actually did not dare to move anymore. The martial artists at the back were covered in sweat and actually did not know where to step. In contrast, Yi Yuan bloomed lotuses with each step, akin to strolling idly in a courtyard, leisurely and unhurriedly. Before long, Yi Yuan leaped and actually arrived at the opposite shore. Already, while at this time, Pei Wenxiang already fell behind him quite a few lotus platforms. But Pei Wenxiang never took his eyes off of Yi Yuan's footsteps all along and already memorized the positions of these few lotus platforms. You're courting death, Yi Yuan. Pei Wenxiang landed, the suppressed fury in his heart very much wanting to erupt out. This Yi Yuan was clearly walking so fast intentionally so as to make those people behind all unable to keep up. Truly malicious, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. With so many of your subordinates to be buried with me, it isn't a bad choice either. Pei Wenxiang's face turned black, and he could not help turning around to look at river surface. This shock was by no means trivial. Apart from the three of them, everyone all stopped at the center of the large river. The person in the lead was precisely his subordinate. That person stood on a lotus platform vacantly. How was there any demeanor of a heaven enlightenment realm expert at this time? He was totally a helpless child. "See, City Lord, save me," cried out that martial artist. Pei Wenxiang looked at Yi Yuan with a grim face and said through gnashed teeth, "You're very good. Looks like you really don't know how the word death is written." Yi Yuan supported his forehead with his hand and said, "Oh no, I'm the most scared of others intimidating me. Once I'm frightened, I'll become forgetful. Which step is he supposed to take next?" Pei Wenxiang gnashed his teeth in anger but was completely helpless. He had his eyes fixed onto Yi Yuan's footsteps all along just now and did not remember how the whole route should be walked at all, which was also to say that only Yi Yuan had the ability to bring his subordinates over to this side now. But Ying Tianya at the sides did not make a sound. He knew that Yi Yuan doing that just now was not just in order to deal with Pei Wenxiang. There was even the intention of warning him in it, concealing the risk of this ancient grotto. Although Yi Yuan did not say it, did not mean that he had no complaints at all. Yi Yuan was trying to warn him through this incident that without him, Yi Yuan, forget about rescuing Su Yan from here. In all honesty, even Ying Tianya himself also did not expect that he would actually have to rely on Yi Yuan everywhere after entering the ancient grotto. While these heaven enlightenment realm experts actually became completely useless and could only accept Yi Yuan's arrangements passively. Outside the grotto was like so, after entering the grotto was similarly like that. Pei Wenxiang's expression was incomparably ugly, but he still compromised in the end. "Shoot away, what terms do you have?" Yi Yuan said smilingly. "Now this is the attitude of negotiating. My condition is very simple. Each person, 100,000 earth essence crystals." Yi Yuan's cultivation currently consumed earth essence crystals too fiercely. Catching a large fish now, how could he not butcher properly? Receiving money according to the number of people, this was Yi Yuan's specialty. Back then, at the Grand Yen True Sex ruins, he extorted the heavenly sky sect just like this. Speaking of which, apart from earth essence crystals, it seemed like other things were not very useful to him either. Pei Wenxiang's two eyes went wide. "One person, 100,000. Why don't you go and rob us? 150,000. Yi Yuan did not give him the chance to bargain at all, adding 50,000 right away. Pei Wenxiang could not help choking up. This punk was too capable of profiting from other people's misfortune. Currently, he was fish on somebody's chopping board. Pei Wenxiang could not do anything to him either. There are 500,000 earth essence crystals. The remainder wait until after they all cross over safely, then give you
Pi Hanjiang Ye Yuan A.
storage ring and said solemnly. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, putting away the storage ring straight away. Then he yelled to that martial artist in the center of the river. 1 foot left. That martial artist was still hesitating when he heard Yi Yuan's words. But Pei Wenxiang yelled at the top of his voice, "Follow his instructions and walk." That martial artist did not hesitate anymore, advancing a foot's distance. Immediately, indeed, there was a lotus platform which appeared under his feet. 2 feet left, 1.5 foot forward. The distance between each lotus platform was different. Yi Yuan was able to understand the mysteries of the array formation in such a short while and memorize the positions of 10,000 lotus platforms. How powerful a divine soul did this require? Previously, Pei Wenxiang kept walking with Yi Yuan and did not think that much. Now only when listening to Yi Yuan directing his subordinates did he realize how monstrous Yi Yuan was. 1 foot right. Arg! A tragic scream. That heaven enlightenment realm martial artist at the front fell into the river immediately. Pity that he was quaking with fear on the lotus platforms for so long. And he still fell down. Yi Yuan, what's the meaning of this? Pei Wenxiang's chest was about to explode from anger. To say that this was not intentional by Yi Yuan, he would not believe even if he was beaten to death. Either. Oh my! Really sorry about that. Should be 1.5 foot right. Remembered wrongly. This earth essence crystals not being the right amount. I'll remember wrongly when I'm careless. Really sorry about. Too bad 150,000 earth essence crystals hit the waters just like this. Sigh. Yi Yuan's look of regret made Pei Wenxiang have an impulse to vomit blood. A heaven enlightenment realm was actually used to hit the waters by him just like this. This guy was simply detestable to the extreme. Consider yourself ruthless. Pei Wenxiang gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he seriously could not get angry. He retrieved another storage ring and threw it to Yi Yuan, saying, if any more slip-ups occur, even if they can't cross, I'm going to exterminate you. 2. Yi Yuan kept the storage ring and said with a smile, haha, with earth essence crystals, everything is open for discussion. What followed was very simple. With Yi Yuan's guidance, the other martial artists all reached the opposite bank smoothly. It was just that crossing a river, Pei Wenxiang's side lost to heaven enlightenment realm martial artists all at once. Both sides' strength was evened out considerably all of a sudden. That instant when the Clear Reed City's martial artists all landed, Pei Wenxiang suddenly erupted. Go to hell, punk! But right at the same time, Ying Tianya moved too. Boom! The two people directly clashed together with a palm, then fell into battle. Luo Fong, protect Yi Yuan. Ying Tianya did not forget to instruct Luo Fong. Yes. Luo Fong received the order. 8 people, 2 died. Apart from Pei Wenxiang, Clear Reed City was only left with 5 Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists. The 5 of you attack together. Kill Yi Yuan. Pei Wenxiang likewise instructed loudly. Luo Fong's expression changed. It was completely impossible for him to deal with 5. Those 5 Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouses already charged over with their weapons at the ready. But right then, a surge of sword intent shot up to the skies, surging straight for those 5 Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouses. Jun Tianyu's might was displayed fully beyond all doubt at this instant. He faced 4 Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouses alone and did not fall into a disadvantage the least bit. These 4 people were all elites brought over by Pei Wenxiang. Each person's strength was not beneath Luo Fong's. Jun Tianyu fought 4 by himself and actually even took the upper hand firmly. Seeing this scene, the Pei Wenxiang, who was currently battling Ying Tianya, furrowed his brows and yelled out to He Shuming, Brother He, what are you still waiting for? Isn't that brat your sworn enemy? Not making a move at this time? When are you going to wait until? When He Shuming saw this scene, the expression on his face became complicated. Originally, he had the mentality of sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight. Being spurred by Pei Wenxiang at this time, ripples immediately surfaced in his heart. To talk about killing Yi Yuan, he was 100 times willing. But under such circumstances, once he took action, he would completely break away from Ying Tianya. In ancient opulent city, falling out with the city lord was clearly not some wise move. After all, he was not alone by himself. Behind He Shuming was the entire Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. But Yi Yuan's fragrant medicine pavilion had already caused a serious threat to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company now. Killing him could sever all future troubles. He Shuming, if you dare to make a move, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company can forget about surviving in ancient opulent city in the future. Ying Tianya shouted. He. So, it's a member of the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. Brother He, feel free to make a move. If the ancient opulent city won't put up with you, you can come to my Clear Reed City. Pei Wenxiang said. Tan Wu, do it. Kill Yi Yuan. He Shuming finally made up his mind and said solemnly that Tan Wu was sent by the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to protect He Shuming. He would listen to all He Shuming's orders. He Shuming issuing the order at this time, he naturally carried it out without any hesitation. Killing a divine traversing realm did not pose any difficulty for Tan Wu at all. but he still attacked without holding anything back. But right then Yi Yuan moved. It was only to see Yi Yuan's figure lifted off from the ground and actually flew into midair. But facing a heaven enlightenment realm powerhouse, Yi Yuan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless either. He flew right above the large river, not giving Tan Wu a shred of chance to attack at all. Seeing this scene, He Shuming's expression changed. Divine soul mystic art. Sword-driving flight. Everyone looked over, only to see Yi Yuan's 2 feet stepping on Shenying. Sword, suspended above the large river, truly incomparably free and easy. In this ancient grotto the others were all unable to fly. Who knew that a divine traversing realm boy was actually able to steer a sword and fly through? A divine soul mystic art? This was something that no one expected. Back then when Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was very low, he could already display the sword-driving technique with a divine soul mystic art. Now that he rose several major cultivation realms, his divine soul was more than 100 times more powerful, displaying the skill of driving the sword. And flying was naturally easily accomplished. And right at this time, Jun Tianyu cried out lightly, sword sweeping all directions. Violent sword intent surged forth wantonly, directly attacking the 4 heaven enlightenment realm martial artists surrounding him. Those 4 people, their strengths were not weak. But upon being assaulted by this surge of sword intent, they were still lashed flying out backward, each and every one of their chi and blood in turmoil. While Jun Tianyu seized this opportunity to turn around suddenly and charged straight for Tan Wu. How could Tan Wu be placed in the same category as Jun Tianyu's strength? Previously it was just that everyone was exercising restraint all the way, so Jun Tianyu did not make a move all along. Seeing He Shuming dropping a rock down the well at this time, his killing intent surged forth and could no longer be concealed. To be able to let Jun Tianyu truly get angry apart from Lu Yiru, there was probably only Yi Yuan. Jun Tianyu was truly enraged at this time and did not have the intention of holding back in the slightest. Tan Wu sensed that sword intent which blotted out the skies and covered the earth and knew that there was no way he would be spared. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Want to kill me, you have to pay the price too. Heh, with just the likes of you?" Jun Tianyu could exterminate the entire Tao family with his strength alone. How could his strength be average? These few days, his sword intent already advanced a step further through Yi Yuan's guidance. His strength was more than a level stronger compared to before. Without holding anything back, Jun Tianyu directly eradicated Tan Wu like crushing a dead branch. Killing Tan Wu, Jun Tianyu wielded his long sword horizontally, and he blocked right in front of the huge river, saying in a cold voice, "Who else dares to touch my brother?" Hearing this furious roar, everyone's hearts were all slightly fearful. Those 4 heaven enlightenment realm powerhouses, not a single one actually dared to step forward. Tan Wu was already dead. No one else could pose a threat to Yi Yuan anymore. Pei Wenxiang forced back Ying Tianya with one move, and the 2 people ceased battle as well. When Ying Tianya saw the Tan Wu who had already his head separated from his body, a chill ran down his spine. Ever since eradicating the Tao family after he warned Jun Tianyu, he really had not seen him take action again. Back then when he destroyed the Tao family, Ying Tianya's strength was more a level stronger than Jun Tianyu still. Now that several years had passed, he did not expect that Jun Tianyu's strength was actually daunting to such an extent. Seeing it today, Jun Tianyu improved considerably again compared to several years ago. Even if he faced off with Jun Tianyu, victory or defeat was hard to say. Jun Tianyu utterly suppressed everyone with his might. Ying Tianya naturally did not know that actually Jun Tianyu was at a bottleneck all along these few years. It was still through Yi Yuan's guidances recently that he broke through the bottleneck and his strength getting the development of advancing by leaps and bounds. Yi Yuan controlled the sword and slowly landed beside Jun Tianyu, opening his mouth and saying, "Brother Jun, thank you very much." Jun Tianyu said coolly when he heard that. "Why say thanks between you and Me? Pei Wenxiang's expression was incomparably ugly. He never would have thought that Jun Tianyu's strength was actually this powerful. Jun Tianyu's boundary was more or less the same as his 4 subordinates. He initially thought that with 4 against 1, even if they could not obtain victory, suppressing should be achievable. Who knew that not only could the 4 of them not suppress him, Jun Tianyu even instantly killed Tan Wu straight away. Now, under such circumstances, him wanting to kill Yi Yuan again was undoubtedly a fool's talk. Jun Tianyu, looks like you're bent on making things difficult for my Pei family, Pei Wenxiang said with a solemn face. Hearing that, Jun Tianyu did not speak, but his brows creased together. Slightly, very clearly, Pei Wenxiang's words made him rather hesitant. You're a member of the Pei family? Jun Tianyu said. My elder brother is Pei Kuan. What do you think? Pei Wenxiang said with a smug look. Jun Tianyu's brows furrowed again and said, one of the 7 holy sons, Pei Kuan. Heh, looks like you know quite a bit. That's right, it's precisely one of the 7 holy sons, Pei Kuan. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ying Tianya, Pei Wenxiang said. Jun Tianyu looked towards Ying Tianya and saw him nod his head helplessly, and knew that the words were not false. Pei Wenxiang saw that Jun Tianyu was somewhat apprehensive and was even more smug as he said, Jun Tianyu, you're also aware of the 7 holy sons' statuses in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Even if your talent surpasses others, you completely can't afford to provoke too. I don't need you to do anything either. As long as you don't bother with the matters between Yi Yuan and me, there will definitely be generous repayments in the future. Pei Wenxiang will fulfill what I say. Yi Yuan knew what a holy son signified in a holy land. With Jun Tianyu's strength, he indeed could not afford to offend one. Holy sons were those few juniors with the highest talents in a holy land. One person among them had the chance to inherit the Tao legacy in the future. Even if unable to become the lord of a holy land, they would also at least be a member of the Elders Association, possessing tremendous authority. No wonder Ying Tianya concealed so carefully when he entered Clear Reed City. Turns out that he was afraid of offending Pei Wenxiang, who knew that the moment he entered Clear Reed City, Pei Wenxiang already noticed him. But towards Jun Tianyu, Yi Yuan had a lot of faith. Indeed, Jun Tianyu just shook his head faintly and said, even if your Pei Kuan's younger brother want to touch Yi Yuan, you'll also have to ask the sword in my hand. You. Fine, today's matter. I, Pei Wenxiang, have remembered it. After exiting this ancient grotto, I'll see how you live on in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Pei Wenxiang did not expect that Jun Tianyu was actually so persistent on Yi Yuan. He would rather take the risk of offending the Pei family than willingly let go. Jun Tianyu said coolly, it's true that your Pei family is powerful, but to want to cover the skies with one hand in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. It probably can't be done, right? Whatever moves you have, feel free to execute them. This Jun will receive it. Brother Jun, rest assured, as long as junior apprentice brother is rescued. I reckon that his Pei family won't dare to do anything to you either. Even though Su Yan isn't a holy son, his status is also not too far off. Ying Tianya voiced out too. Pei Wenxiang snorted coldly and said, then you also have to save Su Yan. Before talking, Pei Wenxiang did not refute Ying Tianya's words. Looks like even if this Su Yan's strength was inferior to the 7 holy sons, the difference was probably not huge either. A great battle ended without a conclusion just like this. Nobody could do anything to anyone. Everyone could only carry on forth and explore. What kind of damn place is this? Why does it feel like this place is filled with a sinister qi everywhere? Luo Fang could not refrain from cursing. Not just Luo Fang, the others had this feeling too. Crossing the river, waves of cold air invaded everyone's body. Though it could not do anything to them, it kept making people have an uncomfortable feeling. Yi Yuan naturally felt it too. But he did not have much sensation. The origin. Magnetism spirit wood was impervious to 100 evils. Regardless of whether it was the cold air or sinister chi, it all could not approach his body. You guys look, there's a large hall ahead. Everyone was currently walking when a great hall came into everyone's view. Was just that this great hall was similarly overflowing with dense sinister chi, making people uncomfortable. There was a massive plaza in front of the great hall. There were many sculptures in the plaza. Those sculptures were all figures of beautiful women. Each one of them was graceful and charming, being strikingly vivid and lifelike. Some of them were hugging Chinese lutes, some were playing the zither, some were dancing gracefully, rather like a palace orchestra. When everyone walked near, they discovered that these beautiful women were all incomparably stunning, and actually made people have a feeling of unable to keep it under control. Heh. It's a shame that these beauties are all sculptures. If they were real people, then us brothers will be able to get some satisfaction. Everyone says that dying while relishing a woman, they can be merry being a ghost too. No idea who made these sculptures. Their luck with beauties aren't shallow. When these martial artists saw these beautiful women sculptures, each and every one of them were all incomparably intoxicated. Indeed, these sculptures were too lifelike, just like a real person. The expression on their faces were also all very natural. Furthermore, their seductiveness emerged in endless streams, causing a lethal attraction towards men. These women like born naturally in order to enthrall men. Right then, beautiful music suddenly sounded in the plaza. The music rang in everyone's ears like it was being played, bewitching their minds and spirits, incomparably intoxicating. And right at this time, those beautiful women in the plaza actually came to life one by one, and they started performing in front of everybody with extremely spellbinding forms. Ha ha ha! Come here. Give this lord a kiss. Girlie, come. Sit on this lord's lap. How could the martial artists traveling together still endure it? Each and every one of them all pounced towards those beautiful women. For a moment, the entire plaza was incredibly disorderly. Even those heaven enlightenment realm martial artists were all inebriated in it too, unable to extricate themselves, including Pei Wenqiang and Ing Tianya. The one slightly better was Jun Tianyu. The expression on his face was seemingly painful, showing an appearance of struggling. But his eyes already gradually became hollow. Brother Jun, focus your mind and be unmoved. All of a sudden, this voice was like a bolt out of the blue, dragging Jun Tianyu back to reality. He abruptly startled awake. Looking around, he discovered that the rest were all hugging those sculptured beauties. Some were kissing the faces of the beauties frenziedly, others were groping wildly on the bodies of the beauties, showing all sorts of ugly behaviors. Jun Tianyu lamented to himself in shame. If not for Yi Yuan's tolling bell, like divine sense transmission just now, he would probably also be like the rest now, right? If it were really like that, his sword heart would surely become somewhat regretful, and he would be unable to pry into the great Tao anymore in this lifetime. Yi Yuan, why are you? Jun Tianyu was very curious too. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was the lowest here, but only he alone was not affected. He examined himself that his will was firm, and it was very hard to suffer this kind of temptation. But earlier even he nearly got trapped inside too. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "These beauties aren't sculptures at all, but they were refined and formed from living people. Their bewitching arts attainments must be exceedingly high when they were still alive. Therefore they are still able to cause immense beguilement against martial artists after death. I felt something amiss right after coming to this plaza, so I entered heart-like monolith realm straight away. Therefore I wasn't affected. If it were under normal conditions, Yi Yuan would also succumb by accident. But as long as he heightened vigilance for these sort of bewitching arts to want to beguile him, it could not be done at all. The so-called heart-like monolith, unmovable by the 8 winds, heart realm, Boundary itself was the nemesis of these bewitching arts. He was naturally not affected. It was just that Yi Yuan's words made Jun Tianyu jump in fright. He exclaimed, "What did you say? They are all refined from living people? How is this possible?" Jun Tianyu looked at those sculptures, shock written all over his face. If not for Yi Yuan saying so, he would not think in this direction at all. But now, the more he looked, the more he felt that what Yi Yuan said was true. These sculptures were seriously too lifelike, vivid until it was exactly the same as a real person. The expressions of these beauties were remarkably lifelike as to be indistinguishable from the original. It was very hard for Jun Tianyu to imagine what kind of craftsman was able to sculpt such vivid sculptures. There was only one possibility. These were all living people. But these statues' bodies are all ice-cold, very similar to stone. Jun Tianyu still said somewhat disbelievingly. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "I've researched ancient alchemy skills. In the ancient era, there's a kind of drug called petrifying powder. After people drink it, their entire bodies will become stiff like stone, and their expressions would also remain at that instant petrified at forever. I think that these beauties were probably drugged with petrifying powder, that's why they became like so, right? Then what's going on with them?" Jun Tianyu pointed at the rest and said, "These women were definitely playing a musical piece before death. After they petrified, their living souls were confined in their bodies by someone, forever unable to break out. They died harboring resentment, so when there are living people drawing close to them, they will exercise all of their abilities before death to beguile the living people. When they lose themselves inside completely, their divine souls will leave the body, forever unable to return back into their bodies." Yi Yuan said. Jun Tianyu was stricken with fear. These women's bewitching arts were exceedingly formidable. These heaven enlightenment realm martial artists could not withstand it at all. If not for Yi Yuan's warning, he probably could not endure for long either. And according to what Yi Yuan said, wouldn't the others be in grave danger? Then, what should we do now? Save or not to save? Jun Tianyu said. Hesitantly, Yi Yuan said, "This ancient grotto is very sinister. Who knows how many dangers are at the back. Our greatest foe right now isn't them, but the perils. Here, leaving them to die freely might not be a good thing for us. An existence able to refine such bizarre sculptures was probably not that easy to get along with. Inside this grotto was riddled with dangers. If it was Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu, two people, it was very hard to continue. If really encountered anything, having a bit more people would have more hopes of surviving instead. Then, how to save? To talk about killing enemies and fighting, Jun Tianyu was very adept. But, encountering this kind of thing, he could only have a blank look. Yi Yuan slowly shut his eyes, muttering incantations in the air. A wave of majestic soul force spread out. Jun Tianyu's eyes turned intent, looking at Yi Yuan oddly. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's soul force was actually so horrifyingly powerful. Shatter! Yi Yuan suddenly gave a light cry. The voice was not loud, but the penetrative force was immensely powerful. The prajna sounds still reverberating in the plaza was actually sent scattering immediately by this cry of Yi Yuan's. At the same time, Yi Yuan's voice also transmitted into everyone's sea of consciousness. This shout was undoubtedly enlightening the benighted to them, dragging them back to reality directly. Pooh pooh pooh. What am I doing? Disgusting as hell. My God. What the hell was I doing just now? Gah. I don't want to live anymore. Humiliating to death. The bunch of martial artists all flushed with shame, discovering that they were doing shameful actions. Some sculptures' faces were slobbered with saliva everywhere from kisses by the martial artists, looking disgusting as hell. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "These guys have really heavy tastes. If let them carry on developing, who knows what else they will be doing at the back." Jun Tianyu chortled with laughter and said, "Human nature, human nature. Ha ha ha." Although he very much wanted to endure, Jun Tianyu still could not hold back. In the end, and let out a burst of roaring laughter. When the others heard his laughter, each and every one of them wished they could find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. If these sculptures were really beautiful women, then forget it. But each and every one of them actually did this sort of things to statues. Seriously, disgraced all the way back to their grandmother's house. Ing Tianya came in front of Yi Yuan with his old face scarlet red and asked, "That, Master Yi, were you the one who saved us?" "That's right. If not for Yi Yuan, you all would be dead. Even your divine souls would probably never reincarnate for all of eternity." Previously, some people still wanted to kill Yi Yuan. What irony! Jun Tianyu suddenly put away the laughter and said with a cold snort. Pei Wenxiang was embracing two statues earlier, his hand already reaching inside the dresses of the statues, doing all kinds of indecent actions. The appearance was unspeakably wretched, and Jun Tianyu's words were clearly said for him to hear. "Heh! High-sounding words. This grotto is extremely bizarre. He's afraid that, when we die, he can't exit by himself, right? Don't try that with this Pei. I won't thank him." Pei Wenxiang was not dumb. He figured out Yi Yuan's intentions very quickly. "No matter what, Yi Yuan saving you is a fact," Jun Tianyu said with a frown. Seeing Pei Wenxiang's manner, Jun Tianyu was rather regretted rescuing him. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "Brother Jun, no need to say too much." Yi Yuan did not hope that Pei Wenxiang would be grateful for anything either. Arguing about him with this had no meaning whatsoever. "Everyone all back away," Yi Yuan suddenly said. The other martial artists exchanged glances, but they ultimately still listened and backed away. Even the Pei Wenxiang and He Shuming, who were the most opposed with Yi Yuan, both retreated to one side sensibly. Although he was completely ungrateful towards Yi Yuan verbally, in the depths of the bottom of Pei Wenxiang's heart, he still had some gratitude towards Yi Yuan's life-saving action. Even if there was only that tiny hint, it was ultimately still there. Regardless of what objective it stemmed from, Yi Yuan saved his life after all. So this time, he did not sing a different tune with Yi Yuan for the first time ever. Moreover, he was also very curious just what Yi Yuan was trying to do. It was only to see Yi Yuan arrive before a beauty and suddenly extend his finger, tapping on the glabella on that woman. A faint wisp of soul force invaded into the sculpture flowing along his finger. Immediately after, a scene which astonished everyone happened. That sculpture actually emitted a faint light halo. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, that sculpture suddenly shattered into dust, and a faint phantom appeared in front of Yi Yuan, exactly identical with that statue before. Very clearly, this was that statue's divine soul. When that divine soul saw Yi Yuan, she actually gave him a deep bow. Except that divine soul phantom was seemingly as if an illusion, practically, almost dissipating already. This divine soul was imprisoned for countless years and was already weak to the extreme. She was completely unable to open her mouth to speak anymore. Yi Yuan just nodded his head and walked in front of another sculpture and did the same thing. That statue disintegrated to dust very quickly too, only leaving behind a faint phantom. That phantom similarly gave him a deep bow, incomparably gratefully, looking delicate and pitiful. Yi Yuan heaved a slight sigh and walked towards another sculpture. Just like this, Yi Yuan walked over towards sculpture after sculpture, turning each statue into dust. What's going on here? Could it be that a woman's divine soul is imprisoned inside each statue? Ing Tianya said in amazement. These are not statues at all but refined from living people. Jun Tianyu heaved a slight sigh and recounted the situation Yi Yuan discovered. For everyone, making everyone feel a chill run down their spines. This kind of means was seriously too cruel. Just what kind of person was the owner of this grotto to actually be able to resort to such vicious means? No wonder these women's beguiling powers were so formidable. This sort of towering resentment, ordinary people probably can't withstand it, right? Kenya said in astonishment. Just what kind of measure did this brat use to actually be able to resolve these women's grievances? Pei Wenxiang said in shock. Everyone was stricken with fear. Only now did they discover that Yi Yuan's methods were simply inconceivable. For this sort of cruel means where the divine souls being imprisoned to the point they showed resentment billowing to the skies, there was only the path of annihilating them completely. But Yi Yuan used an unknown method. Not only did he rescue these divine souls from the bodies, he even made each and every one of them incomparably peaceful. If my conjectures are right, what he used should be the divine soul mystic
Art. Soul-soothing art.
It's just that cultivating the soul-soothing art to this kind of boundary, it's simply inconceivable. Shuming suddenly said. Soul-soothing art? How is that possible? Such inconceivable means was actually just such a low-level soul-soothing art. Pei Wenxiang said in astonishment. Any kind of means, when trained to an exceedingly high realm, would also become inconceivable. It's just that very few people can do it.
Ye Yuan's soul
Soothing art has probably reached the boundary of returning to one's original simplicity already. He only attempted to undergo communication with these girls and make these girls put down the resentment in their hearts. And they can also break away already. Among these people, the one who studied divine soul mystic arts the most was Shuming. Therefore, he had the greatest right to speak as well. The soul-soothing art was just a more coarse and shallow divine soul mystic art used to expiate dead souls. Shuming knew this divine soul mystic art, too. Moreover, his attainments were not low. Therefore, he could tell what Yi Yuan was doing. The soul-soothing art which Yi Yuan used was very different from what normal people used. But that sort of familiar divine soul undulation could not be hidden from Shuming. It was just that what made Shuming amazed was that Yi Yuan using this move was completely at his will, at the tip of his fingers. Yi Yuan communicated with the divine souls of these girls, carrying a power veiled in mystery. Shuming only had one word to give to this power's appraisal. Convinced. No matter how great the grievances contained within the divine souls of these girls, they would all calm down under Yi Yuan's persuasion. The moment the resentment disappeared, these shells could no longer constrain them either, so they vanished into thin air. Very soon Yi Yuan extricated all of the beauties. Several dozen faint phantoms appeared in the plaza. A woman dressed in yellow suddenly fell out of the ranks and greeted Yi Yuan by folding her hands at the lower right side, communicating with Yi Yuan. Sisters, divine souls are weak. Mei Xian thanks young master on behalf of the sisters for your grace of revival. Yi Yuan exonerated everyone just now and knew that this woman in yellow was called Qin Mei Xian. She was also the person whose divine soul was the strongest now. Of course, this so-called strongest was also merely just being able to have divine soul communication with Yi Yuan. Only this Qin Mei Xian's divine soul was slightly more powerful at present and barely had the ability to communicate with Yi Yuan. Their divine souls were imprisoned for 10,000 years and were long feeble, to the extent that it would vanish like a cloud at any time already. They did not have the strength to retaliate at all after breaking free from their own bodies. Alright, the restrictions on your bodies are already removed. From now on, you're all free. Past matters are over. You all return to samsara then.
Yeah.
Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan knew that these girls were all people with stories. But such a long time had already passed. The person who trapped them back then had probably returned to the earth as well now. But Qin Mei Xian shook her head and said, Young master, us sisters have already discussed just now. We've decided to not enter samsara. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed when he heard that and said, I saved you all because I feel that you're all people with bitter fates. Though there are abominable matters, there are also some pitiable areas. if you guys refuse to come to your senses, then I can't be blamed. Qin Meixian was greatly alarmed when she heard that and shook her head repeatedly as she said, "Young master is mistaken. My meaning is that us sisters want to follow by young master's side and serve young master." Seemingly afraid of Yi Yuan refusing, Qin Meixian hurriedly said again, "Although us sisters are all divine soul bodies now, the lowest when we were alive was also phaseless realm strength, much stronger compared to those people. As long as our divine souls recover to some extent, I believe that we can still be of some help to young master." Towards Qin Meixian's decision, Yi Yuan was rather surprised. To a divine soul who was imprisoned for countless years, the greatest release was nothing more than entering samsara. But these girls would actually willingly stay by his side and not be willing to enter samsara too. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said, "Do you all still have some unfulfilled wish?" This Qin Meixian could not help hesitating. Yi Yuan snorted coldly when he saw the situation and said, "Humph, do you feel that this young master is very easygoing? Or maybe you feel that this young master will accept a group of people with unknown backgrounds to be around me?" Yi Yuan knew that these girls were all not nice people when they were still alive. It was just that they were too weak currently, that was why they appeared all so pitiful. If he let them recover strength, they might do something. Therefore, talking to them, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of being courteous. Qin Meixian was very alarmed when she heard that and said, "Meixian doesn't mean that." Actually, Qin Meixian suddenly switched to voice transmission and said, "Actually, us sisters were all captured by that demon back then. And among us there's still the eldest sister. That demon gifted eldest sister to Purple Origin Heretic God to be a concubine back then in order to fawn on him. Eldest sister's debt of gratitude towards us is as weighty as a mountain. If without her we'd have long died already. Even though we know that she's definitely not in this world anymore, we still want to take one last look at her." Yi Yuan's brows knitted together when he heard that, but titanic waves surged in his heart. These girls had actually experienced the era of divine Tao. The Purple Origin Heretic God in their mouths must be a deity realm powerhouse. Yi Yuan was unmoved on the surface, but his heart already leaped to his throat. In this present era, no one was unmoved towards deity realm. These two words, including him, Yi Yuan. In this lifetime, Yi Yuan's greatest wish apart from killing Ji Kanglin was to pursue that fleeting and ephemeral deity realm. Qin Meixian did not detect the transformations of Yi Yuan's mental state at all and continued, "Moreover, us sisters are truly endlessly grateful towards young master and want to repay young master's great kindness. Hence, that's why we wish to remain by young master's side." Yi Yuan said impassively, "All right then, you all enter inside my spatial spirit artifact first. Later I'll refine soul-maintaining banners for you guys to let you all rest inside." Qin Meixian was overjoyed when she heard that and repeatedly said, "Thank you very much, young master. Thank you very much, young master." With a wave of his hand, Yi Yuan put them away inside the spatial spirit artifact. In front of so many people, Yi Yuan naturally would not utilize the vast heaven pagoda. The existence of the vast heaven pagoda, even divine king powerhouses would be moved too. The logic of not revealing one's wealth, Yi Yuan was still aware of this.